Hello and welcome back to WordFest Live. Our next speaker is Andrea Radoyev, presenting WooCommerce automation, tips and tricks to save your time and money. Andrea has worked on various projects in the field of IT, which include websites, video games, and information systems. He is the founder of the video game studio Thunderstrike, which has received multiple awards at home and abroad for innovative and socially responsible projects. He has been in WordPress development for 6 years. Currently enrolled as technical website builder at the GoDaddy WordPress Premium Support Team, he's empowering business owners and professionals to get the most out of their websites. And you are going to be presenting live. Welcome. And how do you pronounce your name? Because I probably said it wrong.
Andrea, you actually said it right.
Okay, very close anyway. Well, welcome.
Yeah.
I'm going to. They're going to take me off and let you have the floor, and then I will come back and meet with you afterwards. We'll do some Q&A.
Sure. Hey guys, my name is Andrea, and now I wanted to talk with you about how we can automate WooCommerce stores and use tools we have at our disposal to basically save time and money doing complex WooCommerce tasks that we do every day, or to resolve issues that may come up. I hope you guys can see my screen. Okay. If somebody can't see my screen, just let me know. So let's start, shall we? First of all, this topic will be... Yeah, great. So this topic will be particularly interesting to WooCommerce store owners and managers. However, it is also very useful for WooCommerce developers who regularly work on improving WooCommerce process and sharing and finding ways to improve it. If you have ever worked with WooCommerce as technology and developed websites, then you probably know that making sure that the process is most efficient is one of the most challenging tasks of WooCommerce. This actually can be also useful for you. And of course, I will talk about some dev technologies. Don't worry, guys, I'm a developer myself. I did not forget you guys. So we are going to have a variety of topics to talk about. And also, you don't have to actually be a current owner of a WooCommerce store or work in WooCommerce business. Everybody who wants to do that, or to learn something new, or to learn basically how WooCommerce and e-commerce technologies work, this lecture will be definitely interesting. We're going to share some details on how WooCommerce stores can operate, and basically I'm pretty sure that you're going to learn something new, even if you're not directly involved with WooCommerce or e-commerce. So we are talking about WooCommerce today, but why WooCommerce? That is probably the first question a newcomer to WooCommerce would ask. Why is it so popular? Why don't we use something else? We have a WooCommerce site and we want to set up. We have a WordPress site and we want to set up a WooCommerce store. Why do we choose WooCommerce instantly? Are there any other plugins that are similar to WooCommerce? And actually, yes, they are. However, you can pretty much see that WooCommerce is the big guy here, takes most percent of the market, and you also have Acvid, easy digital downloads, but as you can see, they're minority here. So we are mainly going to talk about WooCommerce. However, the tools I will share to you are most of them can be also implemented on Acvid or easy digital downloads. So I'm definitely sure that those e-commerce stores can be automated that way as well. Now, we are talking about WooCommerce automation, but we did not answer the main question. Why should I automate? I have a WooCommerce store. I earn money from it. I'm pretty confident about my business, and definitely I'm definitely happy with how it's going. But why should I automate? I'm not like a big company that needs a major solution. I'm not. I don't have enough money to pay for it, and I'm pretty happy with this with my setup. Why should I automate? Well, even though if you're not a big company, if you're a small business, if you're just starting off, uh, if you have like just started your business and you're working for 3 months, you should still automate, because if you have aspirations to grow your business, or basically just to have more time to develop some more interesting stuff, and basically reinvest your time to do something else, then automation is definitely for you. And the first topic that is very important is uh, how much time we do spend for updates. Market is changing, prices are changing, costs are changing, and we need to adjust to that. Our ability to adjust to to basically adjust to market changes mainly depends on how much time do we need to make changes to our website, and how responsive are we to the changes that can happen. Uh, that said, there are lots of things that can go on. You can change your supplier. Uh, you can find out that some prices changed overnight, and that your business is not so profitable as it used to be, and you need to adjust to that. Uh, you basically need to ensure that you're always involved in your uh, that you're always involved with the market, and that you can quickly respond to those changes. Having updating manually updating the products can be very tricky, and can definitely get in your way. So you're going to definitely need to find ways to improve or speed up your workflow. Also, when you see that your website is working fine on your end, that does not necessarily mean that that is the same for your customer. And issue detection can definitely be tricky sometimes, uh, especially if the issue only targets specific devices or specific customers. For instance, you might be used to working on Google Chrome and using it as your main web browser, and you're like, okay, I'm using Google Chrome, it has all the features I have. However, somebody else in the world might still be using Edge browser, or even Internet Explorer. In some governments, it is still used. And if you cannot get those customers, if they cannot complete the purchase process the same way you do, then you're basically losing money. Identifying those errors and issues is very important in making sure that you're pulling the best out of your business. Another topic that is very commonly ignored when you start your WooCommerce business is lead management. When you're having lots of leads that you need to process somehow, WooCommerce by itself is not enough. Uh, Having all the information you need about your customers and your leads is probably the key factor in managing those customers, and pulling the best out of them, out of the to basically ensure that they are going to be engaged in your business, and that you can for instance, quickly spot issues, or find the ways to improve your business. Uh, that needs to be a two-way process. So basically, you have to always be in touch with your customers in order to ensure that you're going to receive the correct feedback for your specific business. And One last thing, I already spoke about it. That is basically managing. Let's see, something is off here. Oh yeah, finally. Okay, so basically, you will try to avoid manual data transfer at all costs whenever you can, because it when you have lots of information that you need to enter, that can lead to serious issues, errors, and of course you're going to spend lots of time or pay lots of money hiring employees that will manage the process of data entry or data transfer, which obviously is not, which is basically due to the business process that is not the most efficient. That is pretty much the time that you do not have. Let's talk about the first case we've mentioned. How does it affect a specific business? How can we basically how can we see how can we see that things in real life? Here's a real life example of how that can affect a business. Meet Meet Mary. She's a website coordinator, and as we can see, Mary is working in a furniture reseller company. Of course, you know, if you're working with furniture, you have lots of you need to be you need to have connection with the market to adjust to changes in prices, in shipping, in suppliers. It's a challenging process. I actually have worked for a furniture sales company, so basically I experienced that myself. And this situation, obviously, Mary is somebody else. However, I got to experience this situation in real life. Okay, so here's the problem. Her company has just found a supplier that has cheaper prices, and of course that is going to make them competitive on the market even more. They need to change their supplier, and and as a direct consequence of changing supplier, they also need to adjust their prices. And if you know adjusting prices, okay, no big deal. I can adjust 10 products. I don't need automation. I can type in myself any changes that I have, and there's not gonna be any like specific issues with that, and I don't need to really automate the task if I can do it basically in 15 minutes. However, when you're running lots of products and you have lots of variations for those products, essentially WooCommerce treats those variations as separate products. Not entirely, but if you have like I'm going to make an example. If you have chairs that are from different types of wood, obviously the pricing is not going to be the same, and each of those variations have its own prices that need to be adjusted. And once Mary calculated how much time will it take to implement those changes, she found out that she's going to need at least 8 days, since her store has a total of 500 products that need to be adjusted. If you can multiply that with variations, or let's say we have a chair that has five different types of tree. Let's say we are shipping this chair in 2 different sizes, and also in like 5 different colors. So 5 times 5 times 2 equals 50. Actually, for that one product of chair, she needs to make changes to 50 products essentially, and that could be really time consuming and also extremely boring if you have ever done this business. Website coordinators are very important in making sure that those tasks are handled properly, and it is for WooCommerce developers one of key jobs is to secure that they are doing their process of data entry, and making sure that the store is flexible enough to make changes is one of the key factors of basically making sure that they're not gonna have any delays or issues that can pop up in the process. So the big question we need to answer is, how can she get the job done fast? 8 days is a lot. 500 products is a lot. If she had like 500 chairs, obviously that's gonna to be an overkill, but that is 25,000 products, and obviously that is not humanly possible even for the 8 days that she calculated. However, there are some things that we can do here to ensure that Mary is going to have her process improved. And one of the things that could help her out are bulk edits. For bulk editing, you have lots of tools available. I have only mentioned some of those tools. So there is, I think, 10 or 15 valid WooCommerce plugins or other related WordPress plugins that allow you to bulk edit products. Basically, what that creates, instead of opening each product when you need to edit it and opening each variation when you need to make edits, you can basically open multiple products and edit them at the same time. And once you save changes, the changes in pricing, for instance, would be saved to all of those products. So this is one of the cool ways you can use to basically improve this process. There is another way. If you have lots of products, and for instance, supplier sent an Excel sheet, you can export that Excel sheet in a CSV file, or you can get an XML file and also export data in this form and import this data. Basically, you would replace your products one-on-one using the data. This process can save lots of time if you have like a store that has more than 800 products, 1,000 products. However, it does come with some downsides, because there are limitations as to which data you can export and how you can import them, especially when it comes to CSV. Handling images can sometimes be an issue, and there are part of factors that can go wrong with importing this amount of products. However, even with those side effects, if you are able to import crucial data like pricing or changes in shipping or colors, if you have like products that have different attributes as well, then that can definitely save you lots of time. And if anything goes wrong, you can basically enter those the missing information once you verified that everything that could be imported can be actually is actually imported properly. Some of the tools you can use for this are basically that is actually really important. WooCommerce can make those changes directly. You also have basically you have the default import system, which can be used to input WooCommerce products, and you would and then you are presented with a system that will allow you to map fields and to connect everything that can be connected, like pricing, names of products, descriptions, all the stuff that would take lots of time to enter, especially if you're starting new. VPO import is like a level up to that. So bulk upload products is very similar. However, there are also many tools that you can use to basically complete this task and just drop all the products that you had and replace them with new products from a new vendor, for instance. And also there is another cool feature that you can use, and that is to actually sync products from a third party. For instance, if your supplier is using some third party technology for listing those products and has it available for everyone that's completing that is actually working in B2C market, then syncing products directly from that link would definitely help you out. And there are lots of different technologies that you can use. Actually, I'm going just to mention WooCommerce API Product Sync because it can be really useful even for the smallest shops, and I'm going to give you a use case. You have like one store that sells furniture in, for instance, Dallas, another store that sells furniture in Houston, third store that sells furniture in LA, and basically all stores are the same, but they share different products from one stock. However, they have a different pricing, different marketing, and basically their branding is different. If you need to update changes from on the one store, you would need to do that also for the others, unless you have a way to actually propagate those changes directly on all stores, and this tool can really help you out. Automate.io and Sellberry are more advanced technologies and have integration systems to basically connect you to third-party services. I think their integration library is filling them with lots of basically their integration library is expanding every day, and some of them even have the ability to expand the to basically allow developers to write their own libraries for integration, which can be really cool and can save you lots of time. Essentially, this eliminates the process of basically trying to find different ways of exporting. You just connect two technologies, and you don't have to write custom apps to basically to connect those two. And if you say if, for instance, supplier changes prices, then your product pricing can also change, and you can make for instance, if you're obviously you want to earn something from that, so if you want to amplify the price, then you can do that automatically. So basically you have a mathematic formula that will do the heavy lifting for you. Now, let's talk about the second issue, and that is the fact that issues can be really tricky to detect. Here we have Dan. Dan owns a WooCommerce store and he sells office equipment. And things are generally going well. He's not complaining. He's very happy how the things are going. However, after 1 year of business, a customer calls and his customer says that she cannot add product to cart. If you had experienced the issue, for instance, when you add product to cart and then go to the cart page and cart is empty, then you know that it can be really annoying and can definitely drive sales off from a website. When he speaks with customer to find out how is that possible, he finds out that the customer is using Firefox as their main browser. And obviously, most of Dan's customers used Google Chrome, so he was unaware of the issue until a customer reported it. He paid the developer to fix the issue, and once he did that, the sales just went up by 15%. However, obviously, 1 year has passed, so we lost 15% of income for 1 year. Obviously, that's not a simple math. However, we can definitely see how a simple issue, basically a stupid issue, affected the business greatly. Is there any way we could help Dan prevent this situation? What could have helped Dan spot the issue sooner? And the answer to that question is basically do whatever you can. However, don't rely that a specific technology will tell you everything you need to know. So if you do not receive errors, or if you do not see any major changes, do not see any major changes to, for instance, Google Analytics results, then you might still have an issue. One of the apps that are probably most efficient for using for improving the overall process is customer behavior monitoring apps. Those apps are mainly like a specific dashboard in which you're going to enter and see all your customers' interactions, whether it is a quick stream. Some of those platforms also have recording features so that you can see what customer was seeing, and basically it can help you replicate the error that customer got. Basically, when we are working on the WooCommerce stores, and whenever we are having a product we are that we use regularly, we are trying to put ourselves in the equation and think of a customer as how would I purchase something, and sometimes that does create that can create lots of issues, and we cannot replicate the purchase process of somebody else. For instance, we might be using a trackpad, somebody else might be using a mouse. We might be, for instance, slow in clicking things, while we have some customers that are very fast and want to complete purchase process faster, and they're used to clicking faster than us. They can easily expose issues and break our websites. Not actually break the websites, but they can receive errors because they are not using our WooCommerce application the way it is intended or the way it is designed. However, obviously, customer is always right, so you need to make sure that you can handle those situations and be prepared that your store can work even in this situation. Another way to easily spot some errors are the error reporting plugins. Some of the most common error reporting plugins are seen below. However, you also know that WordPress also has error reporting that obviously can be very effective if you have issue that actually broke the website. However, checking from time to time if you are seeing any errors or notices that something is wrong or that something is getting deprecated can lead you to additional information that can basically prevent an issue before it happens, or if an issue happens, you will be the first to know. Uh, you can have the errors logged and reported in your dashboard, or you can receive emails that are going to inform you instantly if something went wrong on some of the crucial steps in the purchase process. Also, another cool feature, another cool tool that you can use are uptime monitor platforms. Those platforms, you probably used them already. There are lots of them. Jetpack also has uptime monitoring system integrated. However, I also listed these three platforms that I personally had good experience with. You might use something else. However, when your website goes down, and I'm not going to say if your website goes down, because you know that eventually it is going to happen. But the question is how long and how well are you prepared to handle the issue or fix the issue. In any case, you need to be prepared to make sure that issue is spotted instantly, and that you're not going to lose sales because of the issue. Now, here we have lead management difficulties, and we are going to meet with I forgot her name. Maggie. Yeah, Maggie is a sales manager of a WooCommerce store that sells office equipment. Sorry, guys. Yeah, she and basically an embarrassing thing happened. She did make her checks though, but she noticed that checkout is broken. Something is wrong. She cannot check out. She cannot, for instance, get redirected to PayPal. And basically, she knows that whenever you have a issue of this kind, you're losing sales. And she reacted instantly, hired a developer who fixed the issue. But she noticed that 15 sales have been lost because 15 customers already reached the checkout pages according to analytics, and they did not complete the checkout process. Now, the question we have is, was there any way to minimize the damage from the lost sales? And there are quite a lot of tools that are very simple to use, don't require any significant investments, but can definitely save you lots of money if you implement them correctly. First of all, if you have a WooCommerce store that sells products, then you also need to have the abandoned cart. Basically, abandoned cart system is a application, basically extension, that is going to capture information that is entered on the checkout page before the purchase process has completed. If, for instance, that can happen not only if you have an issue, but also in situations where customers were reluctant to choose your product and then they changed their mind, found product somewhere else. You can remind them, hey, you still have a product in your cart. And working on the WooCommerce websites, I noticed that many websites do not utilize this technology at all, which is very sad because the implementation of this technology basically costs installing a WordPress plugin. Here are some plugins that you can use. There are lots of plugins that are mainly used for abandoned cart. Let's say like this. This technology is not foolproof. You still need to have email address to which customer will be sent the link to complete the checkout process. However, if you can arrange your fields correctly, then you can capture the precious information that is needed, like email addresses or additional information that can be used to recover basically those lost sales. Another way to spot issues would be using a CRM system or a similar solution for lead management. Here are some of the popular CRM systems, and I just want to say those apps are not strictly CRM systems because they have lots of additional integration tools. However, what I noticed the most is that having chat integration is very important to basically collect information from customers and to reach out to them in case of issues. Therefore, having a CRM that collects that information either directly or via third-party integration is the key to notice if there are any problems, and if customer did not enter all the information, you might have had same customer purchase from your website earlier, and then you can directly collect this information to customer and reach out to him to see if to inform him, for instance, that the issue is fixed and that he can complete the checkout process. Also, you may have noticed that abandoned cart is a micro system for basically abandoned cart is also micro system for lead generation. However, you will sometimes need to integrate both of them. So basically, both the abandoned cart and CRM. And there are some more advanced solutions that you can use. Here's only some that I have personally used Recart. However, those two solutions I've heard very HubSpot and Cart Stack. I've heard lots of useful information that can basically help you out and allow you to manage your leads more easily and have all the information about their abandoned carts, about the purchase process that has not been completed, and to know how to handle that properly. Finally, we go to manual data transfer, and for this case, we're going to meet Gary. Gary has a very successful online bookstore, and the business is going well. Actually, so well that it actually is not going well because he has too much customers, too much books are sold. His staff is unable to enter all the changes, and there is lots of frustration. Unhappy workers, they're leaving their workspace because of the stress, and that obviously, although he's always selling his books, he's not happy because he's losing valuable customers, and that can he's using valuable stuff, and that can easily kill a business, even though it is successful now. And obviously, when you have lots of manual work, mistakes happen. In his case, he sold more books than he has in stock because somebody basically entered an extra digit, and that created a mess. How can we rectify the issue? How can we actually prevent those mistakes, and overall, how else we can save time? there are a couple of ways. I'm not going to say that these ways are exclusive or that there are not better ways to do that. However, you have lots of cool technologies that you can explore. First solution and the cheapest of them all is to just limit stock. There are lots of plugins that you can use to limit stock, and also that can be done from WooCommerce directly. Uh, Therefore, I would say if you have lots of stores, then you will need a more advanced solution than the limiting stock. Therefore, you need to see what works the best for your business and choose the proper solution. Another way to basically eliminate the process of manual data entry would be automatic updates. I noticed that many companies still use Google Sheets for managing stock, and while Google Sheets is very useful as technology and can be expanded basically as much as you want using Google Script, which is a technology that you can use to write scripts that are going to affect the entries in your table. It is not the most efficient way, and if you have lots of orders, that's going to quickly pile up and to become a sole table that's going to crash. I know this from experience. If you can automate the process of entering orders, then you can, for instance, if you're already using Excel sheets, import them to Google Sheets, and you can connect them directly to your WooCommerce store. And once you make change there, the change is going to propagate directly on your store. Another system that probably needs to be spoken more than it already is a stock management system, especially if you have multiple stores. There are lots of stock management systems. Some of them are completely free, some of them are paid. My personal advice regarding that is find what best works for your business, start small, and then go big. Now we're going to talk about advanced automation. And yes, this is where developers come into play. How is WooCommerce able to be customized using different technologies? Well, WooCommerce is very flexible in that regard. It has multiple features that can be used. WooCommerce Object is one of the easy methods to connect the data if you're directly from working from a WordPress environment. And for instance, you have a custom plugin that you need to for which you need to pull the data. WooCommerce Object is very useful as long as you have a WooCommerce plugin active, then you can pull the data that is stored in the object. REST API is probably underused in these circumstances, but it is one of the fastest ways to pull data from a WordPress website. If you have a REST API connection, then you can make REST API requests to pull the data that is needed and sort this data any way you want using the custom technology you're using, and you basically see no limits in terms of technologies or programming languages you use. You also can manage your tasks using WP CLI, which is basically a shell application which allows you to pull the. If you used it, you know what I'm talking about, but it's a shell application used to automate some WordPress tasks and basically to make to work on them as if you're a Linux system administrator. So if you like command lines, that is cool. Also, cron jobs and webhooks are useful. Cron jobs because if you have scheduled tasks, you can you can write a cron job that is going to complete that task at specific periods of time. Webhooks are mainly useful if you need to pull data from another technology and you need basically a point from which you can do that. If your specific third-party provider has the ability to pull data from WooCommerce, then you may need to use webhooks. Other than the technologies that are mostly used, there are also dedicated WooCommerce libraries made on lots of languages. JavaScript, PHP, Ruby, and Python are official. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are also many more libraries that are community, basically crowdsourced libraries created by community that can also be implemented. And also, as a developer, I always have to recommend, if you have resources to do that, and if you have ways to do that, always create a custom solution, less code, customized solution that is going to be best suited for your business. And probably the fastest way to pull data would be to use a custom solution that you can modify per your personal needs, especially if those needs change. And if you're using a custom solution, actually not only custom solution, but any other solution, mind security and data protection, because it sometimes when you need I'm actually encouraging you to check your local legislation to see if any of the technologies you're using are somehow illegal in your countries. In most cases, it's fine because technologies are widespread, especially the ones that are publicly available. However, legal advice is an absolute must in this case. And I just want to remind you about the basics. Make sure that you keep your WordPress content up to date, plugins, themes, and ensure that your store is protected, that is secure. Most of malware infections that can damage your website are caused by content that is out of date. Avoid overusing WooCommerce plugins that can pile up and then that can create performance issues. Also, make sure that you're not getting cheap on your hosting server. Find a server that is going to be able to support all the load you have for all the load that your customers may create on it. Optimize your e-commerce store. Use tools like GTmetrix or Google PageSpeed to find the ways to optimize your store. As I already mentioned, legislation needs to be top of your mind. There are some plugins that can also help you with that, as you can see. But I do still advise you to reach out to your legal advisor and see if you're in compliance with any of the local regulations. And the most important thing, as somebody who works in the tech support industry, I can say that scheduled backups save lives. Trust me, on my word.
At least they save websites, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm afraid we're going to unfortunately to wrap up. We are rapidly running out of time. Did you have a quick 2-minute summary before we take off your slides?
Yeah. Actually, that is my last slide. So, what are our key takeaways? I'm going to speed it up. Basically, work faster, not harder. Try to find ways to improve the business process. Automate crucial tasks. Collect all the information you need to work. Adapt your solutions to your preferences and obviously the resources and the budget you have. Start small, then go big. And obviously perform regular maintenance on your WooCommerce store to avoid any issues and ensure you're always up to date. My final advice is always try to think for the future, and you're going to thank yourself for it.
A great piece of advice to end on
Wonderful.
there. Thank you very much. Clearly an enormous subject, and obviously a lot that can be covered across this. So really appreciate you giving the time and bringing that session to us here at WordFest Live.
And
Unfortunately,
Maya I was gonna say, Maya
Michelle.
says that you're gonna be. Maya says you'll be over in the GoDaddy Pro table. So if people do want to continue the conversation and have questions for you, they're gonna look for you over there. We really appreciate the time that you've given us today.
Thanks, guys. Sorry if I was a bit nervous. It's like it was going like continuous slide, and I wanted to cover lots of topics. So I apologize if I made something like if something was not clear. I will be happy to answer all the questions in our booth.
Yeah. Excellent.
Wonderful.
So if you do have questions, head over to the community tent, jump onto the GoDaddy Pro table, and you can continue the conversations over there.
Absolutely. In addition to thanking our sponsors, I do want to just point out other things happening in the community tent in the next hour. Cloudways has their WP Builds tent takeover with Nathan Wrigley. GoDaddy Pro are going to be running a panel on the WooCommerce automation, again with Andrea. And Yoast are running games with the Yoasters. We'd love your support. Hit that donation button. It's part of the menu on here. We'd love to have you be part of the solution of helping us reduce the feelings of isolation in our remote community. And at the top of the hour, which is rapidly approaching, we are going to be meeting with Samuel Femi Taiwa as he's presenting on dealing with epilepsy and mental disorders in the tech-based community.
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up.
No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects.
Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Hello, welcome back.
Hi, Dan.
Hey,
Welcome back.
here we
We're just
are.
getting to the point. I've only been up 24 hours. You've been up a lot longer than that.
Yes, but we're not going to run into that contest because we need to make sure we're having breaks. We need to make sure that we are having rests, and part of why we do the
Exactly.
each session. So if you're new here at WordFest Live, every 1 hour session has a 10-minute break at the end of that 1 hour, and we really encourage you get up, walk around, get away from the screens, go get yourself some water, and make sure you're getting yourself some a time away from the screens, and obviously some exercise if you can.
Yep. After we move off into Europe, I'm going to go hit my pillow for a little while.
Excellent.
And then anything I miss, I will come back and watch recorded later.
Absolutely, yes. And of course, every session will be available on a re-record, a repeat after the live event.
Absolutely, which makes it wonderful. And that's why we do a 24-hour event.
Absolutely. We've got all 60 of them will be available.
Is that all?
Well, forget about the 43 sponsor sessions that are also running as well.
Just a few things happening in 24 hours, that's all.
Absolutely.
Well, our next session is a recorded session, and then we are actually going to have the pleasure of live Q&A. So we're welcoming Femi Taiwo as presenter with dealing with epilepsy and mental disorders in the tech-based community. He says his name is Samuel, but everyone calls him Femi. And that's what we call him too, because we happen to be friends with him. He's from Nigeria, living in South Africa. Femi is a WordPress developer and tech support engineer. His passions are WordPress and contributing actively in the community. And he's been in the WordPress community for about 7 years. So we're going to let the video play, and then we're going to join us live afterwards for live Q&A.
We are. I just want to very quickly mention that because of the subject matter that we're talking about in this session, just a trigger warning that we may need to be aware of the subject matter around epilepsy and mental health. But before we run the session, I think we just want to have a quick word from our sponsors.
Absolutely.
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me. You. From the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls. It's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Hello, WordFest. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are listening to me. My name is Samuel Femitairo, and I'll be speaking about dealing with epilepsy and mental disorders in the tech community. Firstly, a little about me. I'm from Nigeria. I live in Cape Town, South Africa, and I'm a WordPress developer, and I'm currently working as a product support engineer for IMSI. I've been using WordPress since 2015. Yeah, 2015. That was when I got my first job as a web developer. And a funny story about that actually is back then when I was looking for my first job, I didn't like WordPress, and I just ignored any job that required WordPress for some time. But at some point, I wasn't finding anything, so I was like, I'm just gonna give it a try, and then I did, and here I am today, and I'm all about WordPress today. Alright, so let's get into it. Before I start, I need to mention that I thought this was going to be like a Q&A section where I'm going to be asked some questions, but since it's a pre-recorded section without the questions, I have listed some points as questions for myself, so I'll be taking those one by one. Alright. So let's go. Like I said, I'll be talking about how it's like to live with epilepsy and some other mental health disorders in the tech community. I will be sharing my own personal experience. I will also be talking about what you might see, what you might experience if you're someone living with epilepsy in the tech community. Also, what you might experience if you're someone who's got a colleague or a friend in the tech community with this condition. All right. So what is epilepsy? I feel like a lot of people knows what epilepsy is, even if they do not know enough or a lot about it. So I'm just gonna read through what I've written down here. Epilepsy is a neurological disorder that affects the brain. It is very important to know that this is something that affects the brain. I think if enough people understand this, if enough people understand this, the way they treat, the way they react, the way they relate with people dealing with epilepsy would probably change for better. It is characterized by spontaneous and unprovoked seizures. These seizures can come in different forms, such as an altered level of consciousness, convulsions, and loss of awareness. This is also very important to note. Like I mentioned earlier, I think a lot of people know what epilepsy is, even if they do not know enough or a lot about it. And one of the things people do not know about epilepsy and seizures, at least from what I've learned when I talk to people about my condition, is that there are different types of seizures, right? Whenever people talk about epilepsy, whenever people think about what epilepsy is, they think it's just when you fall, when you shake and you have convulsions, but it's broader than that. There are about 40 different types of seizures, right? Some seizures you do not lose consciousness at all, you do not fall down, and some seizures you could lose a bit of consciousness, you could lose some awareness, and some seizures you actually fall down and have convulsions, right? Epilepsy is very common, with about 1% of the world's population suffering from some form of it. Most people manage the epilepsy with medication and diet, and know that it says manage medications, apps manage it, apps try to reduce the amount of seizures, and for some people it stops the seizures for a long time, 6 months, a year, 2 years. For some people it reduces the rate of their seizures. The effect of this medication, of this treatment, is very different from everyone, but it doesn't cure epilepsy. All right. Epilepsy comes with other side effects and other symptoms, and this is where I'm going to talk a bit about mental disorders, because most of the other symptoms and side effects of epilepsy are mental issues like anxiety, depression, mood swings, feelings of worthlessness, ADHD, OCD, panic, anxiety attacks, and some other symptoms like irritability, fatigue, insomnia, and so on. There is a long list of symptoms of epilepsy. My epilepsy story. I was diagnosed with epilepsy in 2015, but I've been having seizures way before then. I've been having seizures about 6 or 7 years before then. As far as I can remember, I remember back in 2008, I started feeling when I was still in high school then, and I felt something change. I started feeling weird. I had trouble sleeping. I had trouble concentrating with schoolwork and all of that. But I didn't know. I know something was up, but I didn't understand. I didn't know what was going on with me. So I just ignored it. Also, I was like 13, 14 then. So I just ignored it and I just carried on with my life. But then I noticed it's only getting worse. I can't really remember if I was having seizures then, but the first seizure that I can say I vividly remember then was in 2009. I remember I had a seizure that woke me up from my sleep. Well, then I didn't know it was a seizure, but I woke up from my sleep and I was confused. I didn't understand what was going on for about 2-3 minutes. And then I was okay. Later that day, I then had a focal onset seizure. Also didn't know it was a seizure because it was weird and difficult to explain to. I still don't know how to explain my seizures properly, and it's been more than 10 years, and I still do not know how to explain them properly. So I didn't know I didn't know what was going on with me. I just know I had this really weird feeling in my brain, in my head, and it was scary. But I still carried on with my life then, since I didn't know how to explain it. I feel like if I knew how to explain it, how to express what was going on with me, I would have been diagnosed sooner, and I would have been on the medication sooner. So forward to 2015 when I was working as a WordPress developer. I remember I was at work, then I had a seizure. I had an impaired awareness seizure. This is also a bit difficult to explain because for my impaired awareness seizure, I do not understand. I don't understand what happens because all the other people around me, if they know about this seizure, will tell me that you've had a seizure, but I can't remember what happens now during the period of the seizure. So I was at work and then I had a seizure, and for me, the way it happens is I just maybe lose awareness for like 2-3 minutes. I could be working and then I would just maybe freeze for like 2-3 minutes. And I feel like that was probably happening to me before and I didn't know, and also because people around me didn't know what it was, or maybe I didn't know if it was a seizure. But luckily, I had a seizure at work that day. There was this lady at my work, and she was like, "Oh, I think you just had a seizure," and I was like, "No, I did not have a seizure." But she was like, "No, I think you just had a seizure," and she knew this because she also had epilepsy. So then she alerted others, and they got me to the hospital. We always asked a few questions, what I've been feeling before then, and that was where my diagnosis started. And I found out that I've been epileptic for some time, right? So yeah, then from then I started the medication. The first medication that I was actually put on was really, really bad. It had the effect of that medication on my physical health was really bad, and I had to stop it. I was put on another medication. I actually can't remember the names of this medication, but I was put on another medication with similar effects, And yeah, that was discontinued too until the last medication I was put on was Epilim. I remember that because I took that for a long time, for some years. And these didn't really affect my it didn't really affect my physical health that much, but my mental health, because this is also very important. Most of the side effects of epilepsy medication are already things that I'm dealing with already, because as I mentioned earlier, anxiety, depression are some of the symptoms of epilepsy, and the side effects of these medications also include anxiety, depression, panic attacks, insomnia, ADHD, and these are things that I was dealing with already. So the medication kind of just complicated that, and I would say, especially when I started the medication, my mental health was in shambles then, because I realized I was depressed, and then I tried to also to seek out help for my mental health. Then I was put on antidepressants, but what that did was just worsen my seizures, because some of the symptoms of these antidepressant medication, one of the symptoms is also seizures. So it just complicated my seizures, and that time was really difficult, and I had to stop the antidepressant pills, and also had to deal with the withdrawal symptoms of that. And at that point, my seizures got really, really bad. But I survived that, and I just kept taking the medication and decided to treat to focus on my mental health on my own. I will take the medications for epilepsy and then just manage my mental health. And that was what I did for some time. But it got to a stage where I think the medication wasn't doing enough for me anymore, because I was having more seizures and the symptoms got worse, and I had to stop. I remember the day I actually stopped was when I was having a seizure. I had a seizure and I was having a panic attack at the same time, and it was a very horrible experience. So I talked to my doctor then about how I want to stop, and I want to try CBD treatment, because I've had a lot of people talk about treating epilepsy with CBD oil. So she agreed, and I reduced my dosage and stopped the medication. Then I started treating with CBD oil. That was about 3-4 years ago. So since then, I've been treating my epilepsy with CBD. I will say it's had the same effect as when I was on the medication. I mean, the effects on my seizures, and probably better actually. And the plus is that now I don't get the side effects of the medication. It actually helps a bit with the other side effects, the other symptoms of epilepsy. So that's how I've been treating my epilepsy for the past 3 to 4 years. And the types of seizures that I have, I do not get unconscious with any of these. I have focal onset aware seizures and focal impaired awareness seizure. Like I said, I did not get unconscious. With the focal onset aware seizure, I'm aware of my surroundings. I know what's going on around me. I can just feel that something is wrong, there in my brain. I get false memory, so when it's about to start and during the seizure, I remember things vividly that never happened. That's really weird. And after the seizure, I actually can't remember any of I can't recall any of that memory. It lasts about 2, 3, 4 minutes, sometimes 5 minutes, and after the seizure, I get a feeling of deja vu, and I could get a migraine or a brain fog. that lasts from an hour to 2 days. Depends. With the focal impaired awareness seizure, also I did not get unconscious, but I lose awareness of my surrounding. I could be, talking to someone or doing anything, and I would just maybe like freeze for like 1 or 2 minutes, and I won't remember any of that. I won't remember whatever, anything that happened during that period, and that lasts about 2 to 3 minutes, and that actually doesn't happen as often as the focal onset awareness seizure. And after that, I do get the brain fog and migraine. Sometimes I'm alone and wouldn't know that I've had a seizure, right? Sometimes I know that I've had a seizure, sometimes I don't know. Because there have been times when I'm with people and they tell me, people that knows about my condition, and they tell me, you've just had a seizure, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. So that's it with the impaired awareness seizure. The other type of seizure that I get is the nocturnal seizure, also called night seizures. That happens in my sleep. So night seizures are any types of seizure that happens in your sleep. It could be a simple seizure. It could be a complex seizure. So for me, the night seizures, it either happens when I'm falling asleep, in my sleep, or when I'm waking up. If it happens in my sleep, it could sometimes it will wake me up from my sleep. Sometimes it won't. So if it wakes me up from my sleep, I wake up and I get confused. I don't remember anything, and it gets really scary. So I could be shouting or crying, and that lasts about 2 to 3 minutes, sometimes 4 minutes, and then everything comes back to me, and then I'm fine. Only thing is I probably wouldn't be able to sleep for the rest of the night. And if it doesn't wake me up when I wake up in the morning, I can feel that I've had a seizure. I know that I've had a seizure in my sleep, and from there I get the brain fog to confirm that I've had a seizure in my sleep. So those are the types of seizures that I get. How I've been dealing with the condition so far with work and in the tech community, I'll say it hasn't affected me too much with work, because I do not get unconscious with my seizures, so I don't hurt myself in any way when I have seizures, and I work from home, so I'm always indoors. I think I'll say that's probably the reason it hasn't affected me too much with work. But before I started working from home, I know maybe it affected me a bit then, because I had to, if I have seizures at work, sometimes I would have to take a break for some hours, or I will have to go home and come back to work the next day. I remember when I was diagnosed, where I was working then, I was asked to get a note from my doctor that I was fit to work, which was kind of depressing and made me feel kind of incomplete, because I've been working before then, I've been working fine, I've been okay, I've been doing my job, but now this happened and they want to make sure that I'm fit to work. But anyway, since after then, everywhere that I've worked, everywhere else that I've worked, they've been understanding. They understand that, I'm dealing with this, I have this condition. If I have any seizures at work, they know that I'll probably have to, get some rest for like an hour or two, then get back to work, or just go home, right? I'll say I've been lucky in that aspect. And in the tech community, it took me a while to be open about my condition, and since I've been open about it, I talk to people about it. I let people know that I'm dealing with this, and it's been amazing because people in the tech in my own community here in South Africa, they've been amazing. I have people who check up on me regularly, randomly, like, hey Femi, it's been a while, how you doing? Just checking on you. And whenever I'm dealing with something and I talk about it, there are people who always reach out to me like, oh, how's it going with you? If it's something to do with my condition, or they ask how can I help? Is there something I can do? And that has been really good. It's been amazing for me, and I really appreciate those people, and I'm really happy to be in this amazing community. And the other mental issues that I deal with also has affected me a bit with work and in the community. Whenever I'm going through a period where I'm maybe depressed, I tend to maybe overwork because the work keeps me focused. I feel like, oh yeah, this is something that I know that I have to do. In that way, I don't have time, not that I don't have time, but I don't feel like doing anything for myself, anything that's my own. I just focus with work, and then I tend to overwork whenever that's happening. And like I said, I was diagnosed with ADHD last year, and then I realized that also has been affecting me with work, with concentration and focus. And since then, I have had to come up with my own ways to deal with that. Like I said, I'm not taking any medications for epilepsy or any of the other conditions, so I had to come up with strategies to actually concentrate and focus on work. Though I'm thinking I'll probably get on some medications for ADHD very soon. But some of the ways that I actually try, some of the things that I do that keeps me focused when I'm working, and it has actually been helping. I've been doing this since last year. This might be different for others, but this is what I do. Whenever I'm working, anything that I'm doing, I set a timer for myself, and for some reason that keeps me focused and keeps me concentrated on whatever I'm doing. Whatever it is I'm doing on my laptop, I set a timer. I use Toggle Track Timer. I set a timer as I'm working. I can see the timer. I know that, okay, yeah, there is a goal that I have to reach. There is something that I have to achieve. That's why this time is running. So if I'm losing focus, I set a timer and I know, yeah, there is something that I have to do. Also, another thing that I do is I downloaded this full screen flip clock on my phone, right? And it's on a tripod, which is what I'm using to record this right now. So it's on a tripod right in front of my laptop. Every time I'm working, I look up, I set a time, and that also for some reason keeps me focused. Like I said, it might not work for everyone, but I think anyone is welcome to try that out, and you can let me know if it works for you. Right. How the community has helped so far. I'm lucky to be in an amazing community where people actually do care about your mental health. I think what I'm doing right now, giving this talk is for me is one of the ways I can prove that the community has helped, because I didn't know that I would be able to do something like this. Dealing with anxiety and not wanting to be anywhere, wanting to be alone and all of that. But when I joined the community, I realized, okay, I wouldn't mind being among these people. I wouldn't mind making this community my community, people that I can talk to, people I can reach out to, and it's been amazing since then. I remember my first WordCamp was in 2016. I haven't even joined the WordPress community then. I think I was just invited to the event, and I knew no one. I couldn't even walk up to people to talk to people because, because of my anxiety. I just walked around alone and sat alone. But I had people walk up to me and talk to me and introduce themselves to me, welcome me to the community, and I was like, oh, people are really friendly, and I felt, I don't know, I just felt welcomed, and since then, I felt like, okay, I think I want to be in the community. I felt comfortable, and everyone that came to talk to me just made me feel comfortable. And after that, I could actually then talk to people. I could like ask questions and also relate with people. And so since then, I decided to go. You know what? Okay, I feel like I'm comfortable in this community. I feel like I can be active in this community, and that's what I did. Though it took a while for me to be able to to do more. I think about 2018. In 2018 was when I actually started being active in the community, because now I'm comfortable. I could host meetups. I could organize WordCamps, and I think I gave a talk or two at our the youth talk that we organized during WordCamps. I haven't spoken at WordCamp yet because I feel like I'm probably not ready, not ready for that with my anxiety. But things that I'm doing right now, I feel good about this. Didn't know that I would be able to do this, and all thanks to the community, making me feel comfortable and letting me know that no, it's just my anxiety. These are things that I can do. And I have people who say that to me in the community. I have people who reach out to me who Since I talk to people about my condition, there are those who will always reach out to me from time to time. How are you doing? Just checking up on you. Are you okay? If I maybe post something about what I'm dealing with lately about my condition, people will reach out to me like, are you okay? Do you need anything? How can I help? And I really appreciate that. Like, yeah, I really appreciate that. I'm just so lucky to be in an amazing community. How the community can do better. From my experience and from a few things that I've read, I think the tech community is one of the communities with most people dealing with mental health issues. And I think one of the reasons for this is probably because it is stressful. Yeah, I think most people will agree that the tech community is kind of stressful. And one of the ways the community can help people dealing with mental health issues is being proactive about mental health awareness. For me, so far, in the WordPress community, I know we talk about it. I have people that I talk to about it, but I think we still need to do more. We need to talk more about mental health awareness, and which is what Big Orange Ad is doing. And when I was introduced to Big Orange Ad, I didn't know something like that actually existed. I heard from a friend, and I was so happy that, oh wow, I found a group of people, I found a community inside my community that actually focuses on mental health awareness. But I think we can still do more, with the community in general. I would love to see the community talking about mental health awareness, and not just a part of the community. This is something I think I'm sure it's possible. If we want to do something like that, I'm very sure it's possible. And anyway, thanks to Big Orange, they've been doing an amazing job so far, and I'm also so glad that I am in that community. Another way that I think they can do better, and this is in regards to the working environment, is because there are some people who might not want to be open about their mental health conditions, but if the work environment feels comfortable enough, if people feel comfortable, I think more people will come out, more people will be able to speak freely about their mental health, which is very important. Because like for me, right, one of the reasons that I talk so much about my condition and about my mental health is because I know this is something that I'm dealing with alone. No one else can feel it. So if I'm not talking about it, then I keep fighting alone. And sometimes I don't even need people to do anything. I don't yeah, especially with my epilepsy, whenever I talk about it, that oh, I've been having seizures for so day, oh, I've had like too many seizures today. Whenever I talk to people about it, I don't really need them to do anything, but for some reason talking about it kind of makes me feel better, because I know that, oh yeah, people know that I'm going through this, people know that I'm dealing with this. But if I don't talk about it, then I'm just dealing with it alone in my head, and that's not an easy battle to fight. So if we can make people around us, especially in the workplace, if we can make people around us feel comfortable enough to be able to talk about their mental health issues, I think that is going to really encourage more people to come out and talk about what they're dealing with, either disability or a mental health condition. And that's it. Thank you very much for listening to me. If you're still here, 30 minutes is not enough to talk about epilepsy and mental health issues and everything I want to talk about. But I will be publishing a blog post very soon about it's gonna be about everything I've talked about today and more. So if you would like to know more, you can reach out to me and I'll let you know when I've published the blog post. Thank you very much. Looking forward to your questions, and bye.
Hi, Femi.
Hello.
It is so good to see you.
Thank you.
And
Hi,
you
Dan. Hi, Michelle.
Amy, thank you so much. Obviously, that was quite a deep and personal story, obviously, to share, and appreciate you taking the time to share that with us, so the community, and obviously from getting an insight from your perspective in relation to the community and dealing with epilepsy. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Michelle.
I can tell you from the chat that you seem to have an entire fan club devoted to you. Let me read you some of the comments that came in during your talk here. Well, first of all, several people said hello. And then Dan said, it's a challenging story. Thank you for sharing. You got a couple hearts from Nicholas and Maher. Deborah Butler says, I know how much you struggle, sending you much love. And Maher says, a very inspirational story. Deborah says, absolutely. We need to be able to talk more about mental health, especially in the tech community. So to say that you're inspirational is probably an understatement at this point. And I, for one, really, truly appreciate the willingness that you had to bring your story forward so that other people can know that they're not alone if they are dealing with any of the same medical conditions that you have.
Yeah, that is true. Because from my experience, I realized I've talked to a few people, and then I realized there are people dealing with conditions might not be like might not be the same as mine, but conditions like mine that it might be affecting them with work, but they they just don't feel comfortable talking about it. They don't feel uncomfortable sharing it, and I just feel like if I do this stuff, maybe I will encourage them to talk about their condition. Because one thing that I've learned from talking about mine is it has really helped me a lot. And if you know, Michelle, I talk about my condition a lot on Twitter. Whenever I've been dealing with a lot of seizures, I talk about, and it's been helping me a lot. Even just talking about it for some reason, like I said, just talking about it and people just interacting with me about it makes me feel better in some way. I'm not sure how that works, but it does.
It does, for sure.
I think, Femi, if you don't mind, one of the things I picked up on that through your story and as you were sharing there, was kind of the levels of confusion around it, both confusion for yourself experiencing it and also confusion for others, around that. Do you think that's a fair takeaway from that?
Yes, like I said, there is a lot people don't know about epilepsy, and if not for the fact that I'm dealing with it, I also wouldn't know a lot and this much about epilepsy. Like, and I was with people for 4 years, and no one around me knew I was having seizures, right? So I think, like I said, people just need to learn more. People need to, if me doing this, if we have more people talking about these conditions, then people will learn more. I've people around me, what they've done whenever they learn that I have epilepsy is they actually read about it and they'll be like, oh, I'm actually reading about this now. Does this happen to you? And that makes me happy because I feel like, oh, they're actually trying to know more about my condition. And I'm sure from this talk, people listening to this talk will also do that. They will go read more about epilepsy, and it will it will give them more knowledge, more understanding about that about that condition. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, anything that we can do to destigmatize mental health as a broad spectrum, but of course, when you start looking at more niche areas within mental health itself, I take my hat off to you, applaud you for taking the time to publicly talk about this and help in that process of destigmatizing the issues around mental health.
Thank you.
We've had
So,
another comment. Nicholas says spreading awareness is a key factor in getting people involved and empathetic, which is true.
Thank you, Nicholas.
So, Femi, that has been, it's been as we said, an inspirational, a heartfelt session. Obviously, a lot there that comes from within. Incredibly grateful. Just before we wrap up, where can people connect with you? What's the best way for somebody if they want to connect with you and discuss, if you're happy to discuss it, what's the best place?
Sure. On my Twitter, I talk about I talk about epilepsy a lot on my Twitter. I've got a few other epilepsy accounts follow me, and we interact a lot. So you can follow me on Twitter or through my website. I'm not sure how you can share this, but I'm gonna share a link here to my Twitter and my website. Okay, so yeah, that's my Twitter handle and my website. So I talk about it a lot on Twitter, and like I said, I will publish in a blog post probably this weekend about this talk and a lot more about epilepsy and mental health issues.
Well, Femi, thank you. Thank you for coming on, for giving time to be a speaker and being part of this event. But equally, thank you for helping in that process of destigmatizing mental health and being open about the your feelings and emotions and the way that you're impacted by it. So.
Yeah, and thank you too, especially Michelle. You reached out to me last year, and I was like, I don't think I'm ready to, do something like this. And this year, I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna give it a try, and I did. And
I'm so glad. I'm very glad you did. I appreciate your story very much. Thank you for sharing.
All right.
Excellent. Okay.
Very good. Well, Dan, we just finished Africa. We're halfway through. 24 hours.
We are. Yep.
Let me give us. Go ahead.
Another 12 whole hours to go.
Amazing. Before I take my nap, I am going to give a shout out to our sponsors: Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. They all have tents, rooms, tables, virtual space over in the community tent. Go over and give them some love, show them why it's important that they're part of here. Plus, you could win prizes. They have all kinds of fun stuff going on. We also have a photo booth. You can go snap your photo in the photo booth. That's sponsored by Multicollab and DreamHost. Tweet it out. We want to see it. Put it on Twitter with the hashtag WordFestLive. Also, thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. And in the community tent of the next hour, Cloudways has their breezy tent takeover with Dimmy, and I'm not even going to try to say the last name because I know that I won't say it right. But Dimmy will be over there on the Cloudways tent. We do have about a 15-minute break now, so go ahead and check out the tent. Find that button, make a donation to Big Orange Heart as well. We would love to see you contribute to the growth of our community and the offerings that we have in the way that we can support remote workers.
Excellent. And we will see you back on the hour in the European time zone.
Absolutely. Well, I won't see you. I have a date with my bed, but I will see you all in South America. Take care.
My website crashed again. I give up.
No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you?
It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects.
Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Hello, Kim. Welcome.
Hello.
Good to see
Welcome.
you. We
Good to
have
see you
made
again.
halfway through WordFest Live. We are at that halfway point. 12 hours in, 12 hours more to go.
I am fresh meat. I am here for the next 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm possibly a little on the stale side of the meat at the moment. But good to see you. Thank you for joining us. If you are here watching WordFest Live, we appreciate you being here. Thank you for being part of this event. WordFest Live is a 24-hour festival of WordPress. We are here to celebrate the people, the technology, and the big orange heart of WordPress. WordFest Live not only delivers a festival, educational content, wellness sessions, and networking opportunities, but it is also a fundraiser for Big Orange Heart. So please, if you are able to, on the menu on the left-hand side there, open it up, hit that donate button. Every single penny goes directly into Big Orange Heart. No matter what size of donation, it all has an impact on the delivery of free wellbeing and mental health support within our remote working community. So please do, if you are able to, hit that link. WordFest Live is a 24-hour opportunity for the WordPress community to come together and feel less isolated, learn from one another, and be present with each other.
And I'm excited to kick off the first Europe speaker. This is Tammy Lister with Designing Remote. Tammy is a designer passionate about open source and human-centered experiences. She is a longtime contributor to WordPress, and her contribution work continues by being sponsored through XWP, where she works as a full-time designer. Her experience working remotely in design is vast, from leading design to creating products and collaborating with a range of different teams. But first, let's hear a quick message from our sponsors.
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls. It's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh, great. My website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me. You. From the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa. Yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Hello. Oh, my slides seem to be coming through in a really exciting color. I hope that everyone doesn't see the exciting colors that I see, but let's continue anyway. Hello, today I'm going to be talking about designing remote. And
My slides aren't skipping through. So how do you design something when everyone is remote? And are there particular challenges that arise from this? You might be, for example, be wondering where design fits in the product cycle and how even can a designer flourish when remote. I want today to explore how you can design remotely and how potentially it can be better at times than in person. This includes ideation, feedback, collaboration, and the entire process. We expect in-person collaboration, be it over a cup of tea or in an office. So how does these expectations transfer, and how do we create a workspace that isn't curated? How can design happen when the client isn't there or visitable, when you don't get to go to the users that you are creating for? So first, a little bit about why I advocate so strongly for this as an option for design and how I truly understand it can work. I've now worked for over 2 decades remote, and this has included a range of roles, types of work, and functions. I've worked on product-focused teams, and I've worked in agencies, and I've worked everything that you could really imagine that has been designing remote. And what it happens is this really works for me because I found a way to make it actually work remote. And more on that a little bit later, but I think that that is really a key point. I work currently at XWP and have recently moved to a role as a lead designer. My passion is how can design work effectively, remotely, in collaboration. So let's look at some points around remote. I like to think of this really as the foundations to making remote work. Async should mean async. If you bear with me a second, I am actually going to try and share a different screen a second because I think this is coming through really weirdly, if you don't mind a second. So I'm going to do on the spot, try and share just a window and try and share my slides. So they are going to be a little bit less dramatic for you. And I hope that's a case. So hopefully that is a better color. I'm going to wait for a thumbs up that that's a slightly better color for everybody. Because whilst I love color, I think that was really exciting color coming through. So let's look at some points around remote. I like to think of these as a foundation to making remote work. And the first of these is async means async. Async should always mean async. I'm going to say that again, because if you are committed to being remote, this means being remote, not trying to fake in person. Embrace async. Embrace the powers of time zones. Now, remote doesn't mean you are isolated. This is a misconception that many have about being remote and leads them to feeling it isn't for them. Remote working means finding what that means for you, and it might mean different things for each person, even in a company. Video less. Video isn't the answer to communication or connections. In fact, it generally is the problem with fatigue and overuse. Consider if indeed it always needs to be on. How can other methods that are inclusive of time zones, life, and bandwidth be embraced? So in other words, always leave a trace is key when working distributed, and even more so when designing remote. From documentation for others to even ensuring you have leave for yourself that documentation. There needs to be handbooks, documented flows, because to a certain extent, more structured helps too in communication. Another part of this is not just leaving a meeting without notes or having without an agenda. Summarize, ensure points get pulled out of what I kind of summarize as flimsy communication. And that would be Slack or conversations that you have during Zoom chats, if you do have them, and into solid spaces like tickets and information forms, like Jira or a GitHub ticket. Don't over tool. So likely the answer to any problem isn't a new tool. It also probably isn't an overly complicated spreadsheet. Although those are darn tempting because more people have to understand without explaining, because this whole thing, like when you're remote, you don't necessarily, unless you have documentation, you don't have that ability to show as much. So someone might be coming on when you're not around to give them that walkthrough. So think about that someone might have to understand without explaining when you are working remote. The simpler is the better. Now, I've lost count of the amount of tools that have claimed they are going to revolutionize the way that I work remote. Spoiler, they don't. And remote doesn't mean always on. This is perhaps the hardest lesson of most people working remote. Your life needs to also happen. Being remote opens up the option for your life to happen, but it also opens up the temptation for it to become work. So it's important when we start to think about this to consider at least 3 areas of designing remote, and I'm going to focus on those as I'm kind of talking through here. That is the designer, the practitioner themselves, the team, the design lead, those supporting design also comes under this as well as part of the team that's collective, and the process, how design actually fits within that process and how design gets done. And I'm going to look at each of these in a little bit more detail. So first, how is the designer impacted by being remote? Because this is where you start with being remote and design remote. There are many benefits to being a remote designer. For example, you can create your own space to fuel your creativity and design at your own pace. You might have the ability to work on projects that you would possibly not have access to otherwise due to your location or your life state. A lot of the impact of the designer comes if they have a team or not. This is why I strongly advocate for only senior or very established and confident designers to go alone in the remote journey. And that's the alone bit. It can be lonely and it can need a very particular mindset towards self-reliance and growth. That's not saying you are going to have issues. It's just saying that teams of designers founded on being remote and around thriving in that tend to thrive more. For a designer at the start of their journey, joining an existing remote team formed and set up can be incredible, but it has to have the support in place to both give that for the apprenticeships and your new adventure in remote. And yes, there are a lot of benefits being remote, and for many it's healthier. And if you have a long-term health condition, for example, being able to adapt your space to suit can really be perfect and help you work to your body and mind's flow and pace. It can be incredible. Similarly, you might be supporting someone along with being remote. Maybe you're a carer or you need to also balance family needs. This is where remote can complement your life and unite with it not becoming a friction. However, not everyone is the same. Some need different ground to flourish in. And the worst thing you can do is presume one remote way is the way to design remote. You are a designer, so create the remote space as works for you. And you're working with designers as well. So if you are someone that is also trying to do this for designers, consider that. And as a designer yourself, literally design it and find your space. It will not be possibly in isolation. It might be a collaborative space. Remote should mean what works for you, not against you. You have that opportunity to do this. The team is where truly the power of designing remote can be unlocked. If you get the right team combination, it can be priceless. Now, this doesn't have to be a project or a product-focused team. It might also be a practice team where all the designers unite. The key is, though, having people focused on that aspect. That can be really hard for remote designers of growth, sustainability, and support. So there are a few key flows that I would like to share in establishing designer health in this situation. And that's multiple and frequent feedback channels. These also should vary in levels, from group feedback sessions to one-on-ones and quick check-ins of work, async and Slack perhaps. The next is to have an established onboarding process with onboarding buddies if possible with people in the same time zones. Consider alternative methods of communication to video. That's kind of one of your main flows. Really consider this. And also provide summary notes of any meeting and a video for anyone that's can kind of not make that. It is incredibly, we likely never, a requirement someone should actually attend a video. So respect for life really should happen to those people that are working remote. Create ways to be inspired. This could be shared resources, inspiration boards. Maybe you have some speakers. Maybe you ask your designers to speak to each other. Start creating that culture where sharing links is the norm. Inspiration is that fuel that your team runs on and bonds together, and that will raise up the quality of design. It's essential for the team to have moments of connection, be it drop-in chats, shared memes, whatever bonds and connects, crosses boundaries, literal countries and time zones and languages. That's really important when you're working remote. And someone might wake up to a meme that just changes their day and makes it so much more positive because they had that. Meetups could be amazing, but they shouldn't be needed. If you think of your team and if it fits having them and everyone on the team can attend and it doesn't cause stress or maybe just one person is going to be super stressed by it, don't do a meetup if that's the case. It might impact those that can't come. Each team is different, and often in remote culture, you can get really carried away thinking that meetups solve, but they actually make remote not remote. They don't actually solve the problem of remote. They just make it not remote. So leading a remote design team, or any team in fact remote, is a different experience. Above all, as a lead, remember the foundations of being a designer remote. Take the same time for yourself. It's going to be demanding. Leading a team remote, you're going to need to fill yourself with inspiration, recharge yourself, and create the best possible space you can to lead design remotely, to create a space for that design community to thrive. Depending on the levels in your team, your approach may vary. And I will note that leading non-seniors is a whole different approach for remote. It's rewarding and energizing, but that's something should have a cautious full structure. My advice there is have a solid design practice before hiring for up-and-coming roles, for example, if at all possible, which I know in this market for design right now is really an ideal state. It's a really competitive market. So here's a few tips if you find yourself in that position of leading. Give those who have one-on-ones with the choice in their connection formats. For those who may be overwhelmed by Zooms, they might welcome async with you because they may be having to communicate all the time in a language that's not their first language. And just being able to take that pause and step back, it might be really important to them. Know the time zone of all those on your team, so you always know and are sensitive to any meetings for them. With your other leads that you collaborate with, consider using a project board over streams of tasks in text or docs. Remember those flimsy forms of communication? Try not to do that. Before you start any one-on-one, ask a little bit before if the designer is in a space for that. Life might be happening around them, so they have the option to change. That meeting is their meeting, not your meeting. If you have really, really crucial feedback to give, or something that's time sensitive, or something that's really, really important, arrange a meeting outside of that. Give feedback to designers frequent and often. Have clear paths of growth for each designer that creates a sense of belonging and outlined roles. This really then allows people to know and see where they are going and choose their adventure that you then support them on. It's their career journey after all. It's not yours, so they should steer it, not you. So handbooks really play to the foundation of always leaving a trace. For designers, the handbook is really, really crucial. It should contain workflows, templates, tips, resources, the knowledge and insights to be passed on and grown that create the bedrock of the design practice. Be really, really mindful that everyone learns differently, so have a range of resource types. Having those principles to guide and workflows ensures easier understanding, legibility, and measuring. This is even more important when designing remote than in person, although I would argue it's key to growing any design practice. If you have no common space in person, the handbooks really are that guiding light. So measuring the health of a team is crucial, just like the health of the designer itself. By bringing in design practice health checks, you can gauge what is going on with the practice. This is important to both see the problem now and before it happens. You can also get to see the impact of something. If you use a scale that maybe has 3, so you can see like the mid, so when it's just about to tip either direction, it's really, really important. And one key of this is also setting a regular expected cadence for that feedback and for leadership listening to turn to action. Those steps are really critical because listening without action is performance, not collaboration. So let's look now at perhaps something, how you can start creating with that process remote. And this is form based on my current work within XWP, and it fits the agency model a little bit. However, it's not going to be that different depending on where you work. And also, I think you're going to know this, it's not that different from not remote. And that's kind of what I want to share today. It doesn't have to be that different as well. I will also go through, as I show, some tools and processes that can also be used to help. So here's the life cycle of the project. Doesn't look that different, right? You go discovery, you have design, you have iterations, feedback, design testing, and launch. I'm also aware that this is an ideal, and life and projects happen. And this has, but by you understanding and having this flow and as a project and as a team and as a company and as you all having this foundation that you work to, you can adapt and you can, no matter really what happens, you can have this shared understanding and adapt as what's coming. So the first of these is discovery. This can also be framed as diagnosing what's in the box. And tools for this include FigJams, Miro, and maybe even spreadsheets. I really find that often you go back to a spreadsheet. It's shared, it's a good async tool, and honestly, you can process really easily with it. Keep it super simple though, don't get it too complicated. This is all about audit, finding the unknowns, and then you can cut the cloth. And this is really, really important. I would say almost more important when you're working remote, because you can work async and you can really start collaborating and start having those plans. Planning is incredibly important when you're doing this type of work. Now, user research might also be done here. Remote can and should have this. You can share your screen doing remote though. And this is often something that's asked, how do you do user research when you're remote? Well, you actually have more access to people when you're remote because you don't have to go somewhere. You can share your screen, you can share a link, you can share a site or a prototype. There are so many incredible tools and methods now to explore. And although you might do this also later in usability testing too, the same applies. And you have more options this way. So next, you have the sprint or feedback loop as you enter design. This is a creation and you're starting with those design foundations. You're getting everything in place and you move through those fidelity forms up to prototypes. So the wireframes and working all the way up. Again, feedback, testing all can and should happen. It's that loop that you enter as you're going into this. And you can use tools really, really similar that you use within discovery to this. I wanted to flag something that quite often happens within design. Say you use a tool such as Figma, which has commenting. You really want to try and avoid comment ping pong in Figma. And this is where everyone dives in and just starts adding comments. It's really, really difficult to kind of work that way. So one method is to take those and summarize them. Another method is to have an opening and closing space for that. You can do that, but just be aware that you need some focused time to work and design needs that space to happen as well. So it's important to see iteration as a step itself. Once you have the form of the design, enter an open stage of pure iteration. You will have done all that along, but this is where everyone comes together and forms collectively. Again, the same tools. And this might be if budget and time allows, where more in-depth usability testing can happen. And during development, the role of design is really still key. You initially are the documenter. You're telling the story of the design as it was created, and you're passing that knowledge on. This can be done with so many tools. And if you're using a design system, you might use something like Storybook. That knowledge may be easier shared, that story easier told. But the basic form of this, kind of MVP, is documenting things in ticket form. Design testing is just like code review, but for design. And I would argue that any project with a designer should have this if you are possibly able to. So what this does is it helps all those involved in testing and ensures the upholding of the design vision. After all, we do the same with code reviews. So tool-wise, ensuring you have a solid video and GIF capturing is key. I really like, it's a kind of little tool called Annotate. You can draw kind of big circles and big arrows. It's very therapeutic. And it's up to you. And having a log of this, a simple spreadsheet, again, and a folder of images, it really does the job, because the key is about communicating, documenting and logging. The tool has to fit your team. And as long as everyone understands what you're using, doesn't matter how lo-fi it is, that's the point. And finally, we get to launch. A key point though is to not forget a retro. And I strongly advise, even if you're not following a form of Agile, you have some reflection point. This means you collectively get to look, analyze, and see what you can do better. Take that and iterate. It's incredibly useful for remote teams as it brings everyone together. It can also identify what tools and communication flows need iterating and that kind of work. And it's so important with this type of work remote to always be iterating. So one thing to touch on is how to run a workshop remotely, because this is kind of the backbone of a lot of work that designers do. And on the surface, it can really seem a little harder to create in remote, but they don't have to be. A few tips can be really to think about initially how to create the environment. And you can really start to do this by thinking about how to make the same space for everybody. Maybe it's a playlist, or even suggesting that everyone tries the same tea. Just something that really gets everyone in the same space. Maybe you can actually run it async. Now, a lot of these workshops can actually be run async and don't actually have to have everyone attending. The same thing goes for workshops, that goes for most things when you're doing remote. You probably don't need to have that meeting, and you probably don't need to have that workshop live. Yes, for some things in discovery, or you're working, or you're doing a particular form of research, you may need to actually do that workshop live. But if you're having, say, a feedback session, and you were having a particular feedback on something, you could maybe frame that in a certain way using maybe FigJam or Miro, and you wouldn't need to actually be doing that live. Offer an outline of the workshop before. This way, preparation can happen for people. It might be that they said yes to that meeting, but a lot had to happen before that. They come from back-to-back meetings. It might be that they are still learning the language that you're speaking, so they would need preparation. It might be that they have an awful lot going on, so they need some time. So just remember that their life is happening. So give them an outline of that workshop before, and allow them that time for preparation. Tools you can use are vast, the same as I've been saying all the way through. Anything that allows that collaboration and gets everyone in that space, even Post-its with people just holding them up, whatever works to get people really working together. Summarizing that workshop as soon as possible is really, really important. Thinking about how you share that, depending on the sensitivity and the openness and the safe space that you've created, but also document how you created that workshop, because it's really important to share that information so that someone can use that again. Again, respecting that space. If you can record a video and share that maybe with those that attend, if everyone has agreed. But some situations, it is okay. It's going to be okay to share it. For example, maybe if you're just doing a feedback session, that's totally okay. If you're just doing a design feedback or some discovery that you need to kind of come back and it's user research. But if it's team personal feedback that you're collectively doing, like a rosebud thorn exercise or something like that, you may not be able to do that. And you may want to create that safe space, so you might not want to record. But what you might want to do at the end is you might want to summarize. So tools matter, both in the sense of not having too many and choosing the right ones for the team, evolving as that team changes. So consider having a design system, a source of truth, and also how this translates into code. This speaks 1,000 words. Have a standard everyone works to as a team. For example, consider principal roles, advocates who can grow into feedback and curators, guardians for the process, and supporters for those creating design. These will ensure no matter who is designing, it will all be of a baseline quality. Spread the knowledge around, pour into multiple cups, share that design knowledge that you have grown within your community, and pass that legacy of design on from designer to designer. But yes, you guessed it, process also needs a health check. Be sure to consider if something is working, and if not, iterate, change. Don't over-tool. Don't create process for process sake. Take time to reflect. Don't always innovate and reinvent the wheel. Check in on things in progress, and don't constantly run new initiatives after new ones, thinking without proving other ones right. So I hope I've shown that designing remote isn't so different from designing in any other situation. It can be a whole lot more beneficial, but it isn't about one space and way of working for everyone. These opportunities for creating that space are more open when you design remote, to explore methods you might not be able to before. And designing remote isn't unlike designing anything remote work-wise. It does have some unique challenges and adaptations needed, just like any discipline has its own unique purposes. But how we design remote is brewing still. As more share their processes and their paths, and it's a long path that we're all on together, the practices are growing and evolving. This is incredible, and I would love, if you're on that journey, that you share that with me as we explore. So thank you. Here are my details, and I really hope I have some time for some questions. Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
We do have some time for questions, but thank you so much for that talk. I was deeply inspired by it because I play the role of designer in my team, but I'm kind of the only one, so I never have to collaborate remotely on design. And it sounds deeply challenging, but you've kind of made a path to how it could be clearer. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well done, Tammy. As a non-designer, I learned a lot of
Mm.
things during that talk. But I think there's things that you said too that just resonate with remote teams in general,
Mhm.
which I do have one of those. And so I think there was a lot of good tips there actually that anybody could learn from.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see what questions we have.
Well, this was a question that was in the chat. What would you recommend first for a team that's looking at all these recommendations and not quite sure where to start? What's like a good impact or a good first step toward improving your async design?
I would ask the team. And this is the interesting thing. All too often, if you're the design lead or so everyone's like super energetic if they become a design lead, or they suddenly get like more than one designer. Design team is 2 people. Right? And they're like, we're going to implement everything, including the spoon. And then they just don't pause, and they don't take audit, and they don't think of all the things they could possibly do, and they don't take audit of everything. There's this exercise called rose thorn bud or rosebud thorn, however you want to pronounce it, which basically looks at all the things that have blossomed and are great, and all the things that are a little bit prickly, and that maybe you don't want to do, and all the things that are budding, and it's an exercise where you sort things, and going through like just a collective exercise like that together, or maybe doing like a health check together, just taking a pulse where you are, what you're doing. And then you also have a baseline. Like, we wouldn't change our product without thinking about where we're going to go. And we'd also have a roadmap for our product. And your team is a product, or at least I think a team is a product. And that's not that we're products. It's more that you should be creating an experience, and you should be like thinking of it as methodically as you are of the work that you're doing, and as respectfully. And if you're just implementing something and not checking whether it's working, then you're not. So just pause. You might have had a good idea that you're just not using fully. There may be someone on your team who has a skill that you just aren't implementing. And that's the problem with all these books of like, hey, you might be this talking like, oh, there's 20 things I want to implement. Might not be right for your team. So check in your team, and then maybe share some of the ideas that I've shared with the team in that rose thorn bud, and then just kind of have that discussion collectively, and then plot, just do one by one, very, very methodically. Take your time. Change one thing a quarter, that's great.
That is excellent advice. I think too, often you just read the book and then you go to town on it, but you're absolutely
correct. It's not written for your team unless it's about your team. It's written like, or these like design org books or org books are written like for the middle, or they're written for that person's team experience, right? They're not written for your team. And you have to kind of remember that when you're implementing something.
So maybe this is a question for Tammy and Kim, since both of you are design people. But as you were talking, Tammy, and about process and order and all of this stuff, I always think of like our design teams as our creative people, and how like difficult it can be to sort of like the rosebud exercise sounds amazing. But maybe some of our creative design teams, I can imagine like maybe having difficulty getting everybody like on that track. So how, like specifically for those exercises, like how do you get everybody together?
Do you want to go first, Kim? Or want me to?
I'm a team of one, so I don't count.
Okay.
Fair.
Designers, like, it's like saying like every engineer or every designer, right? And I think this is kind of interesting. And there are a lot of myths about what design. She says wearing dark round glasses and dark black clothing. But honestly, like a lot of designers, like I'm a designer who loves organization and I love systems, but I also like super love creative space. A lot of designers love order. Design is about constraints. Designers love research. Workshopping is like the backbone of most designers because it gives us a creative space to think in, and it opens that creative energy. It's kind of a really interesting thing. If you create a space for open a space for creative energy, it directs that. Design without direction is kind of just like mayhem. And most designers will appreciate that. I think you also just have to notice who's on your team and notice what the people on your team appreciate. Always make these exercises. So if I was running that and I just had a designer on my team that just wasn't into that, I would say they could do it async. And they absolutely, or they could draw it, or they could do a strip, any way that they felt they could participate to it, right? They could add their ideas. And I think there's always being creative around that is something I find super challenging as well.
I love that.
I think too,
meeting people where they are too.
Yeah.
Can I add
like having stuff is awesome. Sorry, Kim.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say that I think that these meetings, having someone be kind of leading it and in charge. So rather than, we're all collaborating equally in this meeting, making sure someone's kind of structuring the meeting, running the meeting, accountable for what comes out of it, has maybe the final say, can help. I found that with my team anyway, that you can debate things and come to these impasses, or you can say, well, we're going to do it this way because I'm ultimately the decision maker here.
Yeah, I think all too often, and design is a multi-discipline practice, from UX to UI to, there's so many different hats, and they all have different things and different colors and different materials. And that is the beauty. It's like engineers have different capabilities. And I think if you have a design team, and that's like, as you progress, and it's very different, it used to be a designer. And now I would highly, and this kind of segues a little bit, I would highly recommend you build a team of these different roles that complement, because when you get that, you get your design transformer and then you get all of those perspectives, because one designer cannot do it all. They can try, but you're going to like split yourself in so many directions in a beautiful way. But, there's something about really trying to be respectful of all those different things. I often describe it as like, when you're playing a game and you have your skill levels, like designers have different skills when you're rolling a character, right? And that's the beautifulness of it, that you can do that. You can have all these different varieties of designers now. Yeah.
I'll ask this question. It's from someone watching named Brenda. Brenda asks, 90% of the meetings I attend have no agenda. It's like a top secret mission. This is ridiculous. Tammy, do you send out agendas along with meeting requests?
If I ever have the possibility, yes. And I also try and open a Google Doc so that I will have addition to it. I value agendas, mainly because a couple of reasons. One, I like to know whether I'm needed in that meeting, not because I'm not is it worthwhile me going, but I don't want to turn up to a meeting feeling I'm intrusive. And it's an interesting slant to that, right? Rather than I don't want to know everything and be on every meeting. I want to know whether it's purposeful me being there and it's time effective for me to be there, which is a completely different, I don't want to be hey, every meeting I got to go to. So that's one thing. The other thing is I really like to know how I should prepare. So I want to know, should I have brought my homework? I'm that person. I'm that designer. And also I just think it's fair. Again, if it's not in your language, you could prepare something that you maybe wanted to say for that meeting. You could practice it. It's a small thing, but being able to practice that one paragraph of something that you could say in that meeting, it could be really important for you to do that. I want to make sure I have data if I need it, so that I can be like, boom, a link. I want to be able to maybe have some sketches if I know that like something's been discussed, so I can visually back up something. Because sometimes with me, words get a bit kaflopted. I love that English word, but like confused and like, and then I can just go visual, and then everything's okay when I do that, right? So yeah, just clarity, and just I love the good methodology. In XWP, we have amazing project managers, and they just lead us through most meetings, and it's so valued, where we just go through the agenda like in a beautiful way. I love it.
That's awesome. We have another question too from Paul. So Paul says, any suggestions for those very small budget projects where the time is super tight? So finding space for all of the steps you spoke about within these micro business clients.
Yeah, that's the adaptableness again. For all of that, look at the budget first. And I think that's the practical. So when I've worked on a project and I've just been paid a salary, haven't had to do that because I've been working on a product and I've not had to necessarily worry about implementation. I haven't had to worry about that. I work in an agency now. It's a different space, and that is great. It gives me the perspective I had early in my career, and it definitely is a different world. But you really have to look at the budget and look at, that's how much cloth I can buy. That's how much cloth that this client needs, and what are we going to kind of come up with. There is always an adaptability. You still have a process. Like designers always have a process they follow. There's a baseline you're going to go through. There's a line you're not going to cross through, right? None of what I showed has to be cut in that process. You can just do minimal. You could do like an hour, 30 minutes, right? You can still go through doing each bit of it. It's just having a process, them darn words that are going through, and just it's that bringing like some pace, slowing the pace down with design. Design can be very frenzy sometimes when you're in that creative space, and it's great and it's amazing. Like I'm currently working on design, and I'm in that space where I'm in the creative space, right? And I can lose hours doing that. I did yesterday, and that's awesome. But you also then have to pull yourself out of that and just be very kind of pace when you're doing it. In particular, when you're working on like a low-hanging fruit project where you're just like, okay, we have 4 hours that we agreed to make X go higher, whatever. You have to do that, and just have data metrics would be the big one to kind of check against that design would be doing.
I'm going to throw up the next question. This is one that I have because it's interesting to me. You talked about doing retros at the end of projects. We call them postmortems, which retros sounds a lot nicer. Postmortem sounds pretty scary. But how do you structure that process? Is that done async, or is that done in a meeting?
So I think it depends, and it's really choose your own adventure here. I've had them done a number of ways. I've liked the recent form I had, I really enjoyed, which was async. I love the post-it format. I don't know, even if it's virtual, there's something about it. I just love a good like post-it. It can be in a spreadsheet, it can be in Miro. I don't care. There's something about it. And then a meeting to discuss it, I think is kind of good. But you have to be careful with those meetings, because those meetings can run. And then again, summarizing an action. But that's the thing, the summarizing an action, I think, is so important at the end, because if you just do whatever you do there and then you don't do anything from it, it's performance. And that's not really useful, right? It's the whole, it's this whole kind of cycle. Like sometimes we do things because we're like, check, next thing in the process. But really like taking action from any time we get feedback is crucial. We always do it because if a client gives us feedback, we're like, oh, we've got to take action on it, right? But the same goes if a team person gives feedback. And also if it comes down this way, we always seem to give feedback. Like we always take action on it way quicker than we do this way sometimes. But this way, I would say it needs some actions as well. So it's that loop. just making sure anytime you get feedback, just that rule, make sure that it gets turned into action, or there's a reason why it didn't, and there's that communication flow, right? It's so easy when you are remote to be like, what's going on with the team? Where's my career progressing? I'm not going to have anything. Nobody loves me. I'm stuck in a corner. Nobody talks to me. It's super easy, right? To feel like that, right? So to get those feelings of team, anything you can do to make someone feel, and not completely like overwhelming them, but just make someone feel like, okay, here's the communication, here's what's going on, not constant communication. And then they know what's going on. They know that their feedback was valued. They know something happened. So.
I love it. I love that it's an opportunity to have a tiny celebration about progress. Also, you can start your retro with that. Yeah.
And even if you didn't launch, we learned something from that, because projects happen. You know.
Well, here's another question. As you all are mentioning things, do you like using fun apps like where you do eat cake or tacos? There's this other one I've been getting ads for lately, to sort of help celebrate those milestones and those collaborations.
I haven't used them, but I've seen like donut chats used in a space I was before, and I really kind of like that. It's not talking about donuts, sadly, but it's like you're in a channel and it pairs people up. I think that's the best way to describe it. That's pretty good. I've also seen a kind of manual way of celebrating like birthdays and anniversaries and things like that. I think that's super awesome because it recognizes people. I think you have to be careful of like channel fatigue is the only thing I would say with Slack. It's the same as Zoom. There are certain things like group your channels, use emojis for work because it makes things better. Mute channels frequently. Like you might, like for me, I'm weird about leaving channels. It's a me thing. But I'm okay about muting them. Don't know, it's a me thing. So that works for me. But it shows, right? I share because it shows each person's different, right? Some people just like leave, right? And I also group because that just helps me with my cognitive load. Seeing like a big list of channels, no. Seeing like groups with happy emojis makes me okay. Everyone has like their Slack flows in different ways, but I honestly think anything that everyone agrees to and checking on these tools. Again, it's that checking on tools. So if something is like causing overwhelm and as a company grows, it's really, really important, because something that worked at maybe 10 people, maybe we work at like 100, 1,000. And hopefully, if everything goes well, you're going to get more people if you want.
I'm doing a time check for us.
I'm all for like Giphy's good. I quite like that. But I'm all for like self-personalization, I think is also, I also think self-personalization is really good as well. I have this thing about like corgi gifs, and also like encouraging people to add like emojis, I think is really important. So like emoji, I think it's really, different companies I've joined have different emojis. I think there's something about that, like a kind of cross-bonding as well.
For sure.
I'm going to ask one again that kind of was on my mind. When you're leading a design team and giving feedback, how do you avoid falling into the just do it yourself, fix it mode versus the feedback that really helps evolve and grow that team member? How do you juggle that inclination?
So first of all, you sit on your hands. Wave from the keyboard. You just have to, I think the big one is you have to move into mentorship space. And I think that kind of is, it's literally a different mindset, right? From there's a doing and there's a mentoring. And that is how I see it. It helps me because it's really easy to go like, oh, give me the steering wheel, right? That's what we kind of say in England. Like, I want to drive. That teaches nobody learns doing that surprise. Even if you're like, I'll screen share and show you, doesn't teach them. What maybe if they ask, And so there has been situations where you're explaining, they'd be like, I still don't understand, or ask and say like, I'm going to like guide you. And you will get to a point maybe where you're just like, I'm giving you feedback, and have cutoff points and check-ins, because you could give structured feedback until every farm animal comes home if that person is not understanding the structured feedback you are giving them and they are just completely having a problem. You need to have either a learn up with them, or you need to pair them with someone who is their peer who knows something. That is a really good way, because then they're not in your space and then they're with a peer. That's golden, because then they don't feel they have to perform in front of you as a lead. It's super good as well. But just remember that you were once given the gift of mentorship and you are passing that on, and that person didn't take the steering wheel from you. So you now are in the position you're in. So if you do that to that person, they won't be able to do this in the future. It's kind of like a little thing of like, it's this cycle. And if you want that person, and I always do, to be successful, you kind of don't want to do it. Sit on your hands.
Love it. Well, thank you so much. We've so much appreciated you and entertaining all of our questions, because we had so many.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, team. We appreciate you. And next is thanks to our sponsors, Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and WeChat. So be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You may even win some prizes. Also, don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth, which is sponsored by Multicollab and DreamHost, and get out with our favorite hashtag, WordFestLive. So thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. And Kimberly, you want to tell them about the community tent?
Sure. In the next hour, if you head over to the community tent, you'll meet with Cloudways. They have their hourly giveaway with a special guest activity. WeGlot is having Iban Ozikitia join with their session, How Can Community Help You Get a Job? So thank you so much. We're going to break for a moment, and then we'll be back for our next session. You make all our big orange hearts full.
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh, great. My website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me. You. From the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa. Yeah.
Discover WeGlot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add WeGlot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Hello. Welcome back, Kim. Hi, Chris.
Howdy.
Joining us live right now is Chris Wegman, one of our WordFest organizers. Sorry, I'm tripping on my words. This WordFest, we're taking some time to get to know all of our organizers, why they have volunteered for this huge job, what they do when they're not WordFesting, and to learn a little bit more about the people who are contributing to a big orange heart. So welcome, Chris, and thank you for being here with us.
Thanks for having me.
We'll start
Okay,
with
Kim, what do we
basic
want to
one.
ask Chris first?
Oh, I want to know what your role has been in WordFest.
Sure, I've been the speaker deputy, helping Michelle Frechette put together the schedule, sign up speakers, all that kind of fun stuff.
That's a
Did
busy
you also work
role.
on it, like approving talks and kind of queuing up how the interesting talks we're having?
Not so much approving. It was the group. We did a vote system for approving. I mean, there was some shuffling as to if 7 talks were all rated as wonderful and they could only speak at this slot or something, that we had to arrange. But the group itself actually picked the talks. It was pretty democratic, if you will, with some blind voting. But then just trying to arrange the schedule with Dan and Michelle and keep everything moving was a lot of the goal.
Perfect.
That's awesome. So, Chris, obviously you volunteer for anything that you volunteer for because you care about it so much. And so for you, like, why do you think WordFest is important?
It's outside of the WordCamp Central, which I think is a good thing these days. Anything that's not so centralized around the foundation is a good thing. The mission for remote work, I've been at some companies that were not very friendly to remote workers, and COVID's of course changed that equation completely, some for the better, some for the worse. So its mission to support remote work has been something that's kind of dear to my heart over the years.
Yeah,
So
I can
you
understand that for
mentioned
sure.
that other job. What is that full-time job? Do you want to tell us about what you're doing when you're not WordFesting?
Well, my full-time job these days is actually a very remote-friendly company. I'm an engineering manager at WP Engine, where we're working on headless WordPress solutions. We're building a JavaScript library to help connect WordPress to the headless front end much more efficiently.
And what other ways do you contribute to the WordPress community? You've been around for a really long time and in WordPressing. So what other ways do you give back?
I've been moderating the WordPress jobs board for 9 years now. So jobs.wordpress.net. Most of that time, I think I've been the only active monitor or moderator. I still help with WordCamps, local meetups when it's safe to do so again. That type of thing. Not doing so much code anymore, but a lot of coaching and mentoring of folks outside, like in their own jobs, things like that.
Maybe we'll move on to the more kind of life topics, because I know Big Orange Heart is all about that work-life balance, that human side of people. Where are you from? Where are you based? Where's home?
Sure. Home these days is Sarasota, Florida, about an hour south of Tampa. Right on the Gulf. We can walk to Siesta Key, is what most folks have heard of.
My mother-in-law lived in Siesta Key for many years. So yeah, I know that area well. Beautiful.
It's we're definitely it's nice. At my age, we're in the younger group again, which feels pretty good.
That's funny. You get all of the late night dinner reservations. No problem getting a table at 8 o'clock or something.
Yeah, these days everything's crowded, but that's historically the issue. Don't go to a restaurant at 3 or 4. Go at a little bit later.
That's awesome. That's my style. What else do you do for fun? Like, what keeps you busy in your free time?
These days, just taking it easy. A lot of writing, a lot of reading, and just relaxing, not worrying so much about working 24 hours a day or building plugins on the side and all that. So no major hobbies these days, just really taking it easy and trying to learn instead of do everything.
I think that's a message the last couple years of the pandemic have taught me, that, we often think of beginning to live that way in our 60s, but we could start living that way a little bit now and have more health in our lives, more balance now, and just kind of appreciate, I have young kids. Lindsay, I know you have young kids. They're not going to be young when I'm in my 60s. They're young now, and they kind of like me more, I think, than they will when they're adults. So it's fun to just be in the everyday moment more.
Absolutely.
So you're doing all of this reading. What are some books that you would suggest for the rest of us?
Oh, geez.
I know, like, that's a major on this question. Sorry, Chris. No warning
That's
there.
a tough one because I got full disclosure. I was supposed to do this interview in 4 hours, so I expected, and I turned the computer on. I've been sick the last couple of days, and Dan's like, "Hey, can you do it right now?" So I'm not quite
Awesome.
ready for that question.
So we need to do
be honest.
softballs. We need to do softballs.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of.
How about if you can't think of one, or let it process, I want to read what that sign is in your home. Does it say "Embrace Happy"?
Let's see.
Can you see that? That's nice.
Hard to aim the laptop there,
Choose
but
happiness. Choose happiness is my motto. I love that. Don't stop.
it
Smile
used
at
to
a
be above my
stranger.
monitor, and at that point it was kind of a reminder. Admittedly, I've switched my desk around now, so I can't see it as easily, but it's still a good reminder for a lot of things.
That's a good mantra, especially like living in sunny Florida. As somebody who's in the Midwest, and we go through such weather fluctuations, like, I think it'd be much easier, I think, to embrace happiness every day if I got to walk outside and be by a beach. It just gives a good, I don't know, a good start to the day to smell the ocean.
I miss seasons. I'm so tired of Florida. I can't wait to get out of Florida permanently. 8 months a
Where do
year
you
of
want to go
miserable
next?
heat. We've been talking about Portugal lately.
That's my place. Yeah, that's wonderful. Wonderful place to live.
We had been looking at the Netherlands and Ireland, but not quite warm enough for my wife. So now we've been talking about Portugal, and hopefully in the next couple of years, something different.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
That's very exciting.
Really cool.
Do you have any interesting hobbies aside from the reading and the writing a lot these days? I know a lot of WordPress people are into unique things like baking bread or woodworking or things like this.
Yeah.
I keep promising myself I'm going to go teach flying again. I'm an ex-airline pilot. And for years it was, well, when I pay off the student loans from flight, I can go back to doing it. And now I'm 5 or 6 years past that. And then with COVID and everything, it just hasn't worked out. But I keep hoping to get back that direction. I also got my trumpet out recently, and I need to take that in to get that cleaned up. One of the first jobs I did is one of the first careers I tried to make was a musician. So I keep telling myself I want to get back into that, which would be kind of neat.
That's cool. I did not know that you also play the trumpet. That's fun. Well, tell us and our viewers something else that people may not know about you. What's a fun fact about Chris?
A fun fact. I've had more state driver's licenses than I've had cars. That one always surprises people, especially how often most people go through cars.
You've had to be at the DMV a lot more than I've wanted to.
Next year, if we're still here, will be the first time I've ever renewed a driver's license. And I'll be 45 years old.
You are a traveler.
Wow. And this is by choice, like you love just to kind of move around and discover new places?
Yeah, pretty much. We've lived Illinois, a couple different places, Hawaii, Michigan, Texas, here. So just a lot of move, every few years up until we moved. We've been here 7 years now. So before that, the longest we had made it anywhere was about 2.
It's beautiful you have a partner who wants to do all of this traveling with you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to think of what other questions that we want to know about you, Chris. What are all of the different WordPress jobs you've had? Like you said, you've moved around a couple of times and had different remote environments. So what were those different roles? You don't have to like say companies or anything, but just like all the
Sure.
different various things. I'm curious.
I've kind of run the gambit. I've worked for plugin companies as a developer, a lot of higher ed, enterprise level DevOps type stuff like that, and agencies. And now I'm working for a host. So definitely run the gambit of different areas of WordPress, but all is until the last few months when I went back. I had done management years ago, but doing aviation, and then when I was working on my master's degree, I was running the IT department there. So I had avoided management. So just recently, I've jumped back into management and actually kind of enjoying that. But everything else has been as a developer in WordPress.
Hmm. It surprises me sometimes how many people in our community have been involved in higher ed, like doing WordPress higher ed stuff. I mean, it's just, I feel everywhere. But at the same time, I don't think we talk about it as much because every time I hear somebody saying they come from a university, it always surprises me, but it shouldn't because there are so many people that have spent time doing that.
Well, WordPress multi-site is so tailor-made, it seems, for the university use case, and it's just a natural fit. Just about every university has some, at least some WordPress, if not all over the place.
We had
A
an
lot of folks
intern who
maintain it.
was using WordPress in her courses in higher ed and didn't even know it was WordPress. Then she interned with us and I said, I'm going to show you the admin of our WordPress site. And she said, oh, that's WordPress? I know WordPress. And I didn't even know it was a skill she had because I think it had been so customized in her higher ed environment and so modified that she couldn't connect the two. It was really interesting to me. But you're right, Lindsay. There's a lot of experiences for WordPress use in higher ed, for sure.
Absolutely.
What's your local WordPress
Okay, so Chris,
community? Is there a thriving community there in Sarasota?
There really isn't a meetup. There hasn't been in quite a few years. We're right outside of Tampa. Some would say we're even a suburb of Tampa. So it all kind of blends into the Tampa group. Plus Orlando's close by with a lot going on. And then Miami's not far. So the smaller towns, Fort Myers actually has a really good meetup with Birgit Polly Hack, who had been running that for years. She's actually just moved to Sarasota, but Sarasota kind of very locally didn't have much at all. So I've worked with Jim True up in Tampa quite a bit and some of the Orlando folks quite a bit over the years, but not so much to really local.
that's
There's a lot of
awesome.
opportunities
Well,
for
so I
WordCamps
guess
where you are.
if you're looking at moving to Portugal, will we see you in June at WordCamp Europe?
I doubt it until after the State of the Word fiasco, until WordCamp or the WordCamp Central proves it can run its events safely, I have no intention of participating. We had been, but they botched that one so bad. I want to see them do something safely first.
Understandable. Yeah.
Is there
Okay,
anything you want to
Kim, do you
add or
want
share with
to?
the people here before we sign you off?
No, it's just really great to be part of this organization. This one's been kind of interesting. It's been some word camps and that can be kind of haphazard. Groups change, who runs them change, but Dan and Michelle really have this down to a well-oiled machine. Out of all the organizations I volunteered with, for better or for worse, there was actually less to do here. And it just goes to show how much they've put into it, how much care, how much effort, how mature the events become. And that's really been kind of neat to see. You never know when you step into any organization what the level of maturity is going to be in that org. But this one's really stuck out as one that's done it well, and I've been impressed with that.
That's awesome. Yes, Dan and Michelle, thank you. Thank you to all the volunteers. Thank you, Chris. We're going to transition now to a sponsor interview. This one is with Carrie Wheeler of Nexus. Emily Hunkler met with Carrie earlier to see what makes Nexus special and why they are committed to the WordPress community and to Big Orange Heart.
Hello, everybody. We are here for a community interview with Carrie Wheeler, who is the Chief Operating Officer at Nexus, which is part of the Liquid Web family of brands. And we're so excited to have Carrie here, and we're so grateful to have Nexus and Liquid Web helping to sponsor WordFest and put this on and be such great supporters of Big Orange Heart and what we're trying to do here. So thank you, Carrie. Thank you so much.
Could not be happier to be here. Thanks for having me.
Wonderful. Well, let's jump right into the questions then. As you know, this interview here, we're going to be talking about community, and community is such a big word. What does that term mean at Nexus?
Well, it's interesting. I think even, as far back as when we were founded, community has been a big part of who Liquid Web was as an original company. And then when we acquired Liquid Web in 2015 and then Nexus in 2019, one of the things that has attracted us to it was the talent and the human connection at the company. So culture has always been important to us. And everybody says, well, what does culture mean, right? And for us, it really means that you have a connection to people where you have shared values and shared interests, right? And that could be personal interests, it could be professional interests, but the baseline is that you have this connecting point of shared values and shared interests that gives you some way to be together as humans and not only, kind of go through your life journey yourself, but as part of your community. And at work, we feel like community is where you work, live, and play. And so that's largely how we define community and try to continue to instill a sense of community, both broadly and with unique, sort of segments of our employee population.
I love that, Carrie. I love that it's kind of bringing the interconnectivity into it. So finding a shared interest that as a company you can fall back on and know you all are working towards something, working together, and that's what brings you all together and forms that community within Nexus. That's wonderful. That's really lovely. What are some of those things that you all do there to help nurture a sense of community internally with the team?
Yeah, we have, what I would say is we have sort of what I would call formal and informal ways of nurturing our community here. And we think about it sort of in three categories. The first is, is there a connection, right? Do people have connection with us as a company and our values and goals? And do they have a connection with each other? And peer-to-peer and manager and supervisor and with the executive leadership team, right? So is there some shared sense of connection? And then the second is, do you have recognition, right? And it's not like, hey, I just gave you this award. It's, do you have recognition of the person and the value that they bring to the company, their unique skill set and personality, their unique components as humans, right? The human element of it. And that you're really seeing people for who they are and their contributions to the company. So you're recognizing them as an individual and you're recognizing them as part of our greater ecosystem, right? And that's true both for us here at the company across our brands, but also the WordPress community at large, right? Because we're highly interactive with the WordPress community. And so that extends even outside what I would call our company doors. And then the third is really making sure that we understand, sort of satisfaction, right? And satisfaction is very unique to the individual. But to me, satisfaction means, do you understand the role that you play in our company and the contributions and the value that you bring? And do you understand how it's tied to our shared vision and goals? Do you feel like your colleagues and your employer have your back? So they're there to defend you. They're there to, celebrate you when you do great things. They're there to pick you up when you maybe make a mistake, and that's okay. And, are you compensated fairly, right? So are you satisfied with your job? And so it's really those three things, right? It's connection, recognition, and satisfaction. And we're constantly trying to figure out new and different ways to engage our employee base for each of those three.
That's wonderful to hear. It sounds so dynamic. Also, it sounds like you have a really holistic and dynamic approach to it. Not only making sure that the individuals feel, and I love that term, satisfied, and how you explain it really makes a lot of sense, but also the recognition part of that and recognizing other people's contributions, and not just their work contributions, right? But what their personalities bring to the table and how you can work with that and all of that. That's lovely. Yeah, that's great. That's right. It sounds like you guys have given this a lot of thought, and it makes sense as being such a successful company.
We're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but we sure do try.
That's wonderful. Now you touched on this just a second ago, but what are some of the ways that Nexus contributes to the WordPress community and the remote community? Big Orange Heart is focused on remote workers and all that. So what do you all do there?
Well, over half of our employees now are remote workers. I should say like 100% in COVID are remote workers. But even if we didn't have COVID, over half of our employee base and we have a number of different ways that people contribute, either employees or contractors. We have both US domestic and international. We have people who come into the office even in normal times and people who would be full-time remote. And so we have a very diverse workforce. I would say that some things about it have been great, right? Our technical support organization, which is about 400 people strong, used to be mostly in the office. And now, COVID has really instigated us being a remote workforce. And for a lot of them, that's been an improvement for the better, and they really enjoy it. Having said that, remote does have its challenges. You lose that human element. It's easier to hide behind email and Slack. Right. And I found throughout my career that, when people know each other in person and uniquely, that it's a lot easier to collaborate. And it's a lot harder to sort of move, evade responsibility and accountability. And so, I feel like I'm sort of getting off on a tangent here, but remote work and COVID has really entirely changed how we think about remote work. And so we do a couple things. One is, we make sure that we try to have fun and create the human element that I've been talking about, right? So we have things like hobby Slack channels for knitting and cats and gamers and every kind of hobby you could possibly think of. We have that. We have what my favorite thing, which is called, it's called Hangout Roulette. And that's where every week randomly 6 people are drawn and you get on a hangout for 30 minutes and you just introduce yourself and get to know, and it's random every week. And so we're getting, and I participate, everybody participates, and we get to know each other. And then, so we have all those things, right? We have online euchre tournaments and, all these Slack channels, all these really cool. We have an entire intranet dedicated to different events that we're having that we engage remotely. But I think equally important is, officially we have employee resources for mental health, for counseling, for all different ways to engage in terms of how do I manage the fact that I need childcare, right? How do I manage the fact that I'm an extrovert and I need people attention and I'm not getting that? So we have official corporate resources that we provide for our employees too. And the great thing is that A, they've been using it. B, we know it's making an impact. And C, providers are becoming so much more capable with their toolkit to allow kind of remote interaction for mental health and engagement.
That is amazing. I'm sure so many people who are watching right now are taking notes on how they can, things they can do. The chat roulette, I'm already like, oh, that is an amazing idea. I love it.
We have so much fun with it. It's like one of my favorite things to do. And we just did like a Valentine's Day card exchange, and that was a lot of fun. And I could go on and on for it, but we probably would have to have a whole nother interview just for the different ways that
it sounds like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that. And I think it's so important too, because like you said, people feeling connected and feeling satisfied that they have access to people and support and access to connections, to connecting with people is so important. It's what keeps people happy at work and at their job, because we spend so much time at our job, and being able to feel satisfied. And I like when you said that term, it's so correct. And it's great that there's this whole holistic approach to it. And you all are doing so much to work to put behind it. It's not just the words. That's great.
Yeah, we work really hard at it. And I think, like I said, we're not perfect, but we work really hard. And it's interesting. I've gotten to know some people more in a remote, kind of environment than I knew when we were in the office together. So it's
so true. Yeah, it has the change to remote has opened some doors that didn't exist before. And even though a lot of people see it as closing a bunch of doors, there's other ones that did open there. And that's
I know cats and dogs and kids and spouses much better than I ever would.
I bet. I bet you do. Now you touched on this as well. You all make resources available for mental wellness and all of that. Can you speak a little bit more to how Nexus supports team members when it comes to their physical or mental well-being?
Well, I think the first thing we do is we make sure people understand that it's okay to talk about it. And I really encourage with my directs, Jim Geiger, who's our CEO all the way down, really encourages, it's easy to say an open door policy, but it's really just open lines of communication. And it's okay to say that you need help, whether that's, I don't physically have the tools to do my job, or mentally I'm not in a good place right now, or I'm in a great place and I'd like to take more on, right? There's all different spectrums of how you think about your job and how you approach work every day. So the first thing we like to do is to make sure that people understand it's okay. And I do that by emulating the behavior that I want other people to follow, right? I'm very, I try to be very transparent and open and honest, about how I'm feeling. What I do when I start my staff meetings each week, or if we, are fortunate enough to have a face-to-face, is we do a check-in. Hey, let's check in. How's it going with you? How's your family, right? Is there anything that's keeping you from being your best self? And you don't have to share that in a public forum, and you don't even have to share it with me, but just making those avenues available and making sure people understand that it's something that we're open to, and we'll give them the right avenue to talk about it if and when they need those resources. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we just make sure that our HR team is super approachable, right? And, a lot of times human resources teams get pegged as, company men, but our team really is focused on making sure that our employees can engage them at any time and ask for help when they need it. And they've done a great job at it. They're very approachable. That's wonderful. And I think what you said there about making sure the avenues exist for communication is so important. And it's great to hear you all are doing that, just asking the right questions and giving people the option to answer and or not, if they can just say, hey, I'm not feeling 100% today, and that's all I want to say about it. Sometimes that's all that needs to be said, right? That's right. But it also opens that door to say, hey, Carrie, I wanted to reach out to you personally, but this is kind of why I'm not feeling great today. And I have it all the time. I have that at least once a week. Someone will reach out to me personally and say, hey, I just want to let you know what was going on. And it seems like that has evolved to be almost more of the norm, which is wonderful. Mm-hmm. I think it's wonderful for everybody. I think it's particularly wonderful for women who are, balancing, childcare and career and, everything else. So I think it's a great avenue, and we've really seen it open up. Wonderful. I love also that. Part of the recognition component, right, is recognizing life events for people. Yeah. Changing career is a life event. Having a baby is a life event. Getting married is a life event. Getting divorced is a life event. A death in your family. All of those things affect who you are and how you show up. And so I think it's that recognizing the person is on an individual level is what's really important there. Absolutely. And being able to know, how to best approach that person at that time too. And being able to communicate well based on what we do know and that sort of thing. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
huge. That's really important. Wrapping this up, is there any personal anecdote you'd like to share about your own wellness and how it relates to working with at Nexus?
Well, first of all, I think personally, I'm rambling there a little bit, but what I will say is I wouldn't do what I do with anyone else but the people I do it with, right? I mean, these guys really have become my community in my life. And so I work with, friends who are family and family who are friends. And that is just a really nice way to come to work every day. It doesn't mean we get along every day, right? Families fight, families, have issues. It doesn't mean that, we don't have tension or, we disagree, but we do it with respect and knowledge that we're all trying to achieve the same objectives. And so for me personally, the people I work with have just become my ecosystem that I depend on personally and professionally. I'll give you a good anecdote. One of the first support techs that I met in 2015 when I joined Liquid Web family of brands, and I met him, and we couldn't be more different, right? We have hugely different personalities. We have different hobbies. And after one of our all hands last quarter, he called me up and he was like, "Hey, I'm worried about you." And I was like, "John, what do you mean you're worried about me?" And he goes, "Well, you were talking on our all hands about how hard this remote environment has been. And I just wanted to let you know that it's okay. We're going to get through this." And I said, "You know what, John, I was saying all that stuff for you guys, not for me. I was saying it because I'm worried about you all." And he said, "Well, it just seemed like being remote, has been hard for you to collaborate and get to know people like you like to do." And I just felt like, wow, how cool is that? That, someone heard me say something on an all hands and then reached out and said, "I was worried about you because it seemed like this new environment has been hard." And so that just made me realize that it's not just the people I talk to every day, it's, people across the entire company. And so it's just, that really hit home for me. So I was very pleased about that.
I love that story, Carrie. And I think what I'm taking away from this talk with you is how wonderful it is that such a large and successful company like you all are at Nexus and the Liquid Web family of brands, and that the leadership there is so in tune with the importance of what community is and what it means for a workplace and every member of the team there, and that filters down, and it sounds like it's coming from all directions there. And that's just so great to hear, and so really lovely is just what keeps coming to mind during this conversation. So I think the way that you so well put everything too, and what a holistic kind of approach you all are taking there is really great. And it's been so nice to hear that coming from you today. So thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Now, if there's anywhere that anyone wants to find out more information about Liquid Web and Nexus and the Liquid Web family of brands, or after hearing you talk about it, are you guys hiring also? Being a remote worker and Big Orange Heart and all that, where can people find more information?
We are absolutely hiring, and particularly in the WordPress arena. So WordPress and WooCommerce and the entire ecosystem around it. I probably did not do as great a job highlighting all the wonderful contributions that our team members make to the WordPress community. And so hopefully you guys can go online and learn about Chris Lemma and Michelle Frechette. And we've just got some wonderful contributors, both from a technology perspective, but also mentors and volunteers and WordCamp organizers. And it's just, we give a lot of our time and treasure to the WordPress community, and we're happy to do so and get so much back. You can always go to liquidweb.com. I would encourage you to go to www.nexus.net. And you can also visit our new Stellar WP brands at stellar.com.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Carrie. And thank you and Nexus and the Liquid Web family of brands for being such helpful sponsors of Big Orange Heart and WordFest. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you. We love what you guys are doing. Congratulations.
Thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Bye.
Oh, that was so good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Emily, for holding that interview. And thank you, Carrie Wheeler, for being a guest for us today. I want to take another moment here to shout out for our sponsors. We have Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nuxess, Yoast, and Weglot. Be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. And don't forget, while you're hanging out in between sessions, get your photo snapped in the photo booth and tweet it out with the hashtag WordFestLive. I want to also thank all of our media sponsors and our micro sponsors.
I am such a Carrie Wheeler fangirl. That was a great way to start my day. And don't forget about the community tent. In the next hour, Cloudways has their hourly giveaway. So definitely some prizes. You can also join Nexus to have a chance to win with them. And in the Yoast table, have your chance to say hi to all the Yoasters. We have a 15-minute break in the schedule now. So head over to all of those community tents and take advantage. And we will be back at the top of the hour. And don't forget to support Big Orange Heart. There's donate buttons all over the place. So please consider a donation to support our efforts here at Big Orange Heart. And don't forget, you make all of our Big Orange Hearts full.
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls. It's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
We're back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had fun in the community tent. I hope you won some cool stuff. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Hannah Smith, presenting How Can We Make Digital Technology More Sustainable? Hannah is a freelance WordPress developer from the southwest of the UK with a background in computer science. Before freelance life, amongst other things, she honed her management skills at the Environment Agency, where she managed large business change projects. She's now co-founder of Green Tech Southwest, founder of the hashtag Let's Green the Web campaign run with climateaction.tech, and a Green Web Foundation fellow. Aside from helping other technologists take action on climate change, she also likes dogs, plants, and snow sports.
Fantastic. Hello, Kim and Lindsay. Hello, everyone watching.
Welcome, Hannah.
Thank you. All right. Okay, I have the screens. I have a few screens in front of me here. I can see what's going on my left, and my slides are in front of me. So let's get going. I'm just going to check my clicker works, and then let's get talking about today's topic. Okay, great. Well, thank you to WordFest for accepting this talk, and thank you so much to all of you that are here in difficult times. It's really nice to know that you have the headspace to come along and learn about how we can make digital technology more sustainable. Let me introduce myself. Already had a very nice introduction, so I guess I don't need to say an awful lot more. I live in Bristol. I live in the southwest. I'm a freelancer who works with WordPress, and I like dogs. So if you're not into digital tech, you can always talk to me about dogs or plants. That's absolutely fine. I run a meetup group in the southwest called Green Tech Southwest. I also used to run the Bristol WordPress meetup as well. And as mentioned, I'm a fellow with the Green Web Foundation too, and co-organizer of co-founder of an online campaign we did on Twitter called Let's Green the Web, run with Climate Action Tech. So today's talk, I'm just going to reset my timer. There we go. So today's talk, what am I going to cover? Well, the first thing I'm going to talk about with you all is I'm going to give you an overview of what sustainability is. We've all got probably different ideas of what that word means. So I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk a little bit about areas we can focus our efforts on, particularly for those of us working in with digital technologies. And all throughout the talk, my plan is to litter the talk with approaches and ideas that you might find useful to investigate. I think when you talk about what something is, it's useful to talk about what it isn't. So let's just get that bit out of the way straight away. So what this talk isn't. I'm not hating on digital tech, WordPress, or the internet. They bring some significant possibilities and solutions, but they do have an environmental impact. So we're going to talk about that. This is not a masterclass on the whole topic. We've got half an hour. I think you could literally, run a whole week's worth of content on what we're talking about today. So the idea with my talk is to give you a food for thought introduction, to kind of get some conversations started and maybe to get your brain whirring in a different direction that perhaps it hasn't whirred in before. And ultimately, my goal today is to empower you with some knowledge that you might take away, you might choose to use or talk to other people about. Okay, so that's the intro. Let's get to talking about how do we define sustainability. So this is how I tend to think of sustainability. It's meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So it's about not taking more today than those in the future can sustain it. It's about taking our fair shares. And there's three pillars with sustainability. So I tend to think about these three sort of facets which all interconnect, and you definitely can't sort of draw these very clear fine lines between them all. But you can broadly think about sustainability in three buckets, if you like. The environmental considerations, economic considerations, and social considerations. So that's three areas to think of. And I think the first thing that I really want to get across to you in this talk is if you're here wanting to learn about sustainability, as I say, the first thing to take away is that sustainability is way more than just carbon emissions. So a lot of people come to wanting to make things more sustainable or wanting to tackle climate change, and they're very focused on carbon emissions. And that is a fantastic starting point. But I think it's really important for us to all understand that real sustainability is going to work across those three sectors. So carbon emissions falls into environmental, but we've got economic and social to think about as well. So that's my first tip for you from today's talk, is sustainability is a lot more than just thinking about carbon emission reductions. Okay, so what I'm going to do for the rest of this talk is get into each of those three pillars and talk about how those relate to digital technologies. So let's start off with the environmental pillar. Now, I tend to think of this pillar as natural resources. And many of you may be aware of this already. Many of you may not know this already, but digital tech does actually use a lot of natural resources. First of all, we actually have to power our digital tech, and a lot of that power still comes from fossil fuels. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. We also have a lot of rare raw materials in our digital tech, for example, cobalt and lithium, both of which are used in mobile phones. Lithium is a very important component in batteries. Digital tech is also using an increasing amount of land. Now, you might be wondering, where's that land coming from? Well, data centers are taking up an increasing amount of land that could be used for other things, of course. And water as well. A significant amount of water is used in the production of our digital technology, and also used, for example, for cooling data centers as well. This is not an exhaustive list of all the ways that digital technologies use natural resources, but I wanted just to put across to you that digital tech uses more than just energy. There are some other things that digital tech also consumes as well. Now, one of the things that we need to bear in mind is that the misuse of resources leads to interconnected ecological problems. You can see on this diagram that there are 9 points in this circle. Now, these 9 points come from a bunch of academics at the Stockholm Resilience Centre, and they are the ecological boundaries defined by them. And these slides will be made available to you after the talk, and there's links all throughout these slides. And you can see at the bottom of this slide, there is a link to the Stockholm Resilience Centre. And the Stockholm Resilience Centre have defined these 9 ecological services or 9 ecological boundaries within which our environment works. So can you see in the top right there that we've got, I'm pointing, obviously you can't see what I'm pointing at, still not got the hang of online talks after 2 years. So in the sort of just, I don't know, like 12 position, you can see climate change up there. So climate change is typically where the consideration of climate emission falls in. But we have these 8 other points as well, which are all types of ecological problems, and they're all ecological problems that the Earth is suffering with at the moment. So again, just coming back to that point that sustainability is a lot more than just thinking about the climate change ecological problem that's hot on everybody's lips at the moment. There are other things to consider. And it's an ecosystem. It's complicated. So an issue in one area will have knock-on effects in others as well. So this is where we need to take a holistic picture and a holistic view of the interconnected ecological problems that exist. So I think this is a really cool diagram. I'm really into diagrams, so maybe this will resonate with some of you watching, maybe not all of you. But this is taken again from the Stockholm Resilience Centre. And what they've done here is they have rated the severity of these ecological systems, and the sort of taller and more orange the the segment, the more we're in trouble. So novel entities, this is academic speak. It basically means kind of like plastics and chemicals that are in our ecosystem that shouldn't really be there. So you can see again that one sort of at 12 or sort of between 12 and 2 that says novel entities is very extreme. We're in massive trouble there. Interestingly enough, climate change, which is just over to the left, is orange. So we are operating outside of the safe space. And you'll also notice there, maybe you can see the writing, it says increasing risk. And for any of you that are following climate change news, you might be aware of the recent IPCC report that came out this week that painted a rather scary picture as far as climate change is concerned. So I wonder whether the Stockholm Resilience Centre might revise where that climate change marker is in light of that. Anyway, I just wanted to paint a sort of picture for you of a wider context of what's going on. And I really strongly recommend, if you're into this kind of stuff, go and have a look at the work that they're doing there. It's fantastic. But anyway, I want to sort of come back to the world of digital tech and anchor some points for you that will be relevant to you. So let's talk about energy and greenhouse gas emissions, which include CO2. And as I mentioned already, this is a great starting point. So if you're new to considering tech sustainability and new to considering your place within tech sustainability, this is a great place to begin your journey. And we've all got to start somewhere. So what I don't want this talk to do is to sort of almost paralyze you with the enormity of everything. Just be aware of the wider context and hone in and start your journey here. And just consider it as entering one part of one of those 9 boundaries. So we're talking climate change. Oh, and a sub-point here that it's worth me just mentioning. I did talk about greenhouse gas emissions there. So the sub-point here is that greenhouse gas emissions do include carbon dioxide, but there are some other types of gases as well that are contributing to climate change. You've probably heard about methane, but there's also nitrous oxide and a couple of others, which are very long words, and I'm not going to try and say right now, but you can read those at the bottom of the slide. So let's talk about digital services. I mentioned already that digital tech uses natural resources and does use a lot of energy, and that energy creates greenhouse gas emissions. And it's estimated that ICT, which is another way of saying digital services, ICT stands for Information Communication Technologies, if you haven't heard that term before, it's estimated that it creates between 1.2 and 3.9% of greenhouse gas emissions. So you might be sitting there thinking, I've really no idea what if that's a lot or if that's not a lot. So here's some ways to think about it, and maybe some ways you may have already seen this talked about. So we can think about the greenhouse gas emissions arising from tech as bigger than aviation. Now, this is often talked about, and it is a sort of attention-grabbing fact, but I would say please do consider how many people have access to flying. It's about 20% of the global population versus have access to the internet and digital services, which is about 60%, and also the benefits of each. So I might argue that digital tech actually holds a lot more benefits for people than perhaps taking a flight. So just to put that into context, but it is still bigger than aviation. And if ICT or digital services was a country, it would be the 7th biggest polluter in the world. So again, just putting that into context for you. I mentioned already, I love diagrams. So I've popped this in very briefly. We're not going to spend long on it. This comes from a fantastic website called Our World in Data. And it's just there to show you what sectors are creating greenhouse gas emissions. Now, you won't see digital tech or ICT or the internet on this diagram, but you will see aviation, and aviation is bottom right, so it's about like 5 o'clock, and you'll see that says 1.9%. But you can see the vast majority of greenhouse gas emissions are being caused by the creation and use of energy. Agriculture and forestry and land use is about 18%. So anyway, just again, to put things into context. Now, the other thing that we should be aware of with digital tech is that demand and usage for ICT is on the up. At the moment, we've only got 60% of the world who really have access to digital services. So as that other 40% of the world hopefully are able to join the rest of us, we're going to see demand and usage go up. And we're going to see it go up for all sorts of other reasons as we invent new things and as we're using digital services more in our lives as well. So again, I just want to put that growth into some context for you. Let's just say, for argument's sake, the internet was built in about 1987, like it's roughly around that time. You can see that roughly then the amount of global IP traffic was 2 terabytes. Hop on 40 years later to 2017 and it's 1.1 zettabytes. If you're wondering how big a zettabyte is, it's that big. It's got that many zeros at the end of it. So it's 21 zeros at the end of it. So it's rather large, where a terabyte's only got 12. And the really mad thing is that when this report was written, it was predicted to grow again in a 5-year period to 4.8 zettabytes per year of data flying around the internet. Just going to take a quick drink. So that's quite a lot. Let's move on then. Lots to talk to you about. Hang on, I'm going to have a little cough. Sorry, not COVID, but I am just getting over a nasty cold. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to very briefly talk to you about how you might calculate the CO2 emissions of a website that you have. Now, I'm going to do this briefly, and the idea of this part of the talk is to give you a flavour and to send you off to find some resources that you can look at. Oh dear, sorry. I was worried I might get a bit of a tickle in my throat. Okay, let's talk about the key considerations then. If you're trying to calculate digital carbon emissions, there are 3 things for you to consider. First of all, what device are you using, or what device is your user using? Where does your energy come from? And how much data is being sent to the user or being transferred, e.g. per page load? So let's talk a little bit about devices. What devices are you using? Well, as we've mentioned already, digital tech uses quite a lot of rare earth materials, and I mentioned to you cobalt and lithium. And one way to think about it is that manufacturing any device literally costs the earth. It has to be made of something. And the majority of total pollution from digital devices actually comes from manufacture, not use, which is still a very surprising fact for me, but it's been corroborated by a number of different places. And smartphones are the worst. And these rare raw materials, which are hard to find and very destructive to find and extract, and do affect the communities from which these things are being extracted, are also very hard to recycle currently as well. So this is a cool report, the energy and carbon footprint of the global ICT and E&M sectors. Catchy title. It was written in 2018, and I just picked out a nice graphic from there, which shows you for some of the main devices that are manufactured. The grey bar is telling you basically how much CO2 is embodied in the manufacture of that device versus how much CO2 is emitted when the device is used, or how much energy is used over the life of that device. So you can see TVs. Okay, TVs do actually generate a lot of pollution when they're created. And if you accept that it's kept for 7 years, you can see that the energy use is really, really high. So big screens basically guzzle a lot of energy to run. Let's hop over to the right-hand side of that diagram. Let's have a look at smartphones. So a smartphone generally will take a lot less to manufacture. I think we're looking at, 70 odd kilograms. And if you keep it for 3 years, the energy consumption is much lower. So something that we can take away from this is try and use your phone for perhaps shopping or watching content or doing things on, rather than a very big screen, because you can see that you'd be using a significant less amount of energy. Something else that I hope we could take away from looking at a diagram like this is how important it is to extend the life of any device that you are lucky enough to come into the ownership of. The longer that you are able to keep that device, the less, the longer you can make the carbon or the carbon that went into manufacturing the device, the longer you can make that work for. So, for example, what I'm talking about is not replacing your phone often, not replacing your laptop often. So, how can we reframe how we value our devices? Can we reframe to think about these devices as precious and not just disposable? And I encourage you to do that. I encourage you to think about, do you really need to upgrade to the latest device? Or is it just effective marketing making you think you need something faster and bigger and flashy? So if you're thinking about digital sustainability, something you can do is just hold on to your devices for longer. It's actually a really easy thing, a really easy action to do, and it will save you money. So what's not to love, hey? If perhaps your phone does break, or it does need to be a bit beefier, maybe you could repair or upgrade it. Now, I know that that's a little tricky with phones, but that's becoming more easy across a whole suite of electronics. And I encourage you to have a look at the right to repair movement. Could you get a refurbed or second-hand device? And it is now possible, increasingly possible, to buy ethically made devices. Now, these ethically made devices do typically cost a lot more, but the idea is that you hold on to them for a longer time. So Fairphone, I wonder how many of you here have heard of Fairphone, a mobile phone manufacturer. So this is a tweet from someone I hold in very high esteem, a lady called Kate Rayworth, who is the originator of donut economics, which we're going to touch on briefly in a few slides' time. And when's this tweet? This tweet's getting on a bit now, actually. It's from 2020. But she was talking about how Fairphones are made the way that phones should be made. They're made to be repairable, upgradable, and the resources that are put into them come from ethical sources. So yeah, we do end up paying a little bit more for these things, but that reflects perhaps the true cost to society. I'm just going to talk very briefly about e-waste as well. So I mentioned in a previous slide that it can be quite tough to recycle the resources that go in. And so what happens is that I'm sure many of you will find the same. You don't know what to do with your electronic waste, cables, old laptops, old phones, and we throw it away. And 50 million tons of e-waste is being produced each year. And from 2016, the UN estimated that only 20% of that e-waste is actually recycled. And the EU Parliament estimates that obsolete cables generate around 51,000 tons of e-waste per year. And I don't know about you, but I've got a drawer of cables I don't know what to do with. And the key question to consider is, where does our e-waste end up? And who is ultimately paying for the disposal of that e-waste? Now, this is a photo from an e-waste recycling facility in Ghana. It's called Agbogbloshi. It's now being closed down. If you're interested in climate justice, this is a fascinating case study, because on the one hand, you could argue that recycling facilities such as this, whilst perhaps not the most technologically advanced, do have some social good because they're giving people jobs, they're creating a circular economy. But on the other hand, is unregulated and unsafe. So there's all sorts of interesting issues here, and I've put a few links in the bottom of this slide. Muntaka Chasant is a fantastic reporter based in Africa who has written some incredibly insightful reporting about Agbogbloshi and raising the voices of the people that live and exist on that site. As I say, it's a complicated situation, worth looking into. Anyway, I'm going to move on because I've got tons of slides and time is ticking. So let's talk briefly about that second point, where your energy comes from. So worldwide, 63% of the world's electricity came from fossil fuels in 2019. So as a global society, we are still burning fossil fuels far too readily. But we should also be aware that renewable energy is not a panacea. So creating renewable energy still requires natural resources, and there's still an issue of what to do with the solar panels and wind turbines when they reach their end of life. But it is less than fossil fuels, so it's the right direction to transition to. However, we should be looking to reduce the overall amount of energy needed by addressing consumption and efficiency issues. And then once we've reduced the amount of energy possible, we want to look for the energy with the lowest impact, which at this time is renewable energy. This is a cool fact. Apparently 80% is the amount, if everyone in the ICT sector used renewable energy, we could reduce the sector's footprint by 80%. So that is a massive, massive motivator to switch to renewable energy. So here we go. Here's something that all of us listening to this talk, or all of our colleagues can do, is look for hosting that runs on renewable energy. It makes a big difference. And the Green Web Foundation, which I do a lot of work with, is a fantastic resource for understanding what energy sources hosts and servers are using. And we've got plans to really expand that data set and provide a lot more information and cover a lot more than hosts and servers. So watch this space. Another thing, if you're sort of a bit more technical, perhaps you are choosing a data center to work with, also consider the PUE, which is the power usage effectiveness. And that basically determines how energy efficient the data center is. So if it's 1.2, it's considered very efficient. So just a little bit for you to think about there. I'm going to move on to talk about how much data are you sending. So there's the third point. So data transfer equals energy consumption. So I say we as developers, I'm sure that many of you listening won't be developers, you'll have other roles as well. But for those of us who are developers, something that we can do is reduce the amount of stuff loading every single time a page is requested. So this is yet another reason to care ever so greatly about web performance and optimization. We know we should care about this stuff, but sometimes it's easy not to, especially if you're lucky enough to live in a Western country with a fast broadband connection. But not only should we care about making services accessible, we also have a climate change reason. The more efficient our tech is, the less energy it uses, and the better that is for the planet. And the Sustainable Web Design has a great write-up about this. And I've added some really useful measurement tools at the end of this slide pack as well. So I'm going to rattle through a few tips for you. How you can reduce data transfer, sorts of things that you can think about. So if you are a developer, how about creating and storing the data that you actually need? So perhaps reduce backups and archives and logs. I'm not saying don't have them, but maybe go back and think, do I really need these logs from 12 years ago? Reduce analytics data. Google Analytics is very, very heavy. And I would argue that Google Analytics, depending on the size of your site, but Google Analytics probably shouldn't be your default choice for analytics because of the amount of cruft it loads in. And also remove plugins and any third-party services that we no longer need. Transfer media content on demand. So ditch autoplay videos. They consume a lot of energy because they run immediately. And well, there's lots of evidence to say users don't like them. And lazy load images and videos. Other things you can do, especially if you're a content editor, is pay attention to images. Use the right image format for the right type. Compress and optimize JPEGs, and display images of the right dimensions. So don't have a 2000 pixel image in a 1000 pixel space. Just load in the 1000 pixel image when you're creating the content. And do have a look at things like image source set or the picture tags, which are HTML tags, which really help you to serve images responsively. And WordPress has some helper functions as well that can help you with installing, with making use of those. Update the latest version of PHP and WordPress, and as mentioned, disable unneeded code, plugins, and DQ scripts you don't need. That is basically a whistle-stop tour of what Tom Greenwood has talked about in his book, Sustainable Web Design. Now, If you recall at the beginning of the talk, I said that there were 3 pillars to do with sustainability. We've focused nearly all of our time on today's talk, talking about the environmental pillars. But I do want to just briefly touch on the social and economic ones as well. Because the thing is that making things more efficient doesn't always decrease consumption. So actually, there's a lot of research that says that it can actually increase usage because we make it easier for people to use things. So making our websites more efficient is a very worthwhile thing to do, but it's not the only thing we need to be doing. We need to be asking some bigger questions. And if you're interested in this concept that I've just talked about, have a look at Jevons paradox. So this leads us into why we need to think about economics. And a brief definition of economics is it's a social science that studies the science. I put science twice in there. A social science that studies the science of production, distribution, and consumption of wealth. And it's basically the bit that glues the other 2 pillars together. And it is also a way of articulating the systems, the decision-making systems that we exist within. Now, I mentioned one of my absolute heroes, Kate Raworth, earlier. If you're interested in this kind of thing, do have a look at Donut Economics, her book. And there's also a fantastic website called the Donut Economics Action Lab, which I spend a lot of time on as well. It's full of really interesting resources about the wider questions we should be asking about the systems that we exist within. And also, if you're really interested in this, I'd highly recommend a book called Less is More by Jason Hickel, which is actually suggesting that our desire to grow needs to be inhibited if we're really going to seriously tackle climate change. And I bring that up here because I do think that within the tech sector, we are still a little bit beholden to this idea of growing all the time. More features, more sites, more clients, more. And I think that this is a very interesting concept to think about. Okay, I've got a few more slides and then we'll be done. So apologies to the facilitators, I might run over by a minute or 2. Social change. So this pillar I wanted just to make relevant to us as tech makers. So those of us who are creating digital services or are somehow involved in the creation. Now, we need to change the way that we are working if we want to make tech more sustainable, if we want there to be the same opportunities for future generations that we have today. We need to ask some questions of ourselves. We need to ask, what do we create tech for? So I think of tech, websites, digital services as simply an accelerator of solutions. Intrinsically, my personal belief is that I don't think tech is good or bad. It is a bit bad when it's used wastefully, as I talked about in my previous slides. But on balance, essentially, it just accelerates solutions. So we have to ask ourselves, well, which solutions are we choosing to accelerate? Who are we choosing to lift up? And most importantly, who is benefiting from what we're accelerating? Who benefits from these solutions? Who's standing to lose out from what we're creating? Whose needs are we ignoring? Who has the decision-making power? And I think within the WordPress community, that's a really interesting question at the moment. Morten, I always get Morten's full name wrong. Morten Henderson, I'm sure you'll know who I mean, has just done a really interesting podcast with WP Tavern talking about this. So I think this is an issue within our own community that we could be addressing as well. And who feels the burdens of our decisions? So what I want to say to you is that if you're interested in sustainability, you are going to, by default, end up going down a road of realizing that climate justice equals social justice. And you're going to realize that social issues are completely wrapped up in making things more sustainable. So it's a core concept of climate justice to think about social justice. And as I mentioned before, it may be difficult doing these things because we exist within systems that don't make it easy for us. So we have to think beyond current paradigms that we're in. And you might hear the phrase system change, not climate change. And that's what that means. It means that the systems that are making the decisions around us are not fit for purpose at the moment. They don't allow us to tackle social injustice in the right way. Okay, I'm going to skip this slide. That's a terribly scary diagram. So, as technologists, we need to challenge how we think and behave as individuals, as well as challenging the systems we exist within. So, summing up, this is a diagram I've been working on recently to highlight what it means to build a sustainable internet. A lot of people may have come to this talk expecting my talk to talk loads about efficient tech and renewable energy, and maybe even buying offsets. So the stuff on the left-hand side of the diagram. But actually, if we're interested in sustainable internet or in sustainable digital services, there's a whole myriad of interrelated social and economic factors that we need to think about, as well as efficient tech and using renewable energy. And again, I just want to stress to you, if you're new to this journey, because it is a journey and it's a journey we're all going to have to go on. If you're new to this, and your starting steps are to make the tech that you're using more efficient, then good for you. That's a fantastic thing to be doing. Once you've done that and you're ready to move on, there's a myriad of other things that you can put your time and energy into that will make a difference. And of course, there's lots of co-benefits as well. So improving the sustainability of digital services creates all sorts of lovely side benefits to humans and the planet. We can reduce resource use, improve accessibility in UX, improve performance and speed, and ultimately make us more fulfilled and happier humans, which is good for everyone. It's good for the social good. So there's lots and lots of reasons to do this. And I look forward to hearing any questions, any reactions to what I've talked about today, and hopefully meeting some of you in the communities that are seeking to make these kinds of changes for everybody's good. So thank you very much. That's the end of my talk. Thank you for bearing with me, and apologies to the organisers for running a few minutes over. My slides will have been published on Twitter by now. So my handle is hanopcan, so you can find the slides there. And look, there's loads more to go. There's all these sort of resources that I've put at the end for you as well. So you can have a look through those and kind of go on a really fantastic journey of discovery. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much,
That was
Hannah.
great, Hannah. Yeah, we're both excited. Way to go. That was really awesome.
Good, good, good. Okay, I'm just going to stop sharing my screen a second, and then I can come back to you and like look at you square on, because otherwise you're on my other screen and you get this my profile and my big Roman nose. Right, there we go. Hello, Kim and Lindsay.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to kick off the questioning with just kind of a background. How did you personally get invested and involved in this topic and the topics in general that you presented to us?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been really interested in environmental issues ever since a little kid. I worked for the Environment Agency, as you mentioned in my intro. And then about 2.5 years ago, I went to WordCamp Europe in Berlin and heard Jack Lennox give a talk at WordCamp Europe about making websites more efficient. And I'd been thinking for quite some time, I didn't think that the WordPress community had been doing enough around sustainability. I wasn't hearing enough conversations. So I'd love to hear Jack's talk. Jack and I are now good friends. We've been working on a few projects together. But it was that and the work of Whole Grain Digital that really made me realize, hey, there are people in the WordPress community who are talking about this. And, you know, there's hope for us. We can do this. So yeah, so it was sort of other community members really that kind of really pushed me on this direction, and then I've sort of been finding my own path since then as well.
Absolutely. I see that you're not alone. I mean, oh, sorry, Kim.
We're not good at this. We're okay.
I know. We
right.
have so many things to say. Like Hannah, I was slacking Kim as you were talking. Like I just felt like my jaw dropping through so much of your talk, and I can't wait to download the slides on Twitter because it really was absolutely fascinating. And as you mentioned, there are other people in the community that are interested in leaning into this area, but I hadn't seen it presented in quite the way that you had. So thank you for that. I'm going to move on to another question. No, it was really good. At least, I mean, even as I was paying attention, wanting to like learn more. So it was perfect.
Awesome.
So I have a question from Sarisha from the chat. She asked, does recycling e-waste also increase the CO2? And if so, what is the best way to dispose of it?
Oh, that's such a good question. And thank you for asking that. There's no easy answer. So recycling something, any kind of e-waste, as I mentioned, e-waste will contain these rare raw materials that are hard to find. And extracting those from the earth and producing them in the first place is crazy, crazy bad. Like, it's not good. So any way that you can find to recycle or reuse those things is definitely going to be better for carbon emissions, because if we were to extract the same amount of resources again, that's going to be way more polluting than recycling and reusing. The second part of the question as to how we recycle, well, that's not easy. There are some companies that now allow you to send electronics back to them, certainly the bigger manufacturers. And depending on where in the world you live, maybe you have a local council that's good enough to accept those resources for you. But honestly, there's no easy answer. And it's kind of the tragedy of a lot of this, that we don't know. And we're producing all this stuff and it just goes into landfill. So it was Suresha, I think, that asked the question. I'm sorry that I can't give you like an awesome answer, because I don't think there is one. Just consume less, buy secondhand if you possibly can, and reuse what you can. If you've got that big drawer of cables or that big drawer of stuff, see if you can donate it to somebody else, to a local school or a community group that maybe could make use of it. It's a great question. Thank you for asking it.
It may not have an easy answer, but that's the point of having this conversation, I think, right? Is continuing to bring this topic up until we do have answers. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out there.
I think that's a
what's
good
our next
point.
question, Kim?
Oh, great. I was just going to add, my son, at their school, they have an interesting wall hanging that's a weaving, and there's kids brought in found objects, and they included an old keyboard and I think like a computer mouse, some interesting things. So while we won't all make art out of our unused cables, it's an option, and something that kids are even seeing, as beautiful and recreating with. So cool thing.
Oh,
I'm
that's
going to
nice.
add this question from Fahim. What are some alternatives to Google Analytics? You mentioned that it may not be needed and it's kind of a heavy load on a site. Do you have some preferences you can recommend?
Absolutely, I do. Thank you for the question, Fahim. I wanted to put it in my talk, but there was so much to talk through, so I'm glad that we can talk about this now. So a couple of options. There's Plausible Analytics and Fathom Analytics. Now, I believe that both are paid for services, but the thing is with Google, like, they are giving us stuff for free, but it's not free to society. Somebody somewhere is paying for that. Society as a whole is paying for that. Now, that's a real moral thing. It's not always something that a small startup or a small charity wants to hear. So a free option at the moment is called Cabin Analytics. I love Cabin Analytics. Their analytics loads in, like, I think it's less than 2 kilobytes. Whereas I think Google Analytics is like somewhere between 60 and 80, like massive, big difference. So have a look at Cabin. Now, they're in beta at the moment, which is why their service is free, but if you get in there quickly. And then an open source option is Matoma Analytics. I think I've said that right. Matomo, it's either an O or an A at the end. Their analytics is entirely open source, so you can actually run that yourself, but it requires a lot more effort than Google Analytics. So if you're techie, you might get on well with Matoma. I hope somebody will correct me on which it is. I think they do also offer a subscription as a service type thing as well. So there are options out there. And within the WordPress community as well, there's one more that I should mention, which is Cocoa Analytics, which is a free plugin written by the same guy that does the main MailChimp plugin. His name's gone out of my head at the moment. I'll remember on my drive home, I'm sure. Have a look at Cocoa Analytics if you just want simple information about page loads. Cocoa is a really great choice. If you need something more in depth and more complex, you're probably looking at Plausible or Fathom that I mentioned at the beginning.
Perfect. Thank you so much for answering that for us. There's a lot of, you mentioned I hadn't heard of any of those analytics programs. So thank you. I will definitely be Googling them afterwards.
Please
And we'll
do.
see if we can find.
I'd just say,
Sorry,
Lindsay,
go
on
ahead.
that point as well, that not only are they more efficient programs to use, but they also care a little more about privacy as well than Google. So for those of us in Europe, thinking about things like GDPR, we're being pushed a bit more in that direction, but there is that added benefit of privacy, better privacy handling as well. Anyway, we could
Yeah,
do
no,
a
that's
whole talk
perfect.
about analytics.
We could. And the WordPress person is Danny Van Coten.
Thank you.
Is that how you
Thank
say
you.
it? You're
That's
welcome.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a fast Googler, and I'm going to close that tab down so that I'm not loading any more on that tab. Like I
Good
Googled
work.
it and I closed it. Which gets us into the next question, which is how do we begin talking about this with our teams, our colleagues, and anyone else, especially as we're talking about really changing entire workflows and what people are used to. So what are your suggestions to approach those conversations?
I think that's an excellent conversation. And I think one of the key things that I've learned is that often if you just talk about sustainability for sustainability's sake, you'll only get a very small amount of people that are really interested in making a difference. But if you talk about it as sustainability plus performance, plus cost saving, plus making it more accessible, plus improving the UX, if you talk about it in all of those ways, you are far more likely for people to go, right, yeah, so basically we just need to kind of do better. And I find that that's a really great way to get the conversation going. I didn't get time to really talk about all the tools, which is a shame, but there's a fantastic tool called Website Carbon Calculator, websitecarbon.com. And the creator of that, Tom Greenwood, was giving a talk this morning. Maybe it came up in Tom's talk. I bet it did. A really fun thing that you can do as a team is just put your website in that tool, and it will tell you what the carbon emissions are of that site. And again, I think like when I've tried to engage people in the topic for the very first time, using that little measurement tool is great because it tells you, not only does it give you a number, but it tells you how good or bad your site is compared to the rest of the world's sites. And it's green if you're doing well, and it's red if you're not doing so good. And people often go, oh my gosh, like we had no idea it was this bad. And that can galvanize a bit of motivation and action as well.
Yeah, it reminds me of there's a WordPress agency in Texas called Cause Labs that Cheryl Gillihan owns. And I wonder if like she and others like her could make that part of their process, even with their clients, is like in the discovery phase or the pitch phase of saying, we ran it through this calculator because they're a B Corp, right? And so like that's what their part of their mission is focused on. And so adding that as part of your space could be really interesting. So thanks for sharing that.
An absolute pleasure. And the other thing that Website Carbon Calculator have as well is a little badge that you can put in the footer of your site, and will give you a carbon emission in the footer for each single page as well. So as ongoing measurement, that can be quite useful too. And just making sure that, your emissions are, you're keeping an eye on. But yeah, I love the idea of including it in the delivery, in the discovery phase. I think that's a great suggestion.
Awesome. We might have time for one or two more, so I'm going to throw this one in since we're all more working remote these days. Have you seen any positive or negative impact on the sustainability in digital technology as we've moved to working from our independent homes and environments?
That's a really great question, and I don't think anybody's really asked me that before. I do wonder whether we have started to question how much digital technology is in our lives. Certainly from my own experience in lockdown, I existed entirely in the digital arena, as I'm sure many of you did. It's the only way I was talking to people and the only way I was speaking with my clients. So I wonder perhaps whether there's been a bit more of a wake up of, gosh, digital technology is everywhere in our life. And certainly we're having more conversations, and, Big Orange Heart are having those conversations as well about mental health and the impacts of digital technology on mental health. Mental health does have a link to sustainability. I was talking about those social issues. It may not be like a really obvious, strong link, but there is a relationship there as well. So, I mean, beyond that, I couldn't really say whether I'd seen a sort of specific spin one way or the other, but it's an excellent question and one I'll have a little think on. Might pop back up with a blog post on that.
I would love to read that. I would love to read that. I think a lot of people during the pandemic, while they did absorb themselves in more technology, I think they found these non-tech hobbies that they nurtured. And I've seen more conversations about that stuff than binging Netflix every day. So.
Oh, good. Well, that's good for everyone, I think.
Have any more?
Well, awesome. I think we're out of time. Hannah, thank you so much for your presentation today and answering all of our questions. And we'll continue the conversation on Twitter.
Excellent. I hope so. Do tap me up if you want to chat any more about stuff, if you want advice on things. I'm always happy to share. And always happy to strike up conversations with people too. This is an important topic. So, let's chat as a community and make some moves in the right direction.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we want to make sure we tell our sponsors thank you one more time. So that is a big thank you to Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. And please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them, and you may even win some prizes. And also get your photo snapped in the photo booth. It's sponsored by Multicollab and DreamHost. And don't forget, when you take your picture, to tweet it out with the hashtag WordFestLive. And also a big thank you to all of our media partners and micro sponsors that are helping put this on today.
We're going to take a short break. We'll be back at the top of the hour, but you can head over to the community tent. For the next hour, you'll be able to meet with Cloudways and have their Kubio tent takeover with Alina Kubio. GoDaddy Pro are running a panel on web security with Nestor Angulo de Ugarte and guests. You can join Nexus with a chance to win a mystery prize. And Yoast are also running games with Yoasters. Thank you so much. Enjoy the break. We'll see you in a bit. You make our big orange hearts full.
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
All right, looks like we're back. Hello, everyone.
Yeah. We're ready for another great talk.
Oh, I'll start this intro. I think we were confused on our planning. All right. Well, next up, we're going to welcome Yvette Sonneveld with Contributing to WordPress, How Working for Free Could Turn Out to Be One of Your Smartest Investments Ever. Yvette Sonneveld has been highly active in the WordPress community over the past 5 years. When she moved back to the Netherlands after having lived abroad for almost 15 years, she barely knew anyone in the field of online marketing in the Netherlands and in Europe. Contributing to the WordPress community helped her in countless ways. She currently works as a team lead community for Yoast.
Sorry, Kimberly, I think I'm on the wrong thing, so you may have to just do the whole
I'm going to keep
introduction.
going. Yvette has been using WordPress since 2006. At that time, it took almost 9 months to get hand-coded websites listed with Google. As soon as she learned WordPress sites got listed within 24 hours, she created her first WordPress site. It did get listed within 24 hours, and she never looked back. Yvette's first time volunteering at a WordCamp was in 2014 in Miami. And then in 2017, she attended her first contributor day at WordCamp Europe. She joined the WordPress marketing team and was a first-time speaker at WordCamp Njemen, a first-time organizer at WordCamp Utrecht, and a first-time MC also at WordCamp Utrecht. She continued contributing, speaking, and stretching her comfort zone, and is planning to do so for a long time to come. So welcome, Yvette, and enjoy this presentation.
Thank you so much,
Thanks, Yvette.
Kim and
Welcome.
Lindsay. Excited to be here. So, my dear people in the audience, have you ever decided not to attend an event because just thinking about walking into the venture all by yourself freaked you out like nobody's business? Or secretly admired speakers and tried envisioning yourself on that stage, only to shake it off immediately, thinking, who am I to tell others what to do? Or maybe had your eyes fall on a job opportunity that looked incredibly exciting, only to sigh deeply and think they would never consider me for that? And would you believe that I have done all of these too? So, in the next half hour, you'll hopefully discover how contributing to WordPress can help you face those fears and many others and do it anyway. I'll be sharing moments of my contributing journey and highlight what I learned along the way as tips that hopefully will help you too. And if I'll be able to convince even only one of you to give contributing a try, my mission for today will be accomplished. But first, who am I? And what makes that you should even consider listening to me, let alone taking advice from me? So, this is me with the love of my life, Wim, and my two amazing kids, Julian and Zaida. And as you might see, we try to take life not too seriously. But then, obviously, as with many other family pictures, that's just stretching the surface because, of course, we too had our shares of ups and downs. Some caused by our own sense of adventure right away. I've been an online communication professional for over 2 decades now. In those same decades, I've lived on 3 different continents. In the Netherlands, where hubby and I were born and raised. In the Dutch Caribbean island of Curaçao, where my kids were born and where I started building this career. And in Ontario, Canada, where we hoped to settle and grow old, but learned that life had other plans for us. 4 overseas move. Starting all over again, building a life 4 times. Rebuilding a business again 3 times with kids, 1 time with a teenager. Let me tell you, that was not for the faint-hearted. And to share the beginnings of my WordPress story with you, I built my first website in 1999, hand-coded using Notepad. Then my first WordPress website in 2005, when that had become the best way to get your site listed in Google. I attended and volunteered at my first WordCamp in 2014, and this story starts a few months before that. But before I start sharing that, a disclaimer. Because, well, I love dressing up every once in a while, I'm not a trained healthcare professional nor a certified life coach. So, while I don't think I'm sending you on life threatening missions, always take your personal situation into consideration and check with people you know, like, and trust. Okay? So, a few months before I flew out to WordCamp Miami in May of 2014, I was at one of those pivotal moments in my life. I knew I had lots to be thankful for. I mean, we were all physically, mentally, financially healthy, or at least for the most part. I had been building my solopreneur business successfully for over 10 years, and it had provided me with the freedom and the flexibility to work whenever and wherever I wanted, but also to be there for my family when they needed me. All in all, it had given me both a sense of purpose and a sense of and a decent income, but I had gotten restless. First of all, I was at the end of my roaring 30s. You know, that decade where you start doubting everything, where you realize you're not invincible, start wondering if this is all life has to offer. Add to that inner voice telling you that you're not being good enough, that you're not measuring up, and that feeling really makes you feel small and insignificant, like you have no value to offer. And then, as a bonus, my mind tends to get bored easily and craves learning new things, like all the time. It's not always an easy combination. So, while I was craving more challenging online marketing gigs, that meant that I now had to convince marketers instead of business owners who weren't marketing specialists by themselves of the value that I had to offer. And I was running this story in my mind that all marketers would doubt my skills because I had no official degree in this. And it happened before that a marketer seriously doubted my skills. So surely it would happen again. And that would make me feel small and significant again. See how I was spinning my wheels? But this time, I decided not to crawl back in my corner. And I already knew that there was a name for this feeling of not measuring up. Anyone ever heard of the term imposter syndrome? Or knows what it feels like? I certainly did. And then I came across this meme on Facebook. And I couldn't find it anymore, but what it said is still clearly burned into my mind. It said, face your fear and do it anyway. So at that time, I had not heard about comfort zones, stretch zones, and panic zones yet. I learned about that about a year later. But since it explains really well what I did and how it benefited me, let me explain the concept before I go on. So imagine a small circle in the middle of a square canvas. And let's call that small circle your comfort zone. Everything we do there that is familiar, that we know how to do well, is in your comfort zone. Doing things that are in our comfort zone makes us feel confident, makes us feel like we're in control. And when we're in our comfort zone, we have the mental and physical space to relax and recharge. Now imagine another circle just outside your comfort zone. And let's call the room between your comfort zone and the board of that next circle your stretch zone. This is where we try new things, things that are scary but don't freak us out. This is where we grow as a person and as a professional. Every successful venture into your stretch zone makes your comfort zone bigger and helps you become more confident. Now imagine one more circle, again, bigger than the previous one. Everything that we do that freaks us out, that overwhelms us, that paralyzes us, happens in the space outside our stretch zone. And this is why we call this our panic zone. Now, you want to stay out of your panic zone as much as you can. It's exhausting. And we make decisions out of fear there. And those tend to be poor choices. But here's a fun fact and an encouraging one. As your comfort zone grows, so does your stretch zone. So what might have gotten you into panic zone first becomes stretch zone later and comfort zone next. So to get over that feeling of feeling small and over imposter syndrome, I decided to start stretching my comfort zone intentionally by facing my fears and do it anyway. To help myself stretch, I created a bucket list with challenges. Small things like baking macarons with my daughter, to big things like jumping out of an airplane. And on top of that list, attending a web-related conference abroad so that I could practice sharing what I did professionally among peers with confidence. Because I was running this pattern of having trouble doing that where I lived at the time. And so I thought, what if I practiced that in a different environment? This is how I found WordCamp Miami. I bought an event ticket and a plane ticket, and it felt like a stretch zone adventure first. It was only a 3-hour flight after all. But reality started kicking in. Did I tell you I do not always think 5 steps ahead? It actually started feeling more like a panic zone venture, like going there all by myself, through US Customs, driving in Miami. Thank goodness the universe had a plan. Shortly after feeling so crappy about this, I received a call for volunteers in my inbox. And that made me realize that having something else to focus on might be just what I needed. I had been able to get back into stretch zone. Now, it really stinks that I can't share cool pictures because of GDPR, but I had a blast. I helped people check in. I ran errands. My coworkers became my conference buddies. I had lots of wonderful conversations. And sharing what value I offered became a lot less scary. Moreover, when I shared that I had signed up to volunteer because I was anxious about going by myself, others started sharing their anxieties too. Long story short, I felt a lot more confident after this whole adventure. And I got to give back to the community that had enabled me to earn an income for quite a number of years at that point. More of that, please. So I decided to do something similar in the fall, WordCamp Providence. And because that one was really similar, it helped me solidify my now stretched comfort zone and self-confidence. So, to recap what I learned in that year and might help you too. If attending a conference by yourself makes you feel anxious, consider volunteering. If you can find your courage to share about your fears and anxieties, you might discover you're not the only one and encourage others to open up too. If you suffer from low self-esteem or imposter syndrome, stretch your comfort zone by doing what is scary but keeps you in your stretch zone and out of your panic zone. Then, repeating a stretch zone experience helps solidify your extended comfort zone and the confidence you build up. But most importantly, if you don't stretch your comfort zone regularly, and I don't say every day, but regularly, it will shrink just like any other muscle. So I used the confidence that I built in 2014 to attend several conferences outside of WordPress in 2015. The first one was a small conference called Beach Camp in Daytona. Some 40 female business owners from the online community that I had gotten to know through an online challenge I had participated in. There were no volunteering opportunities at this event, but while I was a bit anxious, I felt like I could do this now. This was the conference where I learned about comfort, stretch, and panic zones, and much more about personal development. things I would not have learned had I not volunteered at WordCamps the year before. Then I applied to be a volunteer at another online marketing conference later that year in Atlanta. After I got accepted, I heard that they normally did not allow first-time attendees to volunteer, but that my previous experience volunteering had convinced them. See how this all adds up? Originally, I was supposed to be a microphone runner during the daytime of that event, so making sure that people who ask questions are heard by the rest of the audience. But the evening before, I dropped into the organizer's room to introduce myself. It looked like they needed help, and I ended up helping with last-minute preparations until the wee hours. During that time, I learned that there were not enough teaching assistants for the WordPress 101 course. And as they had noticed how comfortable I was with WordPress that night, they instantly promoted me to be a teaching assistant for part of the day. Also during that night, I discovered even more that I did measure up regarding WordPress and online marketing, that I knew at least as much of some of the advanced level teachers, and that many of them were self-taught too. Another story in my head busted. Because of the impression I made during that weekend, only by being helpful, I got all sorts of opportunities in the rest of the year. Paid gigs, barter deals in exchange for high-end coaching that I would have never been able to afford otherwise. And I had stretched my comfort zone even further. My confidence was at an all-time high. So here are some of the life lessons I picked up in 2015. As you get to stretch your comfort zone and get to know more people, you'll likely learn that you do measure up more than you ever dared imagine, and that you do have value to offer. And if you ever wonder about the value that you have to offer, close your eyes for a minute and envision a ladder. Let's call that ladder the ladder of expertise. Now imagine that if you're on the first step of that ladder, you are the surgical intern of your line of work. So you're learning to do the job of a surgeon. Then at the top of the ladder, you are like the head of brain surgery for your industry. So you're industry famous. Now, would that head of brain surgery be interested in teaching those interns how to do sutures? So how to close wounds? Not likely, right? More likely, someone on step 2 or 3 is going to teach those sorts of things. So always remember that you don't need to be on top of the ladder before you'll have value to offer. Most of the time, you're most valuable to the people a step or 2 below you. And if you're just starting to climb that ladder yourself, there's always the people who don't intend to climb that ladder at all. And lastly, people will forget most of what you say, sad as it is, but they will remember how you made them feel. So, by being friendly, by being helpful, by thanking people for what they did, by giving people compliments, they're much more likely to remember you. But more importantly, it spreads joy, and not only to the one who's on the receiving end. You'll soon learn that actually it spreads joy to you too. I'm sorry, I have to fix my phone for just a sec. There, I'm back. Sorry about that. And sometimes those acts of kindness set up a whole avalanche of opportunities. Not to mention the fact that you'll likely build wonderful friendships along the way. So then, for us, 2016 was mostly about moving back to our home country, the Netherlands. And while initially we didn't plan on staying more than 3 months, we're still there 5 years later. After our move, I first focused on getting everyone settled in comfortably, because this move was stressful for our kids. They were 6 and 12 and had never lived in the Netherlands. But also for my hubby, who actually has been really excited about another international move that never panned out. So, when fall came around after we moved in the summer, the kids realized that the honeymoon was over. They missed their friends, they missed their schools, they missed the warm climate, jumping into the Caribbean Sea. And because of that, I was really thankful I got to be there for them. So my most valuable takeaways for that year were that growth and excitement are exhilarating, but also exhausting. That it's okay to slow down. That it's important to know when it's time to recover and to recharge. That your body and your soul actually appreciate that. And that your body will tell you what it needs if you listen intentionally. Then, in 2017, it looked like we were really going to stay in the Netherlands for much longer. So I needed to start looking for work more seriously. And also, I missed working with peers. But from what I had heard from from my peers was that women past 40 had a hard time finding jobs that matched their skills. And that if they found meaningful work, that usually happened through their networks. There was just one little challenge. At that time, I hardly knew anyone in my field of work, web development or online marketing right here in the Netherlands. So I decided to try something that worked before. I signed up as a volunteer for WordCamp Europe in Paris. And this time, I also signed up to contribute. During this contributor day, there were more marketing contributors than expected, and not enough seats. Again, I started with what I already knew. I spoke some French, I knew how to organize stuff, so I helped arrange chairs first. Then, when chatting about things to do, I learned that there was need for project management software, something that I had already set up for other companies. So I teamed up with another contributor, and together we had lots of fun making that happen. The team used Trello for over 5 years until we moved to GitHub last year. And again, while working together on a goal bigger than us, made it much easier to get to know, like, and trust each other. So, while this was a much larger event than all the others before, and while I was a bit anxious, I was also more able to relax into it, because I was building upon a previous stretch experience. Again, my first day buddies became my conference buddies. I met a lot of people from all over the world, including the Dutch WordPress community, which led to other stretch opportunities, because I was warmly encouraged to submit a talk to one of the next Dutch WordCamps. They said, "You talk so easily, just submit an idea, you'll see the rest will fall into place." Well, I did submit that idea, and I did get selected, but it was a lot of work, and it was really, really scary, like almost panic zone scary. But did you know that when preparing a talk, you learn a lot about how you think, what is important to you, and why and how you bring value, which actually helps sell your services better later on, or helps a potential employer see your value later on? Well, I didn't know that either. But looking back, it's definitely one of the benefits from contributing that I look back on. My very first talk had this very same topic, how contributing helped me and could help others. It was about the same comfort, stretch, and panic zones and growing self-confidence. I encouraged the audience to try it too. It was a short 10-minute talk, and it's hard to imagine it's been almost 5 years. And little did I know then about the roller coaster I had embarked on a few months before. So After that WordCamp, the organizing team for another Dutch WordCamp reached out and asked for help raising sponsoring funds by cold calling companies. Have you ever cold called companies or thought about it? Just the thought of it freaked me out. But at the same time, I had just encouraged a whole room of WordPress people to stretch their comfort zones. How could I say, nah, too scary, to this stretching challenge? I couldn't. Now, considering that this was another near panic zone sort of scary, could you believe that we went from thousands of euros of deficit to more than we actually needed? And can you imagine what that huge bout of stretching did to my comfort zone and my self-confidence? Then, during that WordCamp, event volunteers came up to me, sharing that they had signed up for volunteering because what I had shared a few months before. And then at the end of the event, how much they had enjoyed it. And if that weren't enough, I was also speaking during this event, sharing my professional expertise from a stage for the first time. Remember that girl who was too scared to share about her field of expertise among her peers a few years before? In less than 6 months since joining the first event in Europe, I had gone from not knowing anyone to knowing dozens of people, and they knowing and remembering me, who started also to hire me for exciting gigs. So, to recap my biggest takeaways for 2017, be curious, be open to adventure. But also, I could only do that after a year of slowing down and recharging. Also, trust your instincts. From the beginning, the WordPress community felt different. And while, of course, this community does have its share of drama too, people are generally really friendly, really nurturing, and really encouraging. I still remember when I was freaking out 2 days before my very first talk, which I shared with my MC. And she told me what someone else had shared with her before she first got on stage. She said, "This is the WordPress community. Everyone wants you to succeed." And I learned that they really, really do. And up to this day, this sentence is on top of the template that I use to prepare presentations like this, so that I do remember, so that I find the courage. And if there's ever a space where it's relatively safe to stretch your comfort zone, it's this community, the WordPress community, and the Big Orange Heart community as an extension. I was on cloud 9 at the end of 2018, but little did I know I had so much more climbing ahead of me, more comfort zone to stretch. I was contributing to the global marketing team consistently that year, had grown to a leadership position even. But do you know what they now remember me for? For asking clarifying questions and summarizing to make sure that I had understood it well. But others too, from whom I knew that they hadn't, and who were afraid to ask. And I'm sharing this to show that even if you don't have a lot of historic knowledge for the project, that you can be of great value by asking questions and by summarizing to make sure you understood well. You'll be able to help avoid a lot of miscommunications that way. I also started speaking more this year, internationally even. And what was even more fun, because of the friendships that I had built along the way, traveling and attending conferences had now become a treat. Reunions of kindred spirits. And by getting my name out, I landed more challenging freelance gigs. The ones I had been craving a few years before, but was afraid to go after. I got there by stretching my comfort zone over and over again. Then I got offered a job as senior marketeer. So not only had I grown to a point where I felt more comfortable approaching and convincing those marketeers, I had become one. So while listening to your body and soul, and while being watchful for not overdoing it, don't be afraid to rise up if opportunity knocks at your door. I had been overdoing it, however. Combined with the passing away of my brother-in-law at the end of 2019 and my father early 2020, I had been burning the candle on both ends. I lost my job. We parted on good terms, thankfully, but I needed a break. Then COVID hit, and while I had no job, I did have the freedom and flexibility to be there for my family when they needed me the most. Looking back, it still feels like the universe thought it was time to slow down for a bit again. But I also felt defeated. I felt small again, like I had failed, like I had no value to offer. This is where I learned another benefit of contributing. It can give you purpose, structure to your day when you can't do paid work for whatever reason. Whether that's while you're working on your recovery, or you're getting used to being retired, or for any other reason, for that matter. There's always work that needs to be done in the community, and you can set the pace, decide how much you want to take on. So, for a few months, I contributed for about 20 hours a week. Slowly stretched my comfort zone again, experienced success again, built up self-confidence again. And then I scaled back to just a few hours a week again, because I was offered a job through the connections I had built in the WordPress community again. This job was a better fit. I resonated better with their ideal client, so marketing that company came much more natural to me. And I probably would have still been working for them had not my now co-worker Taco lured me away by offering me my dream job. Spending even more time with my beloved community, the community that gave me so much, but then as a paid job, working with people who encourage me, who believe in me, even when I'm not sure I can do it. Encourage me to keep stretching my comfort zone, but also to make self-care and personal development a priority. We all need more people like that in our lives. Kindred spirits, what some of my friends so preciously call your kind of crazy. You sometimes find them when and where you least expected it. I expected to get some professional connections in the WordPress community. Instead, or on top of that, I got friends from all over the world that I got to hang out with, share apartments with during events, visit them at their homes. I found so many of you in the WordPress community. People who love each other for who they are, who want what's best for each other. And that's what I want for all of you too. But to find them, you might need to do things that scare you. You might need to stretch your comfort zone over and over again. The rewards, however, might end up being more than you ever dared dreaming of again. It happened to me, and I'm not more or less special than anyone else. We all face our ups and downs, have moments where we thrive and moments where we struggle. Anyways, that's all I have to share for you for today. I hope I have shown you the many ways that working for free can end up being a great investment. There are countless ways to contribute. Assist at events, organize them, teach, translate, join one of the many global teams, or the Big Orange Heart team. Give some of them a try. Try them on like you would do a set of clothes. in the shop. Discover what looks good, what makes you smile, what makes your heart sing even. When you start contributing, and with every sort of volunteer gig, do set healthy boundaries for yourself though, because volunteering can burn you out too. I do hope, however, and I hope that deeply, that contributing will make a difference for you. And if it does, please spread the joy and try making a difference for others too. Thank you for listening, and let's keep in touch. You can find me as at Yvette Sonveld on the Big Orange Heart Slack, the International WordPress Slack, on Twitter, on LinkedIn. Reach out. Let's continue conversations. For now, are there any questions I can answer for you?
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Hello and welcome back. Great talk, Yvette.
Thank you. This jingle, by the way, is so energizing.
It really hit you.
If you find yourself not paying attention and then it hits you and then, yeah, you jump just a little bit.
Okay,
So it is energizing. Yeah, I think you had a lot of people in the chat really excited, and I know I can speak for myself. Like, I think after being away from our community for what feels like years and years right now, it does remind me why I love this space so much. And even being here with Kim, it's like some of my deepest friendships have been made in the WordPress space and at all of these places. So thank you for, I don't know, reminding me of that this morning.
It's morning for you.
Oh yeah, it is morning for me and
Yeah.
evening for others. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if we have a few questions. So our first one is, how would you recommend someone getting started when they're contributing?
Well, if the world is in sort of a normal situation where there are in-person events, I would recommend try starting in person. Choose an activity that is not too stressful for you, like checking in people at an event or hanging people's coats and taking care of their backpacks even. But the fact that you are meeting people in real life first makes a big difference, and then you can continue those conversations online.
Yeah, I think that's great. And a shameless plug here. One of the things we're trying to do at Post Status this year is to start doing quarterly contribution days. So even as our WordPress community is there. So that's another way, while we're still digital, of trying to bring people together who may not do it otherwise or do it through their community. Okay, let's see. I'll turn it back over to you, Kim.
Yeah. I was going to add that I also had some imposter syndrome for a long time, and the pandemic has helped with that. I think because I was forced to reach out more and participate in virtual events, and I noticed that it comes easier for me than in-person events. So I know that we'll welcome going back to normal, and I hope that my lessons learned and I guess my progress will carry through. I don't know. Do you have any feedback about how the change to being more virtual and remote has affected you or supported you, or stories you share?
I think it's been a little bit of a combination. Some of during the COVID period, some of our contributor friends have gotten together on Friday evenings to play virtual games like Dungeons and Dragons. So that really helped all of us get through the period. Personally, I did focus more on having conversations with people than watching online content because I was spending so much time behind my screen already. So looking back, if something like this were to happen again, having activities where people get engaged with each other during those events are really, really important. I think that would be one of the things I'd love to see more of. But yeah, really, honestly, I can't back to see people in real life again and see some of the people that I haven't been seeing in over 2 years now.
I think of that. I think of all the new people that have come into the WordPress community in the last 2 years that have never been able to experience what we all have gotten for many years prior. So it's a shame, but it'll fix itself, I hope, soon.
Absolutely. Yes.
What do you think those events could look like that you were just talking about at the future WordCamps? What are your ideas for how we can change that?
Future online WordCamps, you mean?
Yeah, or in person, how we're connecting differently at WordCamps and then being able to take that relationship. I'm just curious sort of what your ideas are.
Well, what you've already seen is that we went from all just listen and at the end ask questions sort of content to workshop related content where there is more engagement between participants. I think that's already a really good step. What I also have seen were discussion groups, so where people from various verticals would meet. I think that's also another great way to have people engaging with each other. One of the fun games that actually are one of the events that I helped organize was giving people a name tag that wasn't theirs. So they had to go out and find the person with their name. So that got people into conversations too. But now, of course, I understand that if you're very introverted, that might not have been the very best thing. So it's always about finding that balance.
Yeah, absolutely. And being creative, right? I think we have a lot of people as part of our communities that can help guide the rest of us through some of the nuances and making sure we have a space for everybody.
Absolutely. And now another thing that just bubbles up in my mind, what might help the people with event anxiety, and maybe some events already do that, but I haven't seen it, is have a newcomers Slack channel where people can get to know each other without seeing each other. Might help.
Yeah,
I love that idea. I
absolutely.
think there's components of the WordPress community that can feel like difficult to break through, but there are a number of people that are new, as you've said, and to give them a space to kind of connect with one another in a more formal way. And you know that everyone around you is as fresh to this environment as you are. That can be really
Yeah.
reassuring. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Or a first session with speed dating for newbies.
Yeah. It really struck me as we were just talking right now how I was imagining like the next WordCamp I get to go to and see friends, and even reflecting on my own actions, how easy it will be to just go to all of the people I know and I've missed and look to interact with them and not be as purposeful to introduce myself to new people. So I'm really, really glad we did that, because it's so important. Like, yes, to hug the people who I already know, because I can't wait to do that, but to be so
Yes.
cognizant of being really open to all of the new people too.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And do that from a place of being thankful, like realizing how awesome it is to have those friends. Spread that joy to others.
I think we need to take a moment to just let the fan quotes fly here, if that's okay. They're not specifically
Yeah.
questions, but Yvette, you had a lot of people watching and rallying and cheering
Good
for you. So
idea.
I'm going to start.
Oh,
I'll yell out. Sabrina said, "Super inspiring, Yvette," with the purple heart.
oh, that's so awesome. Could someone please copy over them for me? Because I don't know if they're still there after this.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. We'll
You
crowd
want to
them
throw
for you
another
for
one
sure.
up?
Yeah, she did get lots of love. Let's make sure we're putting them out there.
I'm getting all blush now.
It's a proof of what you've contributed and how you've made people feel. Louise says it's easy to forget others suffer from imposter syndrome too. So just your candidness and sharing, it reminds me, it reminds Louise and others that it's a shared experience.
Mhm.
Farhan says, I love it how every slide connects with the cat pictures. What do cats mean to you? Are there a special place in your heart?
Oh yeah, I love cats. I've had cats for over 20 years now in several areas where we lived, and sometimes we had to find new homes for them. But there's not much as soothing when you're not feeling your best self to have a cat on your lap, and just that movement. It's really chicken soup for your soul.
I imagine just searching for the right cat photo too was probably a fun experience. Like,
It was
which
a
one of
blast.
these? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Sam. I love how many women have helped you along the way.
Yes, that's absolutely true. Many women.
I was in a business meeting actually just this week, and someone was presenting on what they called and then moments, and sort of being grateful and thinking back on when we talk about our bios, right? It's I started this business, and then I graduated from college, and then I started this business, and then I did this thing, and then I did this thing. And in all those and thens, there's probably somebody helping us or giving us a chance that maybe we didn't fully earn, and they just like took a risk on us, right? Or whatever else happened. And I think especially with our friendships and our female friendships too, right? There are a lot of those I want to give this person an opportunity or a chance, and feeling that gratefulness, I think, is a really good space to be in, a real good heart-centered space to be in.
Absolutely. And that's also how we can continue to make this tech space a more diverse space. Take a chance on people, help them grow, encourage them. We all need people around us who tell us, I know you haven't done it before, but I know you'll be able to figure it out. And if you have questions, I'm here to help.
Absolutely. You're speaking my language.
Well, thank you so much, Yvette. That's all the time we have now for the questions. We will make sure they get copied over and shared to you so you can express your gratitude as well for those uplifting remarks. I'm going to give a shout out now to our sponsors. We have Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. And don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth, tweeting it out with our hashtag WordFest Live. Thank you to our media sponsors and our micro sponsors.
And we have the community tent in the next hour. So Cloudways has their Ocean WP tent take over with the Ocean WP team, and Nexus is continuing their community space with more giveaways. We have a little bit of a break. I think it's less now since we talked a little bit with Yvette. So head over to the community tent while we all take a break. And next we go to the South American continent. So thank you so much for your support, considering making a donation and making all of our big orange hearts full.
Hi, welcome to WordFest. We're in South America now as part of our 24 hours of celebrating the people, the technology, and the big orange heart of WordPress. WordFest Live not only delivers a festival, educational content, wellness sessions, and networking opportunities, but is also a fundraiser for Big Orange Heart. So please visit the donate link at any time to support the mission of our organization. WordFest Live is a 24-hour opportunity for the WordPress community to come together to feel less isolated, learn from one another, and be present with each other. And our first speaker is Andrea Jones with Reduce, Reuse, Recycle, Social Media Content Repurposing. Andrea Jones has built an online business committed to empowering businesses to utilize the power of social media in a positive and impactful way, without being overwhelmed and drained by it. With over 7 years of experience in the game, Andrea hosts the acclaimed podcast, The Savvy Social Podcast, leads a team providing done-for-you service inside of her marketing agency that was named a top digital marketing agency in 2021, and serves over 200 students in her membership, The Savvy Social School. But first, let's hear a quick message from our sponsors.
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls. It's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Hello and welcome to the Reduce, Reuse, and Recycle Social Media Content Repurposing Workshop. I'm super excited about this because we're going to cover a lot today in our time together. I'm going to share with you my 3 favorite types of content repurposing strategies. We're going to try to work smarter, not harder in this session today. I want to help you decide what kind of content to repurpose. So when we think about all of the types of things we post to social media, I want to help you figure out where you can repurpose those content pieces. And then I also want to talk about how to layer repurposing into your overall social media content plan, as well as some of the rules for repurposing content on social media, because you can't just keep posting the same thing over and over again without getting penalized. So I want to talk about what that looks like. Now, a little bit of an introduction for those of you who don't know me. Hello, my name is Andrea Jones. I'm a social media strategist. I've taught thousands of students in my programs. I was named one of the top digital marketers to follow in 2019 and 2020, and I'm the host of a top 100 podcast, the Savvy Social Podcast. And there are a few things I strongly and firmly believe about social media. Social media is meant to be social. So the purpose of this session is to help you automate or repurpose some of your hard work so you can spend more time networking and growing your social media audience. Social media boundaries are also very important for business owners. With all of the things that happen on social media, it's so easy to get sucked in and waste so much time there. And so I want to help you kind of set some parameters around what you do. And I'm a firm believer that you do not need to hustle or be quote unquote on all the time to be successful. One of the things that I teach in my programs is turn off your notifications. Focus on finding the right people and ignoring everyone else, okay? Because honestly, some of us are in a social media situationship. A social media situationship, meaning a little bit of a toxic relationship. We love it because we understand the value that it brings to our business. We can see that, the potential for bringing in new clients and customers, but also we don't know where we stand with social media. Feels a little bit like that toxic partner who's gaslighting you. You feel like you're constantly seeking validation, and it feels a little bit unhealthy sometimes, right? And so I want to help us break down the social media situationship and help us move forward with confidence, specifically when it comes to repurposing content, because there's a few common roadblocks when I see business owners approach social media. They're overwhelmed with all of the options. There's all of these platforms with new ones popping up every day. They're feeling a sense of dread because of that social media notification. We feel like we're not inspired to post, and then when we do feel inspired, we're not sure exactly what to say or what to do. And we feel like we're on this content machine. We are constantly having to produce content. And I'm really focusing in on this last one today, this content machine, by helping you use a content repurposing strategy. Now, content repurposing, as defined by CoSchedule, is repurposing content simply means taking one asset and reusing it elsewhere. They go on to say that although this sounds very simple in theory, it gets a little tricky with the execution. So to really make it work, you have to start with that content repurposing strategy in mind. So when you sit down to create your content, you want to start thinking about all the different ways you can slice it and dice it and reuse it. And the benefits of repurposing content, honestly, are amazing because you really get to focus in your energy on producing something really amazing, a great asset, and then you can reuse it, you can repost it, you can cut it up, slice it up, use it in different ways. And because you put your energy in creating a better piece of work, a higher quality piece of work, you're not having to split your attention across all of the different platforms, across all of the different mediums, thinking about all of the different things that you have to create. So we're going to work hard once, as my coach Rachel Rogers says. All right, so we're going to use an evergreen content strategy as the first method of repurposing our content, an evergreen content strategy. Now, the definition of evergreen content is the social media content that can be posted any day of the week at any time, okay? Social media content that can be posted on any day of the week at any time. So essentially, these are things like promoting your brand, your service, promoting a blog or a podcast that isn't timely. These can be educational type posts where you're sharing a tip of the day, you're sharing your expertise. This can be a question of the day type post, the type of post where you're pulling your community into an engaging conversation. This can be a quote post, so something inspiring, something motivating. This could be a post with your lead magnet or something for your sales funnel where you're asking them to do something to take that next step towards working with you and your business. What evergreen content is it's not a limited time offer or a sale, something like a flash sale, maybe a holiday sale would not be evergreen content. Seasonal content like a Halloween or a Valentine's Day type of content. Trending topics, so things that may be trending currently, things like COVID or the Olympics, or a specific event that's happening, or even a certain trend that's happening at the time, like a fidget spinner. There are certain moments and times when those sorts of things are trending, so it's not necessarily evergreen. Also looking at news articles, things that are happening in the news. Sometimes these can be evergreen, but a lot of times they're not. So let's take a look at some specific examples of evergreen content. We're talking about a podcast where you were featured as a guest, something that you can bring back time and time again. We're talking about a tip of the day, where you are answering a question that you often get. We're talking about a group of quotes that maybe typically get the higher engagement when you talk about these things. Or perhaps a post that promotes your lead magnet. We're talking about a reminder to subscribe to your podcast. This is a really great one to bring back time and again. Any reviews or testimonials of your products or your services, you can definitely bring those back again. And cross-promoting other platforms. So if you're on Instagram and LinkedIn, you can post to Instagram and say, hey, did you know we're on LinkedIn? So in order to kind of establish yourself with this evergreen content strategy, there are 3 things that you need to have in place. A content planning tool, which I'll show you my tool that I use in a moment. Honestly, though, this could be as simple as a Google document. It doesn't need to be super complicated, but you basically need a place to save your evergreen content. You'll also need to identify what types of content pillars you're going to share. So I like to put these into different buckets. So maybe I have one Google Doc that has a bunch of testimonials that I can reuse time and time again. Maybe I have another Google document with some of the quotes and things that I say. Maybe I have another Google document with all of my media features and podcast placements and things like that. So identify what themes or pillars of content that you're going to revisit time and again, and then you need a little bit of time. So while this strategy saves you time in the long run, in the short term, you're going to need a little bit of time to set this up. So I want to show you a few examples of this. This is one of my clients. She podcasts, and every single week they do a podcast support thread where they just say, hey, what's coming up for you this week on your podcast? It's a really great way to encourage engagement. You can see here that they get quite a number of people responding. There's lots of conversations happening around this question. It's very simple. We post it every single week. Sometimes we may switch it up with a different emoji, a different GIF. Sometimes we'll maybe add something topical to it, like what's happening this week over Christmas break or something like that. But we keep the general theme of this question the same, and our audience has come to expect it. Here's another way that you could do evergreen content. So as I mentioned, you could just put this in a Google Doc. I hosted a workshop. No thanks. I hosted a workshop at one point, put together some Facebook ad copy, and I was like, this is actually pretty good. So I want to keep using this for this workshop. And you can see I just typed it up in a Google Doc, but then I took it to my content planning tool. So I use a tool called Airtable. If you Google Airtable with my name, Andrea, you'll see I have tons of tutorials about how I use this, but I wanted to show you this post specifically. So I'm going to just copy this piece, raise your hand if, and I'm going to just search it on the right-hand side. Just so you can see how I created this evergreen content and I'm reusing it. So you can see here, I posted it on July 23rd, which was around the first time I hosted this workshop. Here's the whole post here, okay? So I've got it planned out. And you can also see the graphic here that I used with it. So this is the graphic that I used with it. Now I hosted this workshop 2 or 3 more times, and I use this post again. So this one says July 23rd. You can also see this on November 23rd. So same post, change the emojis a little bit, change this graphic here, okay? And then I also used it again on May 28th. Same post, and I used a different photo with it. So you can see how I created this once, and I'm reusing it time and again as I teach this workshop to get people into my mentorship program. So that's an example of how you can leverage an evergreen content strategy. Let's talk about the second way that you can build out and reuse and remix your content. And we're using the content remixing strategy. This is one of my favorite ways to maximize your content and to really work hard once. So when we're thinking about content remixing, this is taking your primary content, your thoughts, your framework, and your approach, and repeating it over and over and over again. So when we think about this concept, I want you to think about this like a commercial jingle. So when you hear a commercial, maybe it's Folgers, maybe it's Liberty, I don't know. I should probably stop name dropping these things. But they all have jingles, right? And they kind of pop into your head. Allstate, Sleep Country, right? All of these commercials we've heard over the years all have little jingles, and we kind of know what they sound like. And that's because we've heard the jingle over and over again, even though the content of the commercial may look a little bit different. Maybe they use a different story. Maybe they use a different voice. Maybe they use a different host, but the core jingle remains the same. So I want you to start thinking about how you can create the commercial jingle version of your marketing messages. And we call this in my program, the Savvy Social School, we call this your digital brain. So your digital brain, I want you to start building out a digital brain. And a digital brain is essentially a database of your core content and messages. It's what you want to be known for. And when we think about our digital brain, it can live anywhere, but essentially it's the home base of your core content and your core concepts. So if you're just starting out, oftentimes these are client and customer conversations. If a client or customer comes to you, you're probably saying the same things over and over again. If they ask you about your service, your offer, if they're asking you for a sales pitch, if they're asking you to walk through your products, this is your digital brain. It currently lives in a conversation form with your clients, but it's there. When you start building out your brand online, you want your digital brain to live other places so that you don't have to have these conversations all the time. People can go and find these. So this can be a blog post, for instance. So a conversation you had with a customer or client can turn into a blog post. Any future customer or client then reads that blog post and they get access to that content. My favorite way of doing this is podcasts. I am more of a talker than a writer. And so I love to have my digital brain live in a podcast episode. And how I approach this is I plan out my podcast episodes, and that is where my content lives, and then I repurpose it. And I'll show you what that looks like. This can be interviews, it can be media placements, course material, even talks or workshops. You kind of get the point. So when you have your digital brain, you then want to break this down into a bunch of different ways. So there's a lot of things here. I'm just going to cherry pick a few examples. So if you're thinking about a podcast episode, maybe you're pulling a quote from that episode. If you did an expert interview, maybe you're going to take the story that you told in that interview and turn it into a video. Or maybe you're teaching a local workshop, and so you could talk about on social media some of the key points, a testimonial from the workshop. Or if a client had a conversation, you can illustrate your client success through storytelling on social media. So this is an example, working hard once and having it maximized for you. So I want to show an example of one of our clients. This is Cara Lowenthal. She is a feminist life coach, and this is pulled from her podcast. So everything that's written here in this post came from something she said in a podcast episode. And actually, Cara does not post on social media. She does her stories, but if you go look at her social media posts, this is how you can start kind of outsourcing it. She says everything in her podcasts, in her coaching programs, and then my team and I comb through that and create content pieces from it that are very storytelling, that are very personalized, but she only works hard once with her core content. Okay, here's another example of that. This is my client, Linda. This is actually a stat that we've posted several times. We just kind of redesigned the graphic over and over, but this is something that she said in her podcast podcasts, and she uses storytelling and tells different stories about it. And this one, we're actually promoting her Facebook Live that night. And so we're able to use this content as a way to like re-leverage it and tell more stories and still promote her new content pieces. Awesome. All right. So the last way that I want to talk about reusing past posts, or the last strategy, the last remixing strategy is reusing past posts. Now, I've kind of touched on this a little bit already, but I want to talk about how to do this and some things to be mindful of. So when we're reposting things on social media, when we're reposting content, I do suggest having at least 90 days between posting. Many platforms like Twitter, for instance, I know for sure does this. If you try to post the same exact thing at the same time or within a similar time frame, they will suspend your account because that has been now labeled spam and they kind of have a trigger system for that, okay? So I suggest waiting at least 90 days. I also like this strategy because a lot of times our audiences are shifting every 90 days. We have new people coming in consistently, and our current audience doesn't necessarily remember what we said. I don't know about you, but I don't remember what I saw on social media earlier today, much less 90 days ago. So I do recommend revisiting your content every 90 days and seeing what you can repost, just straight up repost. You want to make sure that the themes match and that they make sense. So when we're talking about that evergreen content, you want to make sure when you're reposting it, it makes sense for the time that you're reposting it in. If there's current events that are happening, you want to be very mindful of this. And I used to suggest a lot of tools that would automatically repost content for you. I don't recommend those anymore for this reason. The state of the world is a little bit sensitive, and we want to be mindful to kind of not being insensitive with the things that we're posting on social media. And then lastly, you can update your post if needed. Honestly, I like to add in something current, freshen it up a little bit, maybe change out the photo, maybe add in a few different emojis or some context to what's happening in the world. And this is, again, why I don't like just straight up reposting it, but I like to see some different themes and different things going on. Okay. So here's an example of how one of my clients does this, where they put this in a Google spreadsheet, and you can see how they've got the lead magnets here, blog posts, and they've got a few different captions. I think this is like 4 or 5 different captions for each one. So again, work hard once, and then they just rotate through these. And by the time you rotate through these, you actually probably have a year's worth of content just in this blog post category, okay? So this is an example of how you can refresh, repost content, and still keep things fresh. Okay, so you could just simply take the exact same post, copy and paste it every 90 days or as needed, and then you can just work hard once. All right. Let's talk a little bit about tweeting. I'd mentioned this before, but you can't just copy and paste the same post to Twitter. So be very careful of this when you are reusing past posts. Here are a few rules to keep in mind. You can create variations of the captions like I showed you. You can create variations on the graphic, add emojis, use a different call to action. This was my favorite. So if they're saying, visit this blog post, maybe check out this blog post, it could be anything. Turn a question into a statement. Anything like that. So here's another example of this. This is a post that, same promotion actually for that workshop. I just updated it. I posted it once July 2020 and then again in March 2021. And the content is the same, except I was 6.5 years in July, and then I reached 7 years by March. And so that's what I updated in the post. And you can see I used a different photo for this post. And I think it could be very helpful for both the posts that didn't perform well and the posts that did. Okay. So I touched on a lot of things in today's session. And if you're wondering about any more foundational concepts to social media, or if you want some of swipe files to get going onto that next level of your growth, I invite you to check out my free course. It's called the Social Media Rockstar course, and it comes with a PDF that helps you design your daily content outline. It comes with some super short, packed trainings that are so valuable for kind of giving you the foundation for social media. It's pulled straight from my program, so you're getting all the best bits for free. And then I also included some bonuses. So I've got some graphic design templates for you, and I also have some social media caption swipe files. So if you get stuck with either the design or the caption, I got you. You can simply copy and paste it into your own tool and start working away and get started faster with social media strategy. So you can check that out with the link that goes along with this video, or you can visit onlinedrea.com/free. That's onlinedrea.com/FREE. Thank you so much for joining me today. I will see you soon. Bye for now.
My website crashed again. I give up.
No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, Andrea, for the amazing talk you just gave. We don't actually have any questions from the. Actually, we do have some questions from the audience. So, Kathy, do you want to start with the first one?
Sure, thank you. Is it Andrea or Andrea?
It's actually Andrea. My mom was being a little
Andrea.
fancy with that
Sorry.
one.
That was a great session. Thank you so much. We do have a question from Corey, who also says, work hard once is such a good slogan. What's the timing strategy? I think you covered this a little bit for posting evergreen across the various social platforms.
Yeah, so when we think about evergreen content, I think it's really important to space it out, not just for the restrictions and the limits on certain platforms. So like I mentioned on Twitter, for instance, we don't want to have things going out too frequently, but also for your audience and for your audience's consumption. Hopefully, when you're implementing this strategy, your audience is actually growing along the way. So, within 90 days, you have fresh people in your audience who haven't seen the things that you posted 90 days before, even a year before. So the rule will vary depending on where you are. Typically, with a strategy like this, I do recommend waiting at least 90 days or 6 months before implementing an evergreen strategy. So you're going to have that heavy lift of creating the original content up front. Then you can start cycling through it. And there's no like hard or fast rules here. There's no pattern here, really leaning into the cadence of what happens within your business or within how you create your content. So another example would be, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'd love to hear your example. I was going to ask what you think about how the philosophy that not everybody sees your content the first time you post it either.
Yeah, exactly. Especially as your audience is growing. So I'll give an example too, just like for holidays, for instance. When you're thinking about, let's say it's a Thanksgiving post, you can refresh that same post every year. You may want to tweak it a little bit, but that would be a yearly cadence for that specific post. If you have, for instance, a post about quarterly planning as a business coach or something like that, then you may want to refresh that one every quarter, if that makes sense. So you're going to try to fit it in within your business. But yes, like, as you mentioned, your audience is growing as you're doing this. So the longer you create content, the more of a backlog you have, the more of a catalog you have to actually repurpose content. So it's not so much heavy creation all the time, which I know feels weighty, especially with how fast social media moves.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. VLab asks, does Airtable post directly to social media platforms?
Such a great question. They do have some automations that they can post to platforms like Facebook and Twitter. However, I use it as a content planning tool solely. So, especially with some of the restrictions lately with platforms like, Instagram Reels, for instance, there's nowhere you can schedule those. We use Airtable as purely a planning tool, and then we take that and post it in real time or copy and paste it into a scheduling tool. And the reason that we do that is because, like I said, there's a lot of restrictions on certain placements on scheduling tools. Threaded tweets, for instance, is another one that's a little bit tough to schedule. Or you're using multiple tools, multiple things. So it's really purely content planning.
I just have thought about this after years in business like you, but isn't it that amount of content just seems crazy to me. Can you go in a little bit more in depth on how Airtable helps?
Yeah, Airtable really helps with organizing all of that content
Right?
because,
Yeah.
I mean, we like as creators, we do produce a lot of content. As business owners, we produce a lot of content. And so as the years go on, you can go back to it. And I mentioned like the idea of a commercial jingle. Some of this will happen just naturally as you're, producing new content. You're naturally going to go through your own commercial jingle version of how you describe what you're doing. So it does become repetitive. And I do think that one of the kind of downsides of being a business owner or being a creator is that we feel like we have to create new content all the time. We were like, oh, we've already said that. But honestly, leaning on the things that work really well is the way to be memorable on social media. It moves so freaking fast that, I don't remember a post I saw yesterday, much less a week ago. So try to find ways to repeat yourself to really help hone in that message. And you can use different analogies and stories and examples to kind of highlight the points that you're trying to make.
Can you kind of touch on the consistency? Because I'm sure we've all had, like, especially clients, right, where they say they're going to blog and they might blog really diligently, at the beginning, and then maybe miss it for 2 or 3 weeks and then try to catch up. I also noticed a lot of people try to do that with social media, try to it's like instead of consistency there's an ebb and flow. So can you kind of talk about, is it better to be more consistent versus quantity? Because I know a lot of people, they get behind and then they try to catch up and maybe produce a lot of content on certain platforms, instead of just maybe producing less and spreading it out over time.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the ebb and flow first because I do think as humans we have like a natural ebb and flow to how we approach content creation. So you kind of have to figure out how this works for you. For me, I batch a lot of content. So I kind of create a content in advance, and then I have those moments where this week is a great example where I just could not get to it. So I had a few TikTok videos that were saved in my drafts. Those got posted this week because I was feeling a little bit tired. So, sometimes that happens. So the ebb and flow, kind of planning and preparing for it, I think is key here. Oftentimes as business owners too, we kind of beat ourselves up for it. We feel like we should be able to like keep up, and that mental battle with ourselves actually impedes us as business owners. So just kind of leaning into the ebb and flow. But as far as consistency goes, I do think that sometimes we give ourselves way too much of a high frequency of output so that we can't maintain that consistency. So consistency can be any frequency. Consistency can be one post a week on social media, or it can be a post every single day. So as long as you're maintaining that consistent frequency, that's the important thing. But you can decide on what that frequency is. The caveat is more content does typically perform better up to an extent. However, if you decide you're going to post every day and then you go for it this week and then you're exhausted and you don't post for 2 months, it would have been better for you to spread out those posts over the upcoming weeks versus posting for a week and then not having anything go out for 2 months, which we've all been there, right? And so thinking about the frequency of output will help you maintain that consistency, and then also kind of batching and creating a backlog of content so that you can lean on it in those moments where you're not going to be able to post, or repurposing. So right now, for instance, I am planning out my maternity leave, and we are repurposing a lot of content while I'm going to be gone. So we're going through the backlogs and kind of pulling out some of our best posts, pulling out some of the best podcasts, and kind of leaning on that backlog of content for as much as possible, because I know I'm not going to be able to kind of have the same energy to put towards content creation.
So touching on some of that batching, how do you recommend people maybe pause their plan or change their plan as events in the world or major situations like natural disasters or what's happening currently in Ukraine to affect what they might be planning from their marketing strategy?
Yeah, this is such a good question. It's a tough question too, because we do like to work ahead, but we have to remain flexible. And the last 2 years have taught us that with all of the things that are happening in the world. So 2 years ago, I would have said, just keep going with your content, schedule it, batch it out. It's fine. Now there is a sense of, a collective hesitancy around some of these natural events and some of these current events. So first of all, it's deciding as a business owner or creator what it means to you and your business. So I like to think of social media as a mirror. So it should reflect what's happening in your business, not a megaphone. So you're not, blasting out something that's not necessarily accurate internally. That being said, some people, we did this a week or so ago. Some of our clients kept their posts going out. Some paused posts for a couple of days. Some made a statement. So it really just depends on you and being flexible for when those moments happen. The easiest thing to do, I think, is to pause. So if you don't know what to say, you can pause, do your research and evaluate, and then move forward from a place of education.
That's a good point, that as long as we remain authentic to our business voice and show some sensitivity to what's going on, and congratulations, by the way, taking your mat leave. This is an interesting question. How many unique pieces of content do you have?
Do I have? Oh my gosh. So for my strategy, I really put a lot of my digital brain concepts into my podcast. So I would say as far as unique goes, 80% of the content I create is a podcast episode first. I do record audio and video, so it then becomes a YouTube video. I put that YouTube video into a blog post, and then it becomes like dozens of social media posts. So one unique piece of content is amplified that way. And even then, with the podcast itself, a lot of the concepts that I talk about in the podcast, I also teach in my programming. So it may be just like repurposed in different ways, different styles of teaching, grouping different concepts together. So it is tough to like pinpoint how much of it is actually unique. And then the other 20%, I do create quote unquote unique pieces of content. Right now, for instance, I'm spending time on TikTok, as I mentioned, creating unique pieces of content. But I will say this, I use my commercial jingle strategy. So the stuff I'm saying on TikTok is like specifically for TikTok, it's a new piece of content. But the things that I'm saying, the ideas and concepts I've been teaching for years. So I kind of take my thoughts and recreate them in new ways.
So Amy asks, what are your thoughts on like pinning posts and tweets? Like if you check out my Twitter, I've had the same tweet pin for 4-5 years, something like that. So just curious on what your thoughts are with that.
Yeah, I like a good pin tweet. I think it really helps for new visitors. So you want to think about it from the perspective of those people who found you on Twitter, maybe someone else retweeted you or something, and they're going over to your profile going, what is this person all about? That pin tweet really gives them a sample of that. So I love that placement. So think about, if someone were to meet you for the first time, what's the first experience that you want to have with them? And use that as your pin tweet.
I think Amy might have been mentioning the fad of pinning on Pinterest a tweet.
Oh yeah, this honestly
How we're
the
taking
tweet
pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, the tweet style post is actually trending right now on Instagram as well, where it looks like a tweet or it's a screenshot of a tweet. The simpler, the better. What we find is trending now, like in 2022, is the overly designed, overly produced content isn't actually performing as well. The stuff that looks like it was just a screenshot from Twitter is. So if you are thinking about that, I know Amy said not specifically, but if you are thinking about it that way, make it easy on yourself. Definitely taking screenshots of tweets is kind of like a trending thing right now. But if you were thinking about the previous way, pinning that tweet, even thinking about you can pin posts on Facebook, your Instagram story highlights work the same way. On TikTok, you can pin things to the top. So it's that first impression content that you want to pin there.
So what about when you do it? I have two questions related to Twitter. So what if you do a tweet and you invariably have the typo, but somebody's engaged on it? Do you delete the tweet or, because you can't edit on all platforms like Twitter, and repost it? And then secondarily, with threaded tweets, what's the proper etiquette on how to engage with those? Is it at the end of the thread, in the middle of the thread? So curious on your two thoughts there.
Yeah, I really wish Twitter would let us edit tweets. I understand where they're coming from. And I think with Twitter Blue, the paid version, they're going to experiment with letting us edit the tweets. It depends on how long it's been up and how many people have engaged with it. So if I put it up and one person liked it and then I saw some error, I would delete it personally and repost it. If it was like a week gone by and it had been retweeted 20 times, well, the damage is done. I may, correct myself in the Twitter thread itself. So I think it does depend on how many people have engaged with it and how long it's been up. As far as threaded tweets go, I think the convention right now on Twitter is at the end of the thread to comment on the last one with your thoughts, if you have some thoughts, or if there's a specific item in the thread, then you can respond to that as well. If you're retweeting it, retweet the very first tweet. If you have something specific to say within the tweets, you can do that, but responding at the end of the thread is the best way to go.
Thank you so much, Andrea, and thank you for joining us and your talk. It was really informative.
Oh, thanks everyone for joining me today. I'll see you on the social media internet.
Our thanks to our sponsors Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and WeGot. Be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth and tweet it out with the hashtag WordFestLive. And thank you to our media partners and micro sponsors. In the community tent in the next hour, Cloudways has their hourly giveaway with special guest activity. GoDaddy Pro with a panel on work remotely with ADHD with Marcus and Benjamin. Nexus is delivering a Genius Bar with Tiffany and Luke. Weeklot opened up their meet and greet, so go and say hello. And Bluehost is running my favorite event, the Yappy Hour. So stop in with your pet and meet other pet owners in the remote community. You make all our big orange hearts full. See you on the next hour.
Joining us live now is Amanda Gorman. Hi, Amanda, one of our WordFest organizers. This WordFest, we're taking some time to get to know our organizers, why on earth they volunteered for this huge job, what they do when they're not WordFesting, and to learn a little bit more about the people who are contributing to Big Orange Heart. So welcome.
Hello.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Kathy. I'm so happy to be here.
Good. So tell us a little bit about your role.
Yeah, so with WordFest, I was the lead for fundraising. So being able to create a creative campaign where folks can get excited about WordFest leading up to the event. And my colleague Amy, who I work with at GiveWP as well, we collaborated on a peer-to-peer project for WordFest, where folks could come create their own campaign, fundraise on behalf of the WordFest and Big Orange Heart, and get excited about the event leading up to it for 24 days. So this included them creating their own fundraising pages and receiving donations on those fundraising pages. And the initiative every day was to do something from the heart. So we had daily prompts where people could engage with those daily prompts via social media or in their own personal lives, and just have something to reflect on, and then have that be a motivator for continuing to share the campaign and get others to participate as well.
Speaking of donating, of course, our viewers can donate by clicking the button on the screen. That's always appreciated. But can you talk about where does the money go? Because everyone is seeing all the work like WordFest and that Big Orange Heart is doing, but I've seen a lot of talk online with people not knowing exactly what the funds are used for. Could you touch on that, or where could people learn more?
Absolutely. So all of that is definitely laid out on Big Orange Heart's website, but more specifically, it goes towards many different initiatives. And the biggest initiative is to support remote workers, right? So that's the main initiative of Big Orange Heart. And the way that a lot of this work actually happens is that there are individuals that are contracted to be able to support folks that are in need. So being able to make sure that those folks are supported in supported roles to help our community members that are reaching out to Big Orange Heart that need that a little bit of a boost, or mental health coaching, little bit of feedback. Just having somebody to be able to chat with really can make a big difference. And that's a big piece of what Big Orange Heart provides. And then there's a whole collection of resources that Big Orange Heart is tied to that they can connect these folks in remote positions with, to make sure they have their needs met and that they're safe and supported.
So when you say there's people that they contract to like practically meet these needs, are you talking like counselors and
I think
like
there's a lot of different
professionals?
various roles, and a lot of that is actually facilitated within the Slack group. So folks can kind of reach out and kind of get in touch with a mentor or somebody that's going to be their representative in one way or another. And that is going to be a touch point that they have to lean on for further resources. It really is kind of subjective to what the individual needs and what they're looking for. A lot of times it's just that being able to have some human connection and support. And these folks are trained and facilitated in doing this work.
At the bottom of your screen, or there was at the bottom of your screen, a URL so you can learn more at bigorangeheart.org/open. So definitely check out those resources and click the donation button to help continuing the wonderful work. So can you tell us what your full-time job is when you're not volunteering as an organizer for WordFest?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm director of customer success with GiveWP, which is donation software for WordPress. So we help many types of different organizations all around the world fundraise online. And we've got lots of different tools to be able to make that process easier. And in the customer success department, our whole role is to guide our customers towards reaching their goals in the most efficient way possible so that they can just start getting up and running and raising money to help support their local communities.
So that's different than a PayPal button. Can you a little bit about GiveWP?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we do have a lot of folks that come to us because they are currently only using a PayPal button. And
Right.
the downfall of that is that you don't get to connect with your donors in a way that you should be able to nurture the relationship and to build long-term giving. So a PayPal button is going to take donors off your website. It's not going to allow you to really customize emails or continued follow-up with those folks. And you're not
Right.
really going to have access to much reporting. So that's where GiveWP comes in. You can connect to PayPal to accept PayPal donations or Stripe or any of our other payment gateways and have a lot more flexibility in how you're customizing messaging to donors, which can be really powerful.
Do you have to be a charitable organization to use GiveWP?
No, we have a lot of folks using it for for-profit reasons, and a lot of folks that are looking to get their 501c3, and folks that are all around the world that have different kinds of regulatory things that they need to meet to be a nonprofit or a charity, or just to raise donations for folks that are in different countries. There's a lot of things that kind of come into play with folks raising money online, and we leave it open. Really, you're able to raise money with Give without restriction, and it's really about who you're going to use as a payment gateway, and they might have some requirements for how you're receiving funds because of how the donations are processed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So outside of your organizing duties, Big Orange Heart for WordFest, and then of course your main job at GiveWP, what other ways do you contribute to the WordPress community?
Absolutely. So I've been mentored by Michelle Frechette in the community, which I'm sure many of you know and love. So through that, I found myself finding opportunities to help others that have come to me interested in WordPress, interested in starting their own websites, not knowing where to start, not knowing how to get involved in the community, and just kind of being a resource for those folks. So I really try to make myself available for that kind of conversation, for that kind of consulting of just like having a chat with somebody of like, I want to build my own website, but I don't know where to start. And I also have donated a lot of my time to create websites on behalf of some nonprofits. So folks that I connect with in my own life, just kind of connecting with their mission and resonating with it, and being able to support them through my skills while they can continue to do what they do best.
So I have a heart. Sorry.
I was just going to say that reminds me of something that Automatic sponsors with Out in Tech. They call it, I think, a WordPress core. And every quarter, the bunch of WordPressers come together and build websites for LGBTQ plus charities around the world. And Automatic's always a big sponsor of that every year. Actually, it's 4 times a year. So it reminds me of some of that
That's
work
awesome.
too.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I would love for people to be encouraged who are not coders to be able to give back to the community and get involved. And in your role, I'm not sure if you're a coder on the side. No?
No. I know enough to be dangerous, but I know of some CSS and maybe a little PHP, but not very much. And that's only through my role at Give of just being exposed to those things. And in my work outside of that role in WordPress, like I definitely am more focused around the creatives, the creative side of WordPress, and being able to create beautiful websites without code, and being able to use the amazing tools that we have in the WordPress landscape in their best ability. So that's where I really like hone my skills.
Where can people go if they are not a coder and maybe are a creative or even just good at customer service and they know WordPress? Where could they go to start getting involved?
It's a good question. I think these kind of events like this are a great place to start because you can find things that resonate with you, because it's so subjective to where you're headed, right? So it depends on what industry you're really like targeting, what niche you want to develop yourself in terms of how you're building websites and who you're serving, if it's for personal use versus for other clients. So there's just so much out there in terms of resources. Connecting in a community like this at a WordCamp that's either virtual or in person, WordFest Live, even just finding things that are happening on Twitter where there's like these conversations that you can kind of just watch, even if you're not really confident in participating in. There's a lot of Twitter chats that are happening that you can just kind of get ideas from people in the community that you might be like, oh, I wonder if I can just shoot them a DM and reach out. Maybe they have a volunteer opportunity or a freelance opportunity I can pick their brain about. So the resources are there, but I think there needs to be a willingness to put yourself out there and be seen.
So changing gears a little bit, tell us about your personal life. Do you have any hobbies or pets? Are you going to go to the Yappy Hour that Bluehost is hosting after you're done with this call?
Absolutely. And yes, I've got lots of pets here in this house. I've got a dog and 3 cats, so they're crazy. And just they keep my life full of entertainment. I've got a 2-year-old son as well, and my nephew Jackson is 14 and lives with us as well. So full house, full of love and lots of fun happening every single day. And I am a yoga teacher as well. So that's a hobby, I suppose, a passion. You know, it's shifted a lot through the pandemic. We had a physical space, turned virtual, we closed the business. So now I'm kind of like freed up into this, like I can practice again and not be so much of a teacher. Doing things like my chair yoga session with WordFest was really rewarding because I'm not teaching as much. So that kind of like community interaction and just putting myself out there with that felt really good. Yeah.
Thank you, Amanda. I did recognize your name, but it was from the yoga chair thing. That's really good to get involved. Did you have anything else that you wanted to say about organizing and maybe for people that are thinking about volunteering at Big Orange Heart?
Yeah, totally. I would recommend that folks ask questions, reach out to the folks that are organizing if there's any curiosities or hesitations, because you don't need to know as much as you might think you need to know. Like there's room for growing, and as long as you're willing to learn and to communicate and to participate, that's really all that's required to be an organizer, to be a volunteer. There's always going to be space for you and whatever skill set you might have right now. You don't need to learn XYZ to be able to do it right now. Like where you're at right now is perfect.
You sound American. Are you American?
Yeah, I'm in Rochester, New York, upstate New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can't detect an accent, so I figured it was
No,
somewhere near me.
It's very like nasally upstate New York.
Sounds
excellent. Well, thank you so much, Amanda, for taking the time. And before we close up, do you have any socials that you want to share if people wanted to connect with you online?
Yeah, everywhere is Amanda Gorman without the A, so Gormn. And I have a lot of connect, obviously, with the Amanda Gorman, the poet. So you'll know it's not her if you're looking up Amanda Gorman on social media. So that's why it's Gorman without the A. And I'm on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. I use Instagram the most.
Excellent. Well, thank you again. Our sponsor interview. Our next sponsor interview is with Jason Nickerson of Cloudways. Emily met with Jason earlier to see what makes Cloudways special and why they are committed to WordPress community and Big Orange Heart.
My website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me. You from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Hello, we are here with Jason Nickerson from Cloudways, one of the wonderful sponsors of Big Orange Heart and WordFest this year. So we're so excited and so grateful for you and Cloudways to be sponsors of this event. Thank you, Jason. And I'm really excited to get to talk to you today. So welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here. We really enjoy WordFest Live. It's been a great thing during the pandemic and during the last couple of years, just to have this event, to meet with people and just see everybody and network. And I really look forward to see what's going to happen in the next couple of years. Maybe we can all get together for real sometime.
Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? Yes, I vaguely remember those days. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Well, let's jump right in. So let's, this interview is to talk a little bit about community. So what does the term community mean at Cloudways?
Well, I think community means something very important at Cloudways. Cloudways is a global brand at this point, with people spread around the world, and that really harbors the community of it, and especially the point where I'm at with Cloudways in the WordPress community. We deal with the community issues of WordPress, we deal with the WordPress community, and we really understand how strong the community ties are within WordPress. I mean, if you look back at a lot of these software projects that have happened, especially in open source, they really would not exist at this day if it weren't for the community. You can only go so far with software. When software is just irrelevant and doesn't have anything other than it's this downloadable thing and doesn't really have an image, it really takes the people behind it to really showcase it and to really empower it and to help people. And that's what I think community is about too, is community is really about helping people to really discover their dreams and really focus on their business. And with an open source, that's the other cool thing about it too, is that it doesn't take a lot to get into it. It's very easy to get into it. It's a low cost thing. You just have to spend the time, spend the effort, and get into the community of it.
Absolutely. I could not agree with you more. And I think that speaks to the open source community as well. Feeling a part of something and that intrinsic value of it is what keeps the open source aspect of WordPress so effective, right? And it's what keeps people connected, and it's incredible to see that working. And it's great to hear that you all have a great grasp on that at Cloudways. That's awesome. Now, what are some ways internally at Cloudways that you all help to nurture a sense of community?
Well, I think that kind of goes to the leadership and to how things have been put forth into Cloudways. Cloudways is very different from many other places that say I've worked in this hosting industry, be it you're very compartmentalized in a lot of situations and you have one task, whereas Cloudways really pushes the limit as far as getting you to work with different teams. Some places do shadowing, but since I've been at Cloudways, I've learned so much from different people and been put into different situations and learned more about the whole teams and the whole community inside of Cloudways. So I think that's one way that Cloudways is very different from other places. And again, that goes back to the whole remote portion of it. And that's something I think that is really moving forward into the next decade, that we're going to see even more of how we relate to each other in this remote way. I know that, once we get back to normal, people are still going to want to have a hybrid or a remote kind of schedule. And it's really opened things up too, in the sense of traditional companies maybe that thought that they would just be hiring it locally or even in their own place. I think that the global sense that we had beforehand is being expanded even more in the next decade. And I think that's part of Cloudways too, is that growing the community and growing the people and giving people the education they need. We have a lot of educational aspects to it. If people want to learn, we can help them learn about things, and mentorship, and just really just growing the business sense of its employees and empowering its employees.
I love that. That sounds wonderful. And is Cloudways a fully remote company? Are there offices? Are there some folks who do go to the office and some
Yes.
folks who work remote? Yeah, so it's a little bit of everything.
Exactly.
That's
so
wonderful.
They started off in an office, and now it's kind of moved out, and now it's becoming more of a hybrid sense.
Yeah, that's great. And also it's important, right, to acknowledge that by opening yourself up to those possibilities and to the remote community, you're able to tap into that talent and those people who aren't in your local area, right? And being able to grow your team and kind of have that whole experience. And that's fantastic to hear. On that note, what are some ways, and you've talked about this a little bit already, but what are some ways that Cloudways contributes to the WordPress community and the remote community? Are there ways that you all invest in that? And I know you've already touched on a little bit there, so you can go back to that and kind of.
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, for one, we're now part of the 5 for the Future with WordPress, whereas we basically take 5% of our time and devote it to WordPress. I'm currently on the planning team for WordCamp US, as well as my partner in crime at Cloudways is doing the WordCamp EU. So we have people in community on that aspect. Then we have our programmers that help with the code and help with WP-CLI. So we do give back a lot, and that's what you have to do. You have to try to give back. And again, that goes back to community and how strong the community is and how much we love the community. When it comes to the remote workers, again, going back to that, we really try to help remote workers and really work around their time schedules and such, whereas there's a huge gap. I've worked with people from across the world in Germany and Europe, and now working with people, in the Middle East and in Asia. Those time gaps are huge. So having the ability to really think about and respect other people's time. Whereas if I have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to do a meeting, that's fine. Maybe someone else will give me the respect to do that. Just respect each other's time and not think of it as, well, I only work from 9 to 5. Sometimes maybe you don't have to do that. Maybe you have to get up and do a meeting or something. And I think we've learned this a lot in just the last couple of years and how we've been working, especially with, say, virtual conferences and things where maybe you might have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to give a talk. So I think it's becoming more regular and more understood in that, and especially in this industry. This industry is very unique from many other industries.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been in that boat of waking up at 3 a.m. to attend a virtual event. So I think many of us have, many of us have at this point, right? And especially we're at a 24-hour event now. So people, if you haven't done it yet and you're watching this and still have the opportunity, you can do it here at WordFest. So that's great. That's wonderful, Jason. That sounds great. And I love the recognition of, having a company that benefits and has so much to do with WordPress and giving back to that project and taking the time and encouraging the team to contribute as well is fantastic and educate themselves about it and become just better WordPress users and better members of the WordPress community. So that's wonderful. Switching gears a little bit here, let's talk about physical and mental well-being. So jobs are someplace that we spend a lot of time, whether it is a 9 to 5 or whether you're picking up and putting down and working in the morning and then late in the evening, whatever it is, you spend a lot of time here. It has a big impact on your physical and mental well-being. So what are some ways that Cloudways helps to support their team members' well-being, mental or physical?
Well, I think I hate to keep going back to the pandemic and everything, but I think it's been a big change in everything globally. I can't say that, you heard leaders or supervisors in the past asking people, how's your mental well-being? Do you need to take a couple of days off? So I think we've seen a big change. And I want to bring that up because I think that we do need to actually look at some of the big wins and the good things that maybe happened because of this whole debacle that happened. I think that looking at it, we see a lot of great things in technology, and we have the mental health concept is really pushed to the forefront now. People are just really into that and into making sure that people understand that you do need to take a couple days off. You can't really push yourself. And some people do, and some people have been doing that. And that doesn't always lead to the best end. You can't get burnt out, and especially in this industry. In this industry, there's so many times where there's projects and deadlines that are due, and projects that can go on for 3 or 4 months to where you're burning the candle at both ends. And traditionally, companies that were in tech would understand that and would give people maybe a week off or whatever. But now I think there's a much bigger understanding that this can happen on a daily basis. And at Cloudways, the idea is that if you need the time, just ask for it. If you wake up in the morning and you feel that you can't do the job properly, just ask your supervisor and be very open about it. That's, other than PTO and other things like that, I think mental health days are coming into the picture and say that, maybe you don't need to lie and say, oh, I'm sick. I just need a day to go to the beach and get away from all of this because, it's doing my head in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm so glad. I think you're right that through the pandemic, that is something that's become more broadly accepted because, it was kind of something that was more part of the tech startup world, this flexible scheduling and unlimited time off and mental health days and that sort of thing. So having that become more of a broadly accepted thing is a wonderful byproduct of this. Absolutely. And I think just like you said, people becoming more sensitive and asking and encouraging folks to take the time that they need. Because it's one thing to be a line item in your contract when you sign it that you have mental health days or unlimited time off or PTO and that. But the other thing is for your supervisor to recognize that and be like, hey, take a day off if you need to. If you need the time to rest and regather, then do that. And mental health is just as important as your physical health. So that's great to hear. That's wonderful. What about you, Jason? So any personal anecdote about your wellness and how it relates to working with Cloudways?
Cloudways, comedy. I'd say comedy. So that's the one thing that I think is also very important, is that when you're working in a company where things are very serious and you have deadlines, that you do take the time to laugh, talk to people. I mean, we definitely have a great medium with Zoom to where you can take an extra hour after work and get to know somebody, talk about a common interest, share some music you like. It's comedy has been at the forefront for me in the last year or so, doing very fun things and doing virtual happy hours with the company, with friends, because, who needs another Zoom? But when you actually get onto a Zoom call and you're not being recorded, or you don't have to worry about what you're saying, and you're off work and hanging out with a few of your friends and a few coworkers, that can really change things, because we don't want another Zoom, but it's a very different thing when you don't have the spotlight on you and you're just able to relax and chat and actually use the platform for something other than just Hollywood Squares.
Yeah, I love that. And it's so true. And it's so important to do things like that too, because it makes a difference, right? Even if you do end up socializing a little bit on a scheduled meeting, you still know that you're there to be productive and talk about something work related. And it's always, okay, let's get back on track, even if you do those slight diversions, which happen, and that's normal and that's good because we're humans. But having a set time to just socialize and just talk and relax and do that, even if it is still virtual, it's a game changer. And that's wonderful to hear that you're able to do that and get a little bit of relaxation and ease your mind a bit with those sorts of things. So that's great to hear. I'm happy to hear that, Jason.
And I think there's something that's on Fridays at about 2 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central Time on Facebook, some group where people get together and talk about business and things and hang out.
There is one of those. Yeah, there is one of those. Just that same thing. That's right. In the digital agency owners Facebook group, we do those. And we love having you on that. And you're always such a great contribution there. So thank you for throwing that out there. And we love having you there as well. Where can people go to find out more about Cloudways, and if you're hiring and any of that kind of information? Where should folks find out more information about the great company that you're working with?
cloudways.com. Visit our virtual booth at this event. Come see us at many events and at WordCamps. The minute that WordCamps start popping up in the United States, we'll be there. We're going to try to get to WordCamp EU, WordCamp US. Fingers crossed that this year we're going to be able to actually get out and see people again. So we want to really see everybody out there, and cloudways.com.
Awesome. Wonderful. Well, I will certainly stop by your booth and see you all at the Cloudways booth at WordFest here. And I hope everyone else does too. And I'll see you at WordCamps too. I can't wait to get back there. So fingers crossed that those stay on the schedule as planned. So I will see you around, Jason. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to Cloudways for sponsoring with this WordFest and helping out with Big Orange Heart. We couldn't do it without you. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Emily.
Yep. Bye.
Thank you to Emily and Jason for that great interview.
Our thanks to our sponsors, Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. Be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth, which is sponsored by Multicollab and DreamHost, and tweet it out with hashtag WordFestLive. Also, thank you to our media partners and micro-sponsors. In the community tent in the next hour, Cloudways delivers their Tutor LMS tent takeover with Ryan Arif. I think I mispronounced that. I apologize. There's a 15-minute break in the schedule now, so it's a perfect time to head over to the community tent. We'll be back on the hour. We would love your support. Consider donating via the button on the screen or go to big.ht/March4th. That's big.ht/March4th. You all make our big orange hearts full. See you at the top of the hour.
Do you know the Yoast SEO plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh, great. My website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me. You. From the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa. Yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages,